Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is the final part of the point of Divergence Uzumaki resonance principle. In this canon-adjacent, high-stakes alternate universe, actions have permanent, devastating consequences. The Shinobi world is not a fairy tale. It is a brutal, unforgiving meat grinder of child soldiers, shifting geopolitics, and ruthless assassinations, and Team 7 is about to learn that the hard way. During the clash on the bridge in the Land of Waves, Sasuke Uchiha steps in front of Haku's Senbon needles to save Naruto. But in this reality, he doesn't wake up. The last loyal Uchiha is dead. How will a traumatized Naruto and Sakura cope with the loss of their teammate? How will the Konoha react to the sudden death of the Sharingan heir? This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by EliadS, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy. Epilogue 1. The world went upside down. The last breath of the Salamander Fire Country, Forest Road, retreat route from Konoha, POV, Hanzo. 4 hours after the shattered invasion lines pulled away from Konoha's walls. 4 hours after the retreat, Fire Country's trees still look like they're judging me. My lungs burn with every breath. When I cough into my fist, the cloth of the mask stays dark a heartbeat too long before the blood soaks in. Those brats on the wall came closer than anyone has in decades. Tsunade's fist cracked my ribs. Jiraiya's fire scorched abuse through my defenses. The snake freak's wind almost took my head when the oil caught wrong. I should have killed them when they were on their knees in the mud all those years ago. Pride, I think, feeling something tear in my chest when I try to straighten. Pride and that damned vanity of mine. Spare them, I said. Name them Sannin. Let the world know it was Hanzo who chose to let them live. I created monsters, and they had the bad manners to stand in my way. What's left of my column trudges through the outskirts in a loose, wary formation. Jonin and Chunin in aim colors, flak vests soot-stained, masks hanging crooked. Survivors of Konoha's retaliation. We misjudged them. Kitsuchi saw it first. When the Gobi's chakra vanished and the horse ran. When Suna pivoted under that cursed field decree. When the toad's roar went up and the wall didn't fall. We're done here, he said, jaw tight. IWA falls back to Tsuchi. You take your reign home, Salamander. We didn't shake hands. We just split, two wounded armies peeling away from the same wrecked village, each limping toward its own border and its own excuses. Now I can't feel Iwa's chakra at my back. Just my people and me, cutting across Fire Country toward the old aim routes, under a sky that smells like smoke and spent chakra. They fought like their backs were already against the wall. One of my captains mutters. Leaf and Sand both. Like they had nothing left to lose. Because they didn't. I rasp. Talking hurts. I do it anyway. We came for their head. They knew it. And yet we failed. Raz's corpse is somewhere under a pile of snakes. The Gobi's gone back in its cage with a host who ran. Suna will go home humiliated but alive. IWA will call this reconnaissance. Amage cure? That depends on whether I make it back. For months the rebels have been nipping at my heels, bombs under supply lines, captains knifed in, secure, districts, whispers about a new god in the rain. Pain. Styled himself Pain, as if the concept were new. My village has always worshipped pain. I just taught it to point that worship outward. Lately, though, the worship has been turning. Intel went quiet weeks before the exams. Trade kept flowing, iron, ink, coal, paper, but my eyes inside AIM started disappearing. Some defected. Some simply stopped reporting. I told myself it was temporary. That their little cult was overextended. That I'd return with a victory and put them in their place. I have a burned mask, cracked ribs, and fewer men than I left with. Not victory. A bad feeling crawls up my spine. I lift a hand. The column reacts on instinct, lines tightening, hands to hilts, eyes on trees and ditches. The forest is too quiet. The air feels wrong. Pressure building in my ears, a faint tug in my gut, like the world just inhaled and forgot how to exhale. Move! I snarl, forcing chakra into my legs. Scatter! The world hits us. Not fire. Not stone. Not wind. Force. It slams down from nowhere, an invisible hammer that turns the road into a crater. The shockwave catches me even mid-shunshin. My vision whites out as I'm thrown, ground vanishing and then reappearing too far away. I hit hard enough my teeth crack together. The mask saves my face. Something in my shoulder does not survive. For a moment I can't breathe. Then air stumbles back into my lungs and I drag myself to one knee, coughing dust and blood into the fabric. The road is gone. Where my column was a heartbeat ago is a bold gouge from the earth, wide and deep, edges still crumbling. Trees on either side lean inward, trunks split and stripped. Stone, roots, and men are jammed together in the impact pattern. My survivors are not surviving. Bodies half buried in the crater wall, armor crushed, limbs wrong. EliadS would be dead twice over if he were here. He isn't. I forced a reverse summoning after the wall fight, when Tsunade's punch staggered him and Jiraiya's fire ate at his skin. Rest, I told him. AIM will need you. It still will. Just, not with me. What? I rasp. The hell? The dust shifts. A figure walks out of the haze down the slope like the ground is grateful to hold him. Black cloak, high collar, red clouds. Orange hair and metal piercings and a pattern I recognize the way you recognize a scar you gave someone. It's the eyes that freeze me. Pale rings, concentric, eating the color from the world. Rinnegan. Old stories slam together in my head. The sage. Gods in human flesh. And decades ago, 3 snot-nosed orphans staring up with 2 wide eyes and 2 sharp hunger. A girl with a reckless mouth. A quiet boy with eyes that glowed blue-green. And a redhead with eyes like these. Jiraiya's little project. The leverage I turned into tools. The liabilities I ordered eliminated. Mission accomplished, the report said. Bodies disposed of in the slums. Apparently not. He stops a few strides away, standing on solid ground while my men lie broken in the hollow. Hanzo of the Salamander, he says. His voice is calm. Yum. No strain from the jutsu that just erased my escort. Whatever he used, that was not his limit. I wondered if you'd crawl home tonight, he goes on. Or if Konoha would save me the trouble. I force myself to my feet. My legs disagree. I make them agree. If you wanted a war, boy, I growl, you should have stayed in the village instead of skulking with bombs. You think you can hold AIM against the countries I've kept off its neck? He watches me with those ringed eyes, head tilted, as if listening to something only he can hear. You've already lost AIM, he says. You just haven't caught up with the news. My fingers twitch toward my pouches. Poison. Tags. Summoning scrolls without EliadS but with other friends. I can't feel half my fingers. You call yourself pain, I say. You want them to worship you now? You think they'll forget who turned that mud pit into a hidden village at all? They remember exactly what you did, he says. That's the point. He lifts a hand, fingers splayed lazily. You taught us fear is the only path to peace, he says. That terror keeps enemies and allies in line. I learned that lesson very well, Hanzo. Chakra gathers around his palm. Not flaring. Folding. Space tightens, tugging at my bones. So I'll show the world what fear made, he says. Starting with you. I move. Sidestep, counter, chakra into my calves for another shunshin. Anything to break line of sight. The pull hits. The air around my chest decides it belongs somewhere else. An invisible hand grabs my torso and yanks. My feet leave the ground. My right arm tears with a nauseating crunch. I fly toward him. Bansho Tenin, he says, almost gently. Up close, the Rinnegan is all I can see. Pale rings, endless and cold, reflecting a thin dark silhouette in the center. Me. I barely register the metal rod before it drives into my chest. Pain explodes, bright and total, a white-hot nail hammered through sternum and spine. My fingers spasm. My legs forget. For a heartbeat, the only thing in the world is my heart stuttering around foreign chakra, muscles seizing as that chakra floods my system, shutting things down with clinical efficiency. No screaming. No speech. Just a precise, brutal end. I sag forward. He lets me slide off the rod to the broken ground at his feet. The sky above him is a flat gray sheet. It looks like rains, even here. I claw weakly at the dirt, reaching for a weapon, a seal, anything. There's nothing left to reach with. So this is how it ends. Not in aim, under my own banners. Not in a war I chose. On a foreign road, in the wake of a failed invasion, killed by a ghost I made myself. My pulse stutters. Each beat further apart. Pain looks down at me. For decades, he says quietly, this country drowned for your legend. Children starved, and you called it necessary. We begged for peace. You answered with more war. He crouches, just out of reach. The age of Hanzo is over, he says. The world will learn a new language now. His presence feels huge. Not just him. Whatever network he's woven through Ames streets, whatever hollow-eyed bodies walk under his orders. A village turned into a weapon I no longer control. Amigekyu will never be the same. None of them will, once he starts moving beyond our borders. The bitter thing is, I know the world deserves to be afraid of what's coming. Not because he's a god. Because he's my legacy. My vision narrows. Gray. Black. My last clear thought is not a plea or a curse. It's an admission. I should have killed them when I had the chance. The snake's second claim, Richi Cave, Orochimaru's hidden laboratory in the snake realm, POV Anko. That same night, far from Konoha's burning perimeter, Mitarashi Anko surfaces in a different kind of nightmare. The first thing back is pain. Not the sharp kind. The heavy kind, like someone poured concrete into my veins and let it set. My head throbs in time with my heartbeat. My tongue tastes like metal and ash. I try to move my arm. Nothing. My limbs feel wrong. Heavy and far away, like they belong to someone in another room. My fingers don't twitch. My toes don't exist. Swallowing is like forcing glass down a dry pipe. What happened? Bits come back in crooked fragments. The Venom Queens roar, echoing off stone. Hatchlings boiling out of the ground. Leaf flak vests. Screaming. My chakra burning as I called her again, until the world tunneled and went white. Fangs and blood and saving people I spent years pretending I didn't care about. And then, nothing. Did they even notice when I dropped? Did anyone realize I never made it back to the mountain? A stupid part of me hoped Skinma swore and went looking. That Ibiki took one look at the crater and said find her in that quiet voice that makes people run. A louder part says be serious. They had a village to save. You are not the priority. I drag in air and force my eyelids to move. They feel glued down. I peel them open anyway. The ceiling above me is wrong. Not carved stone. Grown. Pale and ribbed, layers of mineral like the inside of a jawbone, glistening faintly with moisture. Dim, sour yellow light seeps from fungus clinging to the walls. The air is thick with disinfectant and old blood and something else, heavy, reptile-slick chakra that makes my teeth itch. Not a hospital. A lab. My shoulders ache. I try to turn my head and a metal edge bites my cheek. Leather straps cut into my arms and thighs. When I look down, my stomach lurches. I'm naked on a metal slab, spread and pinned like a specimen. Straps around wrists, upper arms, chest, hips, ankles. Even my fingers are cuffed, each one trapped in scaled metal that shifts when I strain. A raw sound scrapes out of my throat. What the fuck? It bounces off the walls, thin and pitiful. Footsteps answer. Soft, unhurried. Sandal on stone. The sound from every nightmare I've ever had. Good morning, Anko-chan. My heart stops. I can't breathe. Can't. My head jerks toward the voice on instinct. Muscles spasm uselessly. My vision doubles, then clears. He steps out of the gloom like he owns it. Long pale face. Yellow, slitted eyes. Dark, neat hair. White robes with a hint of purple, clean but for someone else's dried blood on the sleeve. Orochimaru smiles, and the cave gets colder. Air finally rushes in too fast, burns. The words come out shredded. How, why? Not you're dead. I never had that luxury. I saw him at the invasion. Alive. Too alive. Up close, he looks worse and better than I remember. Finer lines at the eyes. More comfortable in his monstrosity. You did very well, you know, he says lightly, like we're over tea. The Venom Queen was impressed. She doesn't say that often. His gaze drifts over me, clinical. You look terrible, Anko-chan. But you're alive. That's the important part. I swallow bile. What are you doing? How did I get here? His hand comes up, casual as a lover's, to brush a strand of hair off my face. I flinch as far as the straps let me. Not far. I told you once, he says. I was collecting on my investment. His fingers trail through my hair like he's checking the quality. I want to bite them off. Investment. I spit. I cut your mark out of my life, you bastard. I walked away. Kukuku. He chuckles, genuinely amused. You walked exactly where I left you room to walk. Don't flatter yourself, Anko-chan. He steps back enough that I can see more of the chamber. Vertical racks of sealed scrolls. Cabinets of vials. Surgical tools laid out in precise rows, scalpels, forceps, bone saws, gleaming in fungus light. The walls curve, not like masonry, but like tunnels grown by something that likes coils. In places I swear I see scales half merged with the stone, rising and sinking in a long, slow breath. Ryuichi. My stomach drops. This isn't Konoha. This isn't any human-built lab. He follows my gaze, pleased. And it was a good investment. He goes on. I was born lucky under the shadow of white scales here. You survived something only my clan matriarch ever managed, elevated through pain and sacrifice. You impressed a queen who eats summoners for sport. The word clan twists my gut. Hebashaka. Keitaro. All the secrets that came out too late. You walked into a ritual that should have killed you, he says softly. You let the queen's venom sink into your bones and refused to die. You made the council so nervous they bolted a leash into your spine and called it policy. You became something worth reclaiming. His hand hovers over old scars. There, he murmurs. Shoulder. There. Throat. And here. His palm settles above the place where my curse used to burn like a coal when he was near. Except it doesn't. The skin feels wrong. Empty. I reach inward without thinking, probing the chakra lattice the Hyuga wove into the queen's power, the kill switch, the containment net, the neat little dead man's switch watching for the wrong kind of spike. There's nothing. No crawling foreign pattern. No familiar hateful pressure. The thing I've woken up resenting for months, counted on as a last resort. Gone. Panic spikes. What did you? My voice cracks. You can stop groping, he says, amused. That pathetic bastardized seal? The little Hyuga trick they buried under my curse to make themselves feel safe? He taps my skin lightly. I removed it. Hours ago. The world tilts. You what? My fingers try to clench. The restraints creak instead. You took off my kill switch? Are you insane? Obviously, he says dryly. But not in the way you mean. His smile thins. Do you imagine I'd let some pale-eyed functionary keep a dead man's switch on something that belongs to me? Belongs. My mouth tastes like blood. I don't belong to you. He considers that. You keep saying that. And yet here you are. Summoner of my queen. Product of my village. Weapon of a council that never trusted you. You are everyone's except your own. Rage burns through the fog. You didn't make me. I hiss. You didn't make what I did up there. That was me. Oh, I won't steal your stubbornness, he says. That's all yours. But the groundwork? He spreads his hands. Did you really think you signed the Queen's contract by accident? That you crawled back out of that cave a new creature entirely on your own? I volunteered, I rasp. I walked in. I took the deal. You weren't there. Physically? He shrugs. No. But the snakes listen to the strongest. To them, I am still Keitaro. The mistake that lived. When I told them to watch you, they did. When I told them what you might become, they were curious. He leans closer. I can see the fine frown line at the corner of his mouth, the only real sign of his age. Do you imagine the Queen would have answered a little human's call without my whisper in her other ear? He asks quietly. That she would have offered you her venom on a whim? The chamber feels smaller. He straightens, expression smoothing. I told Sarutobi-sensei what I was doing, he says idly. Oh, not in so many words. I told him I was designing a counterweight. That Konoha would need a snake of its own to balance me. His lips curl. He told himself it was for the village. For my sake. That I needed a family to ground me, a successor to share the burden. You're lying, I whisper. About some of it. He concedes. Never all of it. He toys with a scalpel, letting it catch the bioluminescent light. He knew I wanted a summoner whose loyalty could be shaped. Danzo saw a weapon to fight monsters. A child built to balance a scale the world had already cracked. Images slammed together. The forest clearing, his hand on my neck, the curse burning like liquid fire. The empty space where he used to stand in the dango's shop. Sarutobi's office. Piped smoke, old paper, his eyes heavy when he said Konoha would take me in. That I was safe now. Sensei let me go ahead, Orochimaru says softly. Danzo applauded in the shadows. They let you grow. And then Sarutobi let you believe he'd saved you when he pulled you back in after I abandoned you. He smiles, razor thin. When all he was really doing was securing his collateral. His own snake summoner to counter me. In his hopes. In his prayers. Shut up, I whisper. It comes out broken. You're just saying whatever hurts most. That's what you do. He studies me, curious. You think I give myself too much credit, he says. You think you were an accident of war and bad luck. He tilts his head. When you look in a mirror now, he asks, when the Queen's pupils open in your eyes and your teeth itch for throats, do you really think this was never what he wanted? I can't make my throat form an answer. You lost control twice tonight, he goes on. Once in the cave. Once in the street. Both times you bent instead of breaking. Both times Konoha watched and thought, useful. Dangerous. In need of more chains. He taps the blank skin again. I took one of those chains away. Don't you feel lighter? Lighter isn't the word. Untethered, maybe? Why? I grind out. If I'm such a good leash, why cut theirs? Why now? His smile brightens, edges like a scalpel. Because you were never meant to be their leash, he says. You were meant to be mine. My stomach lurches. He leans close enough that his eyes fill my world, gold and amused and utterly sincere in the way only a madman can be. Welcome home, Anko-chan, Orochimaru murmurs. Let's see how much of what they built in you I can reclaim. He straightens, already losing interest in my answer. His hand brushes a tray. Metal glints as he tests the weight of a scalpel. I lie there, naked and strapped down, the ghost of the Queen's venom still burning in my bones. Somewhere under the panic and rage, a small, cold part of me feels for edges. No council leash. No external kill switch. Just the monster in front of me, and the one he helped put in my veins. Whatever he thinks, I know one thing: if I walk out of here alive, it will not be as his. And if I can't walk out, then I'll carve a piece of him off on the way down. The day the wind stopped moving within the wall of Sunagakure, Watchtower/Administrative District, POV, Counselor Yura. By the next morning, the shockwaves of Konoha's survival are already rolling across the desert. I find out about the end of the world from a blood-stained report that smells like wet stone and snake venom. Not officially, of course. Officially, nothing has happened yet. Officially, the Kazekage is still alive, our alliance with Konohagakure is intact, and the invasion we helped launch yesterday is grinding forward according to plan. Unofficially, every courier who staggers through the gates brings a different piece of the same nightmare. Orochimaru turned on us. Iwagakure and Amigakure used our troops as bait and ballast. And Konohagakure, in the middle of the chaos, decided we were worth more as half-tamed hounds than as co-conspirators. I drag on the cigarette until the paper crackles and the burn bites my fingers. I want the pain. It keeps me awake. The ashtray on my desk is already full, gray cones stacked like a broken forest. Under it, reports. Under those, more. Raza-sama devoured by snakes in front of the whole stadium. Doton walls rose under our feet, sir, the street just folded. There was a voice in my head, Yurasama. A Konoha voice. It knew my name. It said, Sunagakure Shinobi, cease hostilities or die with the invaders. I was not on that street. All I have is the courier's shaking voice and the blood on his flak jacket. Voices in your head are Yamanaka tricks and cult nonsense, not how great villages speak. A field decree, from Konohagakure, dropped straight into Suna's skulls in the middle of a war they begged us to join. I can smell Danzo's Shimura all over it, that fossil in a bunker, hijacking a comnet, and draping himself in Tsunade's shiny new title like Sarutobi's old cloak. As if a drunk Senju gambler playing Hokage in a broken village has the right to order Sunagakure no Sato to heal like kennel hounds. Sunagakure bends for famine and sandstorms, not for foreign ghosts in our heads. If the report is true, it's an insult. If it's false, it's a clumsy lie. Either way, it tastes wrong. The tobacco sits hot and bitter in my lungs. Desert wind sneaks through the cracked window, riffling the top page. Raza-sama, eaten alive. If it were anyone but Orochimaru, I'd call it hysteria. But we invited a monster to our table and asked him to carve the meat. That he took the head too should not surprise me. We had a plan. That's what we keep telling ourselves, those of us who signed the sheets while Raza paced and the sand clock bled down. Let Orochimaru and his sound cut into Konoha's soft flank. Let IWA and AIM test the walls and veterans. Let Suna stand between them, indispensable enough that when the dust settled, we could bargain from strength instead of starvation. 3 leashes on one dog. Instead, the dog tore off all 3 hands. Orochimaru slaughtered Takigakure to advertise his appetite. IWA walked into the invasion on a river of Doton and grudges. AIM followed under storm clouds. Somewhere in the middle, Konoha's Jinchuriki tore the sky open and made every commander on the continent remember what true fear tastes like. That, at least, all the reports agree on. A pillar of red chakra on Konoha's southern perimeter, thick as a tower and hot enough that even veteran Jonin felt their skin blister. A 5-tailed host from IWA trading blows with the QB's cage. Earth turning to glass. Men blackened from the inside out. A heartbeat of killing intent that drove even root-trained assassins to their knees. One courier just dropped in front of my desk trying to describe it, fingers clawed at his own throat as if he could still feel fox claws there. If even half of it is true, we did not attack a village. We walked a starving village and a half-broke army into the path of a natural disaster and asked it politely not to notice us. I stubbed the cigarette out harder than necessary. The ashtray jumps. A few but spill, rolling over paperwork like tiny corpses. The pardon bothers me more than the fox. Orochimaru betraying us, Raza dying to snakes, IWA and AIM turning the invasion into their own vendetta. That is shinobi politics. Ugly, but comprehensible. Danzo using a stolen net and a gambler's paper crown to whisper terms directly into our command structure? That is a leash, not an alliance. A test, not a mercy. The knock at my study door is soft but urgent. I drag in one last mouthful of smoke and let it trickle out. Enter, I say. A young administrative chunin bows too fast. His breathing's too quick. His eyes keep flicking to the window. Yurasama, he says, voice thin. We still have no word from the main invasion force or from Kazakage-sama's guard. The council requests your presence. The full assembly has been summoned to discuss Sunegakure's next steps. Succession, he doesn't say. My fingers itch for another cigarette. Instead, I smooth my jacket and push past him. Outside air hits like opening an oven. The administrative district is sandstone and shadow. Alleys are narrow and cool, streets already baking. Sand grinds under my sandals as I step onto the main road. 3 steps. Then I stop. The sky above Sunegakure should be hard blue at this hour, a flawless, merciless bowl. Instead, there are clouds. Not the thin wisps from rain season. Real clouds. Thick and gray, low enough that for a moment I think I could touch them from the nearest watchtower. They move in slow, deliberate sheets, like ink poured across paper. My neck prickles. Clouds? I murmur. Too early. Storms are for other countries. Lightning. Rain. Places that forget to be grateful for water. Here, storms mean something has gone very wrong. A siren wails, the metallic shriek of wall alarms. It cuts across the district like a kunai through silk. Doors slam open. Shinobi spill into streets, faces turning up, then outward. ANBU in desert cloaks sprint past, masks white against sand-colored walls as they head for the outer ring stairs. I don't think. My body moves. I fall in behind them, legs burning as we take the steps 2 and 3 at a time. Stone under my sandals is hot enough to sear. Above us, the clouds thicken, darkening at the horizon. Yurasama? One ANBU glances back, startled. If someone's storming our gates the day after we stormed someone else's, I say, the council can survive without me for 10 minutes. He nods once and pushes harder. By the time we reach the top, my lungs feel lined with sandpaper. I plant a hand on the parapet and drag an air that tastes of dust and distant ozone. Then I look out. The desert beyond Sunegakure should be empty. Endless dunes, occasional outcrop, the faint scar of a caravan road. Today, the dunes move. Lines instead of hills. Rows. An army. They march in disciplined blocks, dark dots on pale sand resolving into ranks of armored shinobi. Metal glints along spear tips. Standard bearers stride at each column's head, banners snapping in a wind that hasn't reached us yet. On each flag, a symbol I know from old briefings and worse nightmares. Blue field. White storm cloud. Kumogakure no Sato. My hand tightens on the sandstone until grit crumbles. Kumogakure. Someone breathes. Here? Yesterday, Sunegakure threw its weight behind an invasion of Konohagakure and was pulled back from annihilation by a foreign village's pity and a dead man's treacherous snake. Today, another of the 5 stands at our doorstep with a storm and an army. For a moment all I can think is, we are not finished paying for yesterday. Not by half. Then the instincts Raza drilled into us take over. Signal squads, I say hoarsely. Get the council to the war room, not the debating chamber. And send a runner to the Kaza. I stop. The word sticks. There is no Kazakage in that tower. To the office, I finish. Habit dies hard. We will receive Kumogakure no Sato properly. Whether they've come as vultures or creditors, I do not know. Either way, the bill has arrived. Thunder at the gates outside the wall of Sunegakure, Kumo forward lines, POVEI, the 4th rakage. Beyond Sunegakure's walls, under a sky gone wrong with thunder, Another Kage finishes his own calculations. The wind here tastes wrong. Too dry for a storm this thick, too still under the thunder. It makes the hair lift along my forearms anyway. I stand at the point of my army, boots half sunk in Sunegakure's sand, and stare at the sandstone walls that pretend they can keep the sky out. Derry, I say, without looking back. Tell me again. My right hand shifts at my shoulder, flak jacket rasping. His voice stays lazy, even with lightning in the air. Our spies confirm it, Reikage-sama. Sabaku no Raza and his invasion force are late and out of contact. Kanahagakure still stands. Bloodied but standing. IWA, aim and sound forces fell back or were culled. Soon as squads that obeyed that field decree lived to limp home. I grunt. So the leaf lives, I say. Repels an invasion led by the Kazekage himself. Walks away with walls cracked but standing. Yes, Reikage-sama. And the boy? Darui's mouth twitches. Same reports. Red chakra on the southern perimeter. Biju class pressure. Gobi's host forced to withdraw or die. They're already calling him the Yellow Flash's whelp in taverns. Of course they are. Minato's brat and the Kyubi in one body, standing on a heap of corpses. And the world applauds because this time the fox is pointed at someone else. I bare my teeth. Excellent, I say, smashing my fists together once. Knuckles crack even under thunder. The leaf wins its little street war and spends blood it can't easily spare. The Kazekage feeds himself to snakes. The board shifts. This desert doesn't care who bleeds on it. I do. Sunegakure staggered into that invasion because it was starving. Because the wind daimyo squeezed them and fire dangled promises and Orochimaru whispered. They wanted out from under Konoha's shadow and walked straight into it. They crawled to Konoha for a future and got used as kindling in someone else's war. I am not here to offer them another leash. I am here to wipe the village off the map and carve a scar into the wind border that no one, Leaf, Mist, or Akatsuki, can cross without thinking twice. I jerk my chin toward the clouds. Tell the storm unit to stop playing and start working, I say. I want the sky dark enough every Sunegakure civilian looks up and knows this is the last storm they'll ever see. Yes, Reikage-sama. Darui's whistle cuts through the wind. Movement ripples down the line. Ninjutsu specialists raise their hands to the roiling sky. Chakra climbs, threads of power knotting into the heavy clouds we heard it from the border. Thunder answers, low and approving. Bring out the pylons! I roar. We're done with their walls. Today, we tear the village out by the roots! A cheer rolls forward from the front lines and back from the reserves. Boots shift. Banners snap. My army smells of sweat, steel, ozone. Under it all, I still smell old snow and wasted opportunity. Yukigekure should have been mine. If not the village, then its secrets. Its armor. Its chakra-conducting tricks. Instead, some silver-haired Hitaki and a snake-marked woman out of Konoha smashed Doto and his pet army before we could get more than scraps. They walked away with the heart of the technology, hid it from their own warhawks, hid it from us. We dug what we could out of mercenary corpses and broken machines. Bribed shipwrights, interrogated engineers until their tongues bled. Rebuilt from fragments. Scraps. Scraps stand behind me now. Kumo squads fan out, unrolling 10 great scrolls in a wide arc, each one far enough from the next that we won't cook ourselves. Ink glistens on parchment. Hands flash through seals. Chakra slams down. White smoke jets up in 10 pillars, then thins in the screaming wind. When it clears, the towers stand revealed, 5-story spines of dark steel, ringed in thick bands carved with lightning runes and snow-style channels. Thick cables snake from their bases back toward our lines. Not elegant. Not finished. But they will do. I am not building a weapon for others to steal. I am making sure there is nothing left to covet. When I'm finished, this won't be a border to contest but a scar, a place everyone remembers Kumo erased a hidden village and kept walking. Reikage-sama. Darui at my side again, cloak flapping, pale hair plastered to his forehead by the damp wind. Storm's thickening. Towers are stable. Black storm units in position. I glance at him. Lazy eyes, heavy-lidded. The only man in my village with black lightning instead of the normal kind. Full throttle, I say. No holding back. We're not here to frighten them. We're here to erase them. I want this stretch of desert so unstable that when the mapmakers redraw the lines, they write "do not enter." He huffs a breath that might be a laugh. You heard him, he calls. On my mark, we feed them. Yujito is not here. B is not here. I left my Jinchuriki on our own borders, exactly where they belong, while Akatsuki sniff around live hosts and Konoha's fox reminds the world why parents used to whisper its name to scare children quiet. I am not a fool. You don't swing both of your village's hearts at a dying minor power while the whole continent counts tails. No. Today belongs to steel and storm and the weight of an army. I roll my shoulders, lightning stirring under my skin in answer to the sky. My father taught me to walk through battle like a thunderhead. Minato taught me, the hard way, there is always someone faster. Now his son stands in Konoha, cloaked in foxfire and his father's legend, and every report says he did not break. Good. Let the boy live. Let Konoha cling to him like driftwood. Let them all point at the leaf and its fox and say that is the terror of this age. Then they will look at this desert, and see what I did to a village with nothing but stolen tech and my own storm. Dairy, I say, eyes on Sunagakure's walls. Once the towers are charged, we take their guard rings, their administrative district. We rake every barracks and armory. When we're done, no shinobi crawls out of that hole. Understood. Black lightning crawls along his skin, darker than the clouds, then races down the cables toward the towers. Steel spines shudder. Rings begin to glow. The air hums high and sharp. Inside those walls is a village that tried to slip Konoha's leash and failed. A village that walked into a slaughter and survived only because a dead man's shadow and the leaf took pity and offered them a way to kneel. Today, there will be no pity. Today, the lesson is simple. There is more than one titan on this continent, and it does not wear a leaf on its forehead. I raise my hand. Begin, I say. The pylons answer. The wall breakers at the foot of the wall, Sunagakure Breach Avenue, POV Darui. When the wall finally gives, lightning and sand collapse inward together. Something ahead. Old chakra, thin but steady. Not the sharp poison thread of a puppeteer. Broader, diffuse, like a field medic who spent too long on battlefields and never learned how to retire. Hold, I say, and the front rank shuffles to a stop. Rain falls in a gray sheet between us and the far end of the street. A stone plaza sits there, half buried, with a cracked fountain in the middle. The scorpion carved into it has lost half its tail. An old man walks out to stand on the rim. Simple robe. No armor. No headcloth to keep the rain off his white hair, thinner than Iai-sama's, with more years in it. His back is bent, but the way he plants his feet on slick stone says the bend came from time, not defeat. The dossiers called him Ibiza of the Sand, elder, advisor, relic of the last war. Chio's brother. The one who watched numbers and odds while she played with strings and poisons. An echo, not the storm itself. Front squad, hold formation, I say quietly. He's not a genin, even if he looks like your grandfather. The old man looks us over, eyes hooded, mouth twisted like he's just been told the tea ran out. So, he says. His voice carries better than it should. Kumogakure sends its thundercats into my streets. I scratch the back of my neck with one finger, feeling rain drip off my wrist guard. Could have stayed in your house, old man, I say. You and I both know today isn't about you. He snorts. No. Today is about mistakes. My generation made them. Yours and the next will pay for them. That does not mean I stand aside while you trample what's left. His hands flick. Not scrolls. Seals. Paper tags slither from his sleeves across the wet stone like pale leaves. vanishing under puddles and debris faster than most of my frontliners can track. Chakra brushes my senses, quick, precise taps, setting pressure points into the street. Trap work, I say. Cute. I clap my hands once. Advance by threes. Watch your footing. Anything that looks like a clean tile is probably the bad one. The first three move with me, staggered a step behind. Ebiza's fingers twitch and the ground responds, stone plates dropping, sand geysers erupting, a wind blade cutting in low edge and level. They're good traps. Old warlayer work. Designed to break ankles, flip formations, open people up for follow-ups. We're not rookies. A black lightning panther goes out ahead again, smaller this time, more broom than beast. It schemes the whetstone, detonating tags in a chain of crackling flashes. The plaza becomes a mess of blasted tiles and scorched paper. Ebiza hisses through his teeth. He had more layers ready, we just burned his timing. He adapts fast. Palms come together, chakra knots tighter. Wind whips through the plaza, tugging at cloaks, trying to shove our line out of shape. A scatter of kunai whistles toward the front rank, each wrapped in a secondary seal that smells like compressed air and powdered glass. Down, I say. We duck. The kunai pass overhead and detonate behind us in a burst of slicing wind. One of my chunin grunts as a shallow line opens across his back, but he stays upright. We've taken worse from Yaisama's temper. You move well for a man who should be complaining about his joints, I call. You talk a lot for a boy who came to kill strangers, Ebiza answers. No hate. Just tired fact. His fingers blur again. The wind sharpens, twisting into spears that thrust from unexpected angles, around corners, up from puddles, off the edges of shattered masonry. His aim is still good. His control is still sharp. Echoes. What he doesn't have is the chakra to sustain it. I feel the strain in every pulse of his presence, the way each jutsu eats what he can't replace. His shoulders hitch between sequences. One knee trembles as he pivots. The storm we brought gives him more to work with, but his body is still old. He's buying time, for who, I don't know. For what, I do. Trap net's nice, I say, mostly so my squad hears I'm calm. Would have hurt 30 years ago. And now? He asks. Now it's troublesome. I slam my palm to the ground. Black lightning floods the cracked tiles in a spreading web, racing along water, metal, ink. Where it hits his tags, they flare, scream, die. Where it touches the wind constructs, it unravels them, turning spears back into gusts. Ebiza grunts as a feedback arc snaps up his arm. His fingers jerk. For a heartbeat, his control slips. That's all I need. I'm in front of him in the next breath, stepping through the last wisps of a dying wind blade. He brings his hands up, old habit, a guard that might have turned aside a rakeage strike back when my father's generation were young. My left forearm slams into his, not hard enough to shatter bone, just enough to knock it wide. My right hand plants flat against his chest. Should have stayed asleep, Ji-san, I say quietly. Let the young idiots do the dying. Black lightning roars. For an instant his chakra flares, bright, defiant, hooks of a half-formed technique trying to coil around my arm, bleed off the current, redirect it. Clever trick. Would have been nasty with more power. Then his reserves run out, and the jutsu collapses under mine. The blast sends him skidding across the fountain rim. Stone cracks under him, then again as he slides to the plaza floor and doesn't get back up. Steam curls from the hole in his robe. His chest rises once. Twice. Stops. I let out a slow breath I didn't realize I was holding. Tag the body, I say. Check for seals, then cover him. We don't leave elders like that for the carrion. A squad leader nods, signaling a pair of sealers forward. I turn away. Somewhere deeper in the village, another old chakra flares, sharper, meaner, wrapped tight around puppet signatures I recognize from war reports. Chio. Yaisama's path is angling that way. A heartbeat later, the storm over that quarter of Sunagakure splits with a single, vicious thunderclap. The kind that doesn't come from pylons or squad volleys, but from one man wrapped in lightning deciding he's finished talking. The ground under my feet shivers. Echoes don't last. They fade. Sunagekyur's elders are spending themselves one by one against a tide that isn't going to stop. Move! I tell my squads, and step off the broken fountain, deeper into the dying village. The price of old legends. The streets of Sunagekyur, Central Sector / Chio's Last Stand, POVEI 4th Rakage. Deeper in the dying village, where legends refuse to stay in their graves, another clash scars the map. I hit her street like a hammer. Lightning armor wraps me, hot and familiar, crackling over every muscle and bone. The world slows to something I can use. Rain hangs in chains. Stone dust hangs between heartbeats. Sunagekyur's narrow buildings lean inward, funneling sound and fear straight toward me. In the middle of the avenue, framed by a half-collapsed archway and a broken puppet, she stands. Chio of the Sand. I know her from old sketches and older curses. She looks smaller in person. Thinner. White hair pinned up with too few pins, robes soaked and heavy, shoulders sharp as kunai. Her eyes are not small. They're flat, hard, weighing me the way a surgeon weighs a knife. You grew up, she says, like we're at a summit table instead of ankle-deep in rubble. Lightning armor again. Your father's trick. Scrolls snap open around her like banners, 3, 4, 5. Chakra threads spear out from her hands, too fine for a normal eye, clear as rope to me. The air in front of her fills with bodies. Puppets. But she moves them like men. 4 of them. Human-sized frames of lacquer and steel, each different, one bulky with a chest full of holes, one narrow with arms too long, one whose head can turn all the way around, one whose joints make no sound at all. They spread to encircle me without a word. Their feet barely disturb the water. So this is what she kept in reserve. I roll my shoulders. Lightning flares brighter around me. Old legends don't retire easy, do they? I say. She snorts. Someone has to clean up after children like you, and your father. They come. The quiet one hits first, low, blades flicking out. The bulky one behind coughs a cloud of green into the space it thinks I'll shin into. The long-armed one whips out segmented fingers, angling to tangle my legs. The last hangs back, head twitching, eye slits tracking my chakra, waiting for an opening. Good patterns. Efficient. Designed to kill someone my size, my build, my speed. 40 years ago. I am not 40 years ago. I step, and the world lurches. Lightning pulses down my spine, into my calves, out through my toes. The street blurs. One moment the bulk puppet is exhaling its poison, the next my hand is in its chest, fingers wrapped around its hardcore. Gas billows through and past my armor, torn apart by the sheer speed of my passage. My lungs taste only ozone. I squeeze. Wood and metal explode outward in a cone. Poison spatters harmlessly across crackling chakra. A blade meant for my ribs skitters off my shoulder in a shower of sparks. The chain meant for my legs whips through empty air. Too slow. All of it is too slow. I move again. The quiet one loses its legs at the knees as I pass, a single chop turning joints to splinters. The long-armed one tries to retract its fingers, to reconfigure. My elbow takes its head off before the thought reaches her hands. The watcher lurches forward at last, mouth opening to spit something bright and buzzing. I hit it in the stomach with my shoulder. Armor meets carved body. Carved body loses. We crash through the front of a bakery, sacks of flour bursting and white ghosts around us. Sparks dance in the dust for a dangerous instant. Rain knifes in through the broken roof and slaps them flat. I straighten in rubble, breathing only a little harder, lightning still humming. 2 heartbeats. That's how long the fight took. Chio stands where she was, threads still out, fingers shaking. Her puppets lie in pieces between us. One still twitches, a single arm spasming as a thread feeds at one last command out of habit. Then it stops. She coughs. Blood spatters the wall beside her, dark and thick. When? She asks no one in particular. Did the younger generation grow so strong? I walk toward her. Every step crunches over something broken, wood, stone, bone. Suna bodies too. My entrance killed more than puppets. Shockwaves and flying debris turn defenders into smears on their own walls. Their faces blur at the edge of my vision. I stay focused on the old woman. I am Raikage. I do not get to look away, but I do not have to stare. By the time I reach her, she's sunk to one knee. Her hand presses her side where my first pass clipped her. The fabric is black with blood. Lightning armor flickers and fades as I let it go, chakra sinking back under my skin. No need to waste more on someone who can barely stand. She tilts her head back, forcing her neck to hold the weight so she can glare properly. My jaw aches from clenching. Your village's time is over, old woman, I say. My voice sounds like someone else's. Today, the 5 will be 4. Her eyes narrow. The wars, she says slowly, were never about annihilation. Territory, clients, leverage, yes. Children stolen, hosts taken, soldiers chewed and spat out. But the villages remained. There were lines. She coughs again, wipes her mouth. Red on wrinkled skin. Apparently, she finishes. Not anymore. She breathes for a moment, shallow and careful, rain plastering hair to her forehead. Why? She asks. No theatrics. No begging. Just that. You can't occupy wind. Even you can't stretch your arm that far and leave your own borders bare. You can't hold this land. So what do you gain by destroying us? Money, I say. And fear. She snorts, half laugh, half choke. You young Kaget and your fondness for simple lies. It is simple, I say. You undercut Konoha for years because wind grew desperate. Your daimyo bled you dry, fire promised you crumbs. This invasion was your chance to change your standing. You gambled and lost. Now I make sure Leaf pays full price. She frowns. By raising us? We turn on them. The alliance broke the moment Raza walked into Konoha at that snake's side. You don't weaken Konoha by killing traitors they already hate. You misunderstand the scale, I say. I look past her, over her shoulder. What changes today? I go on. Is that you're the only one of the 5 whose basic tricks hard counter ours. Wind shreds lightning. Everyone who matters knows it. As long as Suna can field Shinobi, you're a piece Konoha can slide in front of us whenever the board tilts. So you kill us all, she says, like balancing a ledger. So wind versus lightning stops being a matchup and becomes a warning. So when clients look up in a world with a damaged leaf and no sand, I answer, their eyes climb the mountain. They remember the village that walked into a desert, erased a hidden village, and walked out again. Her hand tightens on her side. You've raised Suna to weaken Konoha, she says, letting scorn show. You idiotic, petulant child. We already betrayed them. The alliance was dead. All this blood for a story. The story is the point, I say. The fox boy can snarl on some far-off field and they'll flinch, but when they think about overreaching, about building power in our shadow, they'll remember this. Storm on sand, a village here one day and only glass and ghosts the next. Her laugh is small, bitter. As long as one Sunagakure child breathes, we will rise again, she says. That's what your own elders told you about Yuzushio, is it not? Seal villages. Clan villages. You can't kill the idea unless you kill every whelp that carries it. The name drags a memory up like a hooked fish. Stone meeting sea. Waves full of ink and chains and screaming. A younger me at my father's side while stamps and seals tear through our lines. Proud Kumo Shinobi turned to red foam on black water. Anoki's hard little voice afterward, gravel in a human shape. You should have finished them, Raikage. Leave even one of that blood alive and someday they will pay you back in kind. We hadn't. Not properly. We'd walked away bloodied and furious, and when Yuzushio finally fell it wasn't by our hand. My father swallowed that failure like poison. I watched it hollow him out. Chio sees something in my face. Yes, she says quietly. I see it. You are not your father. He knew where to stop. You do not. Behind her, what's left of Sunagakure sprawls like a wounded animal. Smoke. The distant hum of pylons. Somewhere, a child crying, thin, high wails that keep stopping and starting like someone's trying to hush them, to hide. As long as one Sunagakure child breathes. Lightning stirs under my skin, restless. My stomach turns. This is not good. Not clean. There is no glory. No song that makes it better. This is drawing a line in blood and praying it stays long enough to scare worse monsters. I am Raikage. My village lives or dies on what I do while the storm is in my hands. I am not my father, I say at last. My throat is dry. But I remember what he taught me. And what he failed to do. Her mouth tightens. So you'll kill them all. The words are there before I can swallow them back. Old, ugly words. Anoki in one ear, thunder in the other. Old, I hear myself say. Young. Academy. Nurseries. If they wear a forehead protector or will grow into one, they die. The sentence tastes foul. This time, I continue, voice low. We don't walk away wounded while seals chew through our lines. This time we walk straight. Our enemies dust beneath us. Chio's eyes close. You will damn yourself, she whispers. Already done, I say. I raise my hand. There are easier ways to kill an old woman. A kunai. A broken neck. Clean. Fast. Lightning gathers anyway. Habit. Identity. Punishment. She doesn't look away. Doesn't beg. Her last breath leaves in a soft sigh as the light builds. I drop my hand. The strike is quick. When the afterimage fades, there's a charred shape on wet stone. I stand over it for a heartbeat, rain hissing on my armor. Then I turn, calling my chakra up again, forcing the bitterness down where it belongs. Dairy. I send through the comm line, chakra brushing the train channel. A pause. The sense of him turning to listen. Raikage-sama. No sooner shinobi live, I say. No future shinobi. Academy, training yards, clan compounds. We leave civilians enough to dig graves and build a village of shopkeepers and farmers if they can, but every blade hand, every seal hand, every child marked for the academy dies today. The line is very quiet. Yes, Raikage-sama, he says eventually. Professional and flat. I know him well enough to hear the weight under it. Orders received. The channel closes. I exhale. The storm above growls, indifferent. Ruthlessness is a mercy, I tell myself, over the sound of distant screams and soft rain. A sharp cut now so we don't drown later in foxfire, red clouds, and the slow attrition of a world that thinks we're soft. It still feels like poison in my veins. I force my shoulders back and call the lightning up again. There is work to finish. Sunagakure wandered out from under Konohagakure's shadow. I will grant their wish. Stone beneath the stormed Tsuchikage's office/administrative tower, POV, Katsuchi, Tsuchikage. While sand turns to glass in the west, stone retreats from fire's forests, and takes stock of what survived. I do not sleep the night we leave the land of fire. Tsuchi no Kuni stone smells different after a defeat. The air is the same thin chill over the mountains, the same dust in my lungs, but it sits wrong on my tongue, ashy, metallic, like I've been chewing kunai wire since we crossed the border. Reports pile up on my desk in a steady, accusing slope. Casualty lists. SEAL team debriefs. Lost ledgers from the daimyo's accountants. Preliminary chakra analyses from the medics. I stamp what needs stamping and sign what needs signing, and the ink looks like dried blood no matter how clean the brush. I miscalculated. They will light incense for their dead in their shrines, but the story that will travel is different. That Konohagakure repelled an invasion led by the monster of rain and the warface of IWA. That they stood under the shadow of a five-tailed dolphin horse being driven like a beast into the QB's teeth, and did not break. That they wielded boss summons, serpents and toads the size of mansions, through the hands of Mitarashi Enko and the Jinchuriki himself, their arsenal deeper now than in the days of Sarutobi, shadows of the Third War Reborn, when the Sannin and the yellow flash burned bright across continents. That they enshrined the son of the fastest man alive and the crimson monster who turned veterans into meat on the sand. Minato Namikaze reaches out from the grave, and somehow he still has my throat in his hand. Han's personal note lies open on my desk, scrawled on the back of his mission log before the healers sedated him. Gobi is unsettled. Says the fox is not like us. Says we do not fight it unless it comes for us, and even then we flee. Its hatred has curdled into something else. Not chakra. A wound that thinks. Anything it touches will rot from the inside out. Do not measure that one by age or rank. I am telling you because the beast is afraid, and I am too. I should have weighed that part more heavily than the boy's scant records and age. Han only survived because the sealing cord dragged him out on a thread of Biju chakra and stubbornness. He lies in a refrigerated bunker 3 floors below me, breathing shallowly while Medic Neen argue how to peel fox poison out of a fellow host without killing them both. Sumiko. I see her again in that ruined southern street, chain melting in that red light, her bare hands slapping the boy's arm aside to shove his killing arc away from our own troops, the meat of her palms smoking where his chakra touched her. She lives. Barely. The burns do not behave like fire or acid, they reopen unless medics drown them in carefully modulated earth and water chakra. Fox taint, they whisper. A knock interrupts. Enter. Kuratsuchi steps in first, tall, straight, stone in human form. Her armor is scrubbed clean, but a dark line stains her jaw where someone's blood refused to wash out. Sumiko follows half a step behind, out of uniform, her left arm wrapped in shimmering, seal-scripted bandages. Sachikage-sama, Kuratsuchi says. Per your order, I have escorted Sumiko from the medical wing. Healers cleared her for light discussion only. As if I'm a crate of fragile pottery. Sumiko mutters. Sit, I say. Both of you. They do, though with the sideways measuring glances of half-sisters who grew up in the same yards and bled on the same stones. Kuratsuchi will never call her that aloud. Concubine's child is the lie we let the elders keep, but blood knows blood. I let the silence grow heavy. You've read the reports, I say. Now tell me how we lost what should have been a strangled leaf. Kuratsuchi answers first. Fractures everywhere, she says. Orochimaru turned early. Hanzo misread Jiraiya and the snake and overextended. Danzo's rats tore deeper than expected. And she hesitates. I wait. The Jinchuriki engagement changed everything. Sumiko's fingers whiten on the chair. You weren't close enough to feel it, she says quietly. From where you stood, it reset the board. Where I was, it flipped the table. Explain, I say. She breathes through a twitch of pain as her bandages pulse. Han and I almost died. Not from a blade. From chakra. Contact. Her voice drops. I studied the Yambi under Rashi. I studied the Gobi under Han. I know what Biju leaks feel like. The fox is wrong. She looks past me at something only she saw. I felt it once, when I cut through his cloak to divert a strike. My own chakra recoiled. Yambi screamed through me, panicked and furious. It was like dipping my hand into an acid bath that hated me. Our jutsu treat chakra as something we mold. But that thing. Her voice hardens. That thing is a will, sharpened into poison. Silence. I tap Han's note. Why didn't either of you argue harder when the plan put you within reach of him? Kuratsuchi flinches. Sumiko's gaze doesn't move. We did, she says. Twice. You overruled us. Her eyes are steady, accusing. You said we were IWA, and we don't flinch from monsters. That if we treated him like a god on the field, the rest of the continent would, too. I feel that one in my ribs, right where Tsunade shattered them. I believed we could end him before he reached that state. I say. I believed discipline could drown chaos. I believed, as my father did at Canobi, that if we pushed hard enough, bled enough, the leaf would break. A beat. I was wrong. They do not soften, but they steady. So, Kuratsuchi says. What now? The leaf is hurt but alive. Rain is volatile. Suna is leaderless. Kumo is moving. Akatsuki circles. Do we hide or? We prepare to kill a boy, Sumiko says. Kuratsuchi stiffens. I wait. He cannot be allowed to grow. Sumiko continues. Give him 5 years and he'll stand where Minato stood, only worse. A fox in his gut. A village desperate enough to use him. If we want to survive, he must die before he outgrows us. Killing him will not be simple, Kuratsuchi says. He is the apprentice of the copy Nin. The disciple of the Toad Sage. A subordinate of the Toad clan. Layers of protectors. They won't let him breathe without a guardian. Sumiko nods once. Then we use the rest of the world. We put a bounty on his head big enough to make every shark on the continent salivate. Somebody gets lucky, and our problem solves itself. Cold. Practical. IWA. Kuratsuchi grimaces, but she doesn't disagree. I bark a humorless laugh. You two really are your grandfather's heirs, I mutter. But they're right. Outside help. New alliances. Ugly choices. The world is shifting under our feet. I will not bow to Akatsuki, I say. I will not trade one leash for another. But we will adjust to the storm. I stand. Here's what happens next. We bury our dead. Every name carved, every family compensated. Kuratsuchi, you take command of Jonin and specialist retraining. New doctrine within a week, Biju containment, anti-seal maneuvers, counter-summon tactics. Flexibility over brute force. Understood, she says, eyes igniting. Sumiko, you work with the medics and SEAL Corps. I want a dossier on QB taint, symptoms, chakra reactions, long-term degradation. Everything. She bows her head. Yes, Tsuchikuchi-sama. And both of you train together. I add. If bones break in the yard, so be it. But when Konoha comes, and Tsunade will, my 2 sharpest blades won't be pointed at each other. They bow. And the boy? Sumiko asks softly. My stomach turns. We learn him, I say. We map him. We prepare counters. And when the board shifts, we take the opening. I step to the window. The city rises tier by tier, black smoke from cremation pyres staining the sky. Tsunade will come. With a grudge like a mountain. When she does, we will not kneel. We will not break. We will be ready. Dismissed. They leave. I gather Han's note and Sumiko's file, stack them like an altar, and stare until the ink blurs. A foxchild in the leaf. A stone village on shifting sands. A future carved in blood unless I carve it first. I pick up my brush. And begin writing orders. Miss that bites back Mizukage residence, outer estate, Kirigakure, May Terumi POV. 2 days after word of Sans erasure reaches the sea, the mist tests the edges of its new scars. I hate being still. My ribs disagree. So does the long line of bruised bone down my spine where Fujitsu Masashi bounced me off 3 different walls before we decided not to kill each other. The physicians told me, very politely, that if I didn't stop trying to test the limits of my range of motion, they would sedate me like an unruly summon. Kirigakure does not have enough medic nin left to waste chakra on a stubborn Mizukage. The purges made sure of that. So I am under house arrest in my own villa on the outskirts, wrapped in bandages and politics. 2 days since the Suna reports came in. 2 days of holding still while the map redraws itself. Steel rings outside, fast, clean, with enough weight behind it to be worth listening to. I ease myself up from the tatame, teeth clenched as half-healed muscle pulls, and shuffle toward the open engawa. The mist has rolled in thick around the training yard, turning the old estate's walls into vague suggestions and the trees into dark smears. In the middle of it, 2 figures blur and clash. Chojuro is the easier to track. He telegraphs in the shoulders when he's tired, and even when he's not, He moves like he's apologizing to the air for disturbing it. Hiramikari hums in his grip, chakra lighting its outline as he brings it down in a clumsy, overcommitted overhead strike. His opponent is the opposite of clumsy. Masashi slides into the gap under the swing as if the boy's misstep was rehearsed. The old man's sword, an ugly, beautiful slab of metal older than half the clans in the village, tilts just enough to knock Hiramikari's line off. His free hand snakes out, knuckles wrapping Chojuro's wrist. The blade jolts, fingers spasm, and in that instant Masashi turns, hip driving into a tight spin kick that catches my subordinate in the ribs. Chojuro hits the packed dirt hard enough that my own bruises ache in sympathy. Hiramikari skids away in a spray of mud. Masashi lets the motion carry him through into stillness, then sheathes his sword with a clean click. His breath barely hitches. Mine did not look that controlled when I was standing where Chojuro is now. Weeks ago, Fujitsu Masashi tried to cut my head off in this same yard. He came back from whatever rock he'd been brooding under, found out the Sandame was dead, Yagura had been a puppet, his precious seven scattered or murdered, and his village had turned into a meat grinder for bloodlines. He took one look at me, the woman who ended the purges, and decided I was either the solution or the latest problem. He tested that proposition with steel. We fought from the docks to the inner wall, tore up 3 streets and half a watchtower. I'm not sure how many times I would have died if he hadn't pulled his cuts at the last possible second. I matched him. Barely. Long enough for Ao to drag in proof of the genjutsu on Yagura, long enough to spit the truth at him between exchanges. The moment he realized he'd been sharpening his hatred for the wrong target for a decade, he stopped trying to kill me. Now he's in my courtyard, beating my swordsman bloody instead. Again, Masashi says. Chojuro groans into the dirt. Why yes, Fujitsu-sama. He pushes himself up, shoulders shaking, retrieves Hiramikari with both hands, and staggers back into stance. I step out onto the engawa, letting the floorboards creak under my bare feet. Mist curls around my ankles. My ribs complain. I smile through them. You're going to snap him in half if you keep hitting the same spot, I call. Masashi glances over, one dark brow lifting. His hair has gone almost entirely silver, but his eyes haven't softened at all. Mei-chan, he says. You're upright. Either the medics underestimated you, or you've decided to ignore perfectly good advice again. Why not both? I lean against a post, palms flat, taking some weight off my legs. Healers say move a little. I'm moving. A little. Chojuro goes red to the tips of his ears at the Mei-chan, which is an added bonus. Masashi snorts and jerks his chin at the boy. Your subordinates are painfully undertrained. I'm beginning to have second thoughts about our arrangement. Maybe the political crap of being Mizukage is less tedious than reclaiming my mantle as premier swordsman if these miserable pups are the raw material. Chojuro wilts. I tilt my head, letting my hair slide over one shoulder. Careful, old man. If you keep insulting my pups, I might decide you're still a problem instead of an asset. His mouth twitches. Not quite a smile. We both know how our last disagreement went. Besides, I add, you didn't seem to mind when I was the miserable pup trying to open you up. As I recall, you looked almost alive. Don't flatter yourself, he says. That was just old muscle memory waking up. Turns out retirement stiffens more than the joints. Chojuro makes a strangled noise. I pretend not to hear it. I watch them for a few more exchanges. Masashi is deliberately feeding him openings, forcing him to choose between guarding his ribs or protecting his grip. Chojuro, to his credit, starts choosing correctly more often than not. Better, Masashi grunts finally. Still pathetic, but less so. He steps back and raises a hand, signaling a halt. Chojuro sags with relief. Go drink water, I tell him. Then find AO and review coastal sentry rotations. I want you thinking like a defender, not just a blade. Yes, Mizukage-sama. He bows to me, then to Masashi, deeper, if I'm not imagining it, and hurries off, clutching Hiramikari like a lifeline. The yard settles. The mist presses closer, carrying the salt iron tang of distant sea. Masashi joins me on the Engawa with the unhurried grace of a man who has never lost a duel he cared about. Up close, I can see the faint tremor in his right hand when he releases the hilt. Old injuries. Old battles. He masks it well. So, he says, you watch from the porch and let me do the beating now. That the plan? Delegation, I say lightly. Very Kage-like of me. He studies my face. You're not out here just to criticize my teaching or admire the view. He's right. I rarely look at the bay from this side. The water is just a smear of gray beyond the trees. The real view is the map in my head, all the little pins shifting. I straighten slowly. Our latest reports from the mainland came in last night. Let me guess, he says. The Leaf survived. Repelled? I correct. Bloodied but standing. Iwa's pullout confirmed. Aim's remnants scattered. Orochimaru slithered off into whatever hole he crawled out of. Suna. I let the word hang. Masashi's eyes narrow. What about sand? I meet his gaze. Kumogakure walked into the wind country and tore down Sunegakure's walls. Pylons amplified lightning. The village is gone. Not defeated. Razed. For a moment he doesn't move. Then I feel it, his chakra tightening under the skin, fingers flexing once on the hilt at his hip. My, he says eventually. Yeah, I always was a bold, bloodthirsty little brat. I thought age might have filed some of his edges. Seems not. Apparently not, I say. Our agents report that he's turning the ruins into a warning more than territory. No garrison. No attempt at occupation. Just absence. And stories. Stories have longer legs than armies, Masashi mutters. A hidden village vanishing into glass and sand? Children in Kumo will grow up with that carved into their bones. He glances sideways at me. As will ours. Yes. I fold my arms, ignoring the pull in my side. And that's not the only story spreading. His expression prompts me to continue. There are whispers, I say. From mercenaries who ran when the sky turned red over Konoha. Of a boy on top of the Hokage monument, half devoured by fox chakra, swinging a sword with Uzumaki crests. Of a Jinchuriki who wrestled the Gobi to a standstill while boss toads and snakes tore up the streets around him. Masashi grunts. We already knew the Kyubi brat survived. That he had Minato's face. Nothing new there. New enough, I say, when you put names to the ghosts. Our older hunters remember the Crimson Nightmare from the Third War, the Uzumaki woman with the red hair who turned Kiri and Kumo squads into meat if they got careless near a seal array. They remember who helped our enemies take Uzushio apart, and who dragged her clan's secrets home in chains. I watch his jaw tighten. Now her son lives, I say softly. He knows his heritage. He knows what happened to his clan. He is being trained by Konoha's copy Nin and Jiraiya of the Sannin. And he is learning what it feels like to aim that fox at other people's monsters and walk away the hero. I let that hang between us like mist. If history teaches us anything, I add, it's that children like that do not grow into men friendly to villages that filled their parents' graves. Masashi exhales through his nose. So. Kumo raises sand. Leaf arms the Crimson Nightmare's boy and parades him as their savior. And we have a shattered navy, I say. A village that's only just stopped drowning itself in bloodline paranoia. And no Jinchuriki. He gives me a flat look. You make it sound so rosy. I bare my teeth at him in something that might be a smile. He leans back against the pillar, crossing his arms. We both know the logic, Mei-chan. Last time I checked, we were the only one of the 5 without a container. That puts us in a very bad place. I am aware, I say dryly. Then you know what I'm going to say next. I do. I still don't like hearing it. We need Yagura, he says. Or someone like him. Or the Rokubi. Otherwise, when the map settles, we're the least terrifying monster at the table. And you know how predators treat the runt. My jaw tightens. Yagura, I say, is a war criminal who spent years slaughtering our own people under foreign genjutsu. My hunter knee nearly took him down once. Whoever freed him from that control killed them for the trouble. He has been a ghost ever since. Masashi lifts a hand to cut me off. I'm not saying you put his face back on the monument and give him his old hat. I'm saying you find him before someone else does and decide what he is to us: asset, weapon, bargaining chip, or corpse. But leaving him wild is not a luxury you have anymore. The worst part is that he's right. I grit my teeth, then force my voice calm. Our spies in the Western Islands sent word before the tsunamis. I say. Utakata's last known bolt hole was destroyed. No clear sign if he's dead or just vanished. The Rokubi is either roaming free or sunk into some hole we haven't found. As for Yagura, there are scattered sightings. A man with his height and chakra density moving through minor ports, sometimes with a younger presence at his back. Apprentice, bodyguard, I don't know. No names. No clean trail. Masashi's lips curl. He's training, then. Or hiding behind someone whose hands aren't on every wanted poster. Wonderful. I cannot pardon him. I say, each word precise. Not openly. Not after everything. Half the village would revolt, and the other half would quietly wait for an excuse to kill him in his sleep. But, he prompts. But if someone were to bring him in, I say, not as the Yondaime Mizukage returned, but as a bound asset, the way Konoha uses root, the way IWA treats its hosts, then perhaps we could have a conversation. Under seals. Out of sight. For the village's sake, not his. Masashi scratches at his jaw, considering. That, he says slowly, sounds like the kind of dirty work you hire a relic for. I was thinking of appealing to your nostalgic side. I say. You did spend years honing your skills to kill anyone who sat in that chair. Seems a waste to throw all that training away. He barks out a laugh. You're a snake when you want to be, girl. I shrug, careful of my ribs. Occupational hazard. His face sobers. I won't lie, he says. The idea of putting a blade to Yagura's throat again has a certain symmetry. I've been studying ways to deal with creatures like him since before your academy days. Not just swing harder. Seal points. Chakra disruption. Ways to stun a Biju without leveling a city. If I find him, I can bring him in. Maybe even alive. Alive would be better. I say. We need options, not martyrs. Can't promise that, he replies. But I can promise I'll make sure someone else doesn't get him first. We stand there a moment, listening to the drip of water from the eaves and the distant thump of waves. You know, he says, you didn't tell me what you decided about our other arrangement. I arch a brow. The one where you stop trying to kill my ANBU and start making yourself useful? He snorts. The one where I disappear back into the fog, start collecting what's left of our swords, and make sure people whisper mist and mean something again. Ah. That one. I look down at the yard where Chojuro fell. At the empty weapon racks along the wall, where only 2 of the 7's blades sit, Hiramikarii and 1 other. The rest are lost, stolen, or in enemy hands. Kiri's name used to make children in other countries scream in their sleep. I say. Now half of them just picture a village too busy killing itself to matter. Masashi's mouth goes thin. You help me change that. I say. You move in the dark. You find the blades old and new. You train a generation who won't flinch at the taste of blood and won't turn it inward. The 7 swordsmen become a title worth fearing again, not a ghost story, not a cautionary tale. He doesn't answer right away. The mist beads on his eyelashes. And in return? He asks finally. In return, I say, I keep the council off your back. I feed you intel instead of dogs. When you drag some half-broken sword from a warlord's trophy room or an enemy's spine, you bring it home, not to the highest bidder. His eyes narrow. And when I decide one of your pretty, idealistic little reformers isn't worth the steel in their hand? Then you tell me first, I say. And we decide if they need more training, or replacing. A slow, vicious smile spreads across his face. There's the Mizukage, he says. I was worried you'd gone soft with all this ending the purges and no more child soldiers talk. I said no more senseless child soldiers, I correct. If I'm going to send teenagers to die on somebody else's shore, they'll at least be sharp enough to cut back. He laughs, low and approving. Very well, Mei-chan, he says. I'll watch from the shadows. I'll collect the blades. I'll make sure that when people speak of mist again, they remember why they used to be afraid to sail in our direction. And Yagura? I ask. He taps his sword hilt. If I see him, I'll test which he is now, monster, man, or something in between. I'll send word before I drag him in. Maybe you'll even be healed enough to watch. Try not to start that fight in the middle of my village, I say. We've had enough holes blown in the streets lately. He gives me a look that says he makes no promises at all. We fall quiet again. The sea breathes. Somewhere in the distance, a gull cries. The world is rearranging itself. Sand turned to glass, leaf wearing its monsters on its sleeve, cloud howling over a corpse of a village. Kirigakure has always lived on the edge of someone else's storm. This time, I intend for us to be one of the things other people plan around. Go rest, Masashi says abruptly. You look like hell. I snort. You should see the other guy. I did, he says dryly. In the mirror. I wave him off and turn back toward the interior of the house, each step a measured negotiation with my own scars. There is a boy in Konoha who wears the legacy of the Crimson Nightmare, and the yellow flash like a cloak. There is a Reikage turning villages into warnings. There is a former Mizukage somewhere in the world with a beast in his gut and blood on his hands that still smells like ours. And there is me, Terumi Mei, Mizukage of a half-broken village, with an old wolf in my courtyard and a very small window in which to turn knives pointed at us into knives pointed outward. I intend to use it. The ghost-reforged underground Uchiha bunker, deep below Fire Country, Uchiha Itachi POV. Far from any throne or council hall, beneath Fire Country's roots, another ghost prepares for the next phase of the war. The bunker still smells like smoke. Not the fresh kind that clings to skin after a fire, but the old kind that sinks into stone, incense, gunpowder, and years of burned offerings. Uchiha air. Even after everything, it still smells like home. No living shinobi knows this room exists. Not Danzo. Not the Sandaime when he still lived. Not even my father, I think. The builders buried it deeper than the clan compound vaults, down past the Naka shrine, below the level of the oldest catacombs. An emergency shelter from a war no one remembers. It is mine now. Black feathers rustle above me as another crow hops along the ceiling beams, claws ticking on old wood. 3 more sit in a loose circle around the low stone table, watching me with bright, coin-sized eyes. Harbingers of death, they call them. They know more about keeping things alive than most medics I've met. Again, croaks the largest, its left wing ragged from an old kunai tear. Old Crow has never given me a name. He does not need one. I exhale, slow, and lower my fingers to the sealwork at my temple. The patch over my right eye is gone. The skin around the socket stings faintly where the last bandage came off. The new eye sits there, quiet and heavy and unfamiliar. Sasuke's chakra tastes young and furious, even dormant. The seal inked around the lid thrums under my fingertips. Suppression. Containment. I thread chakra through it as Old Crow taught me, feeling for leaks, for any uncontrolled flare that might brush against the village's sensory net above. Nothing. Good. Stable, I say. A chorus of soft croaks answers. The crows helped with the surgery. Not the cutting, they have no hands for that. But they know anatomy the way other summons know weather or poison. Centuries of picking at battlefields, of watching bodies come apart, of listening while dying men explain exactly where it hurts. Under their guidance, and with the tools I stole from an underground root clinic, I removed my own ruined eye and slid Sasuke's into its place. It is an imperfect solution. Sasuke's Sharingan never matured to Mangekyo. His optic nerves were not shaped for what I intend to ask of them. But blood calls to blood. With time, strain, and the right stimuli, the pathways will form. Kakashi proved that much with Obito's gift. I have walked to the edge of my own light. If I keep using my Mangekyo as I did during the invasion, I will go blind long before the board sets for the final game. I cannot afford that. I lean back against the cold stone, letting my head tip up toward the shadows of the ceiling. On the shelf to my left, inside a crystal cylinder filled with preserving fluid, Shusui's eye floats half-lidded, its tomo hidden. I can feel it even through the seals carved into the glass, a familiar, aching presence. The best of us. The closest thing I ever had to an older brother. On the cloth in front of me, my own left eye stares back, cloudy around the edges from overuse, veins spiderwebbed in crimson. I took it a few hours ago. The pain is a dull, distant echo now. 2 empty sockets for the first time since I was a child. 2 gifts, waiting to be claimed. It is time to stack the board. I murmur. The nearest crow clicks its beak. Risky, it says. Its voice is higher than old crows, almost amused. One eye like Shusui's. One like your brother's. No one has done this before. No one had the opportunity, I reply. Or the need. I reach for the cylinder. The glass is cool under my hand. The seals flare, recognizing my chakra, and dim. Carefully, reverently, I lift Shusui's eye free, cradle it in my palm. This one, I say quietly. For the man I was supposed to be. I set it down near my right socket. And this, I add, brushing a finger over Sasuke's lid. For the boy I condemned. Harbinger of death, indeed. Do you truly think it will be enough? Old Crow asks. Against the Ancient One? Against the eyes behind your eyes? Madara. He is not a forgiving man. I knew that when I agreed to dance on his strings. I know it more intimately now, after watching him nudge the world toward war from behind pain's shadow. I don't know, I say. Madara's chakra is abyssal, old, thick, soaked in more killing intent than most men can even conceptualize. His Mangekyo, whatever shape it has taken since he first awakened it, has had decades to sink its hooks into the world. 2 new eyes, even of this caliber, will not suddenly make me his equal. But they may make me something else. An anomaly. No one, not Madara, not Pain, not Kakashi, not even the old man if he were still alive, has seen what happens when you carry Shusui's genjutsu in one eye and your own brother's potential in the other. Not sealed in crows, not transplanted in another, but worn together, in the same skull, feeding into the same pathways. In Akatsuki, surprise is worth more than raw power. So is information. I lie back on the table. The stone is cold under my shoulders. The crows hop closer, forming a loose circle. Old Crow takes my right side, the amused one my left. Remember, Old Crow says. Once we begin, you cannot flinch. If you do, you will scratch the nerves, and then you will be blind for sure. I remember, I say. My throat is dry. Begin. Dark wings rustle. Talons press lightly against my temples, holding my head in place. A third crow settles on my chest, its weight a small, steady anchor. I inhale. Exhale. Do it. They move with a precision that would shame a human surgeon. I feel the brush of chakra-guided metal, the tug of tissue, the wet, sliding discomfort of my left socket being cleaned and reshaped for its new occupant. Pain blooms, sharp, then distant, then sharp again, but I have lived on a battlefield long enough to ride it. When Shusui's eye finally settles into place, my entire skull throbs. The chakra in it brushes against mine, tentative, as if recognizing an old friend through fog. Good, Old Crow croaks. Now the other. Sasuke's implantation is worse. Not because of the technique, it is the same. Because of what it means. I did not see his face when he died. Root took his body for Danzo's collection before I could reach the field. I recovered the eye from a jar much like the one Shirsoi's has sat in for years, buried in a bunker below Konoha's own rot. My little brother's last legacy to the clan he hated, now being shoved into the skull of the man who slaughtered them. If there are gods, they have a sense of humor. When both eyes are finally seated, when the seals are drawn, temporary, crude, enough to keep them dark while I heal, the crows withdraw. I lie there for a while, letting the pain settle into a background roar. My breath is a little ragged. My chest hurts more than it should. The illness has been creeping slow but steady. Blood in my cough, weakness in my limbs after long engagements. The invasion did not help. I burned chakra like a man already dead. Tsunade could probably name the disease, trace its route through my organs, give it a Latin title. Orochimaru could catalog it, slice it into neat little slides, offer me a cure in exchange for my body. Both are unacceptable paths, for different reasons. I am not ready to put myself on Tsunade's table. Not while she wears the Hokage's hat and looks at Naruto like he is a grandson she failed to save once already. She would ask questions I cannot answer. She would offer me pity I do not deserve. As for Orochimaru, he is a snake. And I am exactly the sort of vessel he dreams of. No. Half-formed ideas flicker at the edges of my thoughts. There are other routes to survival. Senju techniques. Uzumaki sealing lore. Crow contracts older than Konoha itself, inked in blood on stones no one has seen in generations. If I choose to live. That is still a question. Open, Old Crow says. I obey. At first, there is only light, a painful white smear that makes me want to slam my lids shut again. But I force them to stay open, breathing slowly as my new eyes adjust. Shapes emerge. The ceiling beams. The rough stone of the walls. The crows, outlined in crisp black against the gray. And overlaid on everything, like a memory trying to become reality, the faintest suggestion of Tomo's spinning, of a pattern that is not yet fixed. Shirsoi's gift hums in my right socket. Sasuke's potential coils in the left. Both are sleeping for now. The seals see to that. Vision? Old Crow asks. Blurry, I say. But present. He nods, or the crow equivalent of it. You will need days before you attempt even a simple activation. Weeks from Mangekyo. Months before you try to combine them. I know. The ceiling blurs again, not from the surgery this time, but from the image in my mind. Naruto on the Hokage monument, ringed in red light, dragging Gaara and Han back from a slaughter I helped set in motion. Jiraiya's toads standing over him like guardians. Tsunade's chakra flaring across the battlefield as she kept the village's heart beating. Kakashi's Sharingan tracking everything, even with its own scars. On the other side of the board, Madara. Pain. Akatsuki's growing collection of host-turned-weapons. The lingering echoes of the Kyuubi's howl on that field. The way the other villages will scramble now that they have seen what Konoha still has in reserve. One path leads back up through the tunnels, into a village that would kill me on sight if it knew I was here, to a boy who may yet choose to forgive me and then hate me again in the same breath. Another leads back out into the rain, into Akatsuki's shadow, to a plan that promises peace through annihilation, if I am willing to drown a few more nations to get there. I will have to choose a side of the board, I say softly. Soon. The crows do not answer. They are good that way. They do not pretend there is a right choice. Only choices. It may be, Old Crow says at last, that you will have to choose more than once. Men like you rarely get the luxury of a single, clean decision. I huff something that almost passes for a laugh. The sand in my hourglass is running low, I say. I doubt I have time for many. Then make the ones you can reach count, he replies. I close my eyes, not to sleep, but to feel. To map the foreign weight in my skull, the way my chakra is already trying to thread itself through new channels. 2 devils on one side. A boy and a broken village on the other. My own sins stacked in bloody rows behind both. Redemption, atonement, survival, death. living long enough to see what the world becomes without me, or dying in a way that tips it one last time in Konoha's favor. I do not know yet which path I will take. But I know this: whoever tries to move me as a piece on their board next, Madara, Pain, Danzo, even Naruto himself, they will not be playing with the same Itachi they thought they knew. My new eyes throb in time with my heartbeat. For the first time in years, I allow myself a small, private thought. Let us see, I think, if a ghost can still change the shape of the world before he fades. The man who owns the Fire country capital, Daimyo Palace, private study and war bunker, POVE Fire Daimyo. 3 days after the sky over Konoha burned, the men who fund villages rather than fight in them take their turn at the board. The palace feels too big when it's quiet. Courtiers and servants make it smaller without meaning to, filling the corridors with rustling silk and gossip, blunting the echo off painted walls. Tonight they are gone. Dismissed with polite words and a sharper look than usual. The guards stand further back than the light reaches. Even the lanterns seem to burn lower. 3 days since the sky turned red over Konoha. The Fire Daimyo sits alone in his private study, halfway between the formal throne room and his sleeping chambers. It is the one room in the palace that does not try to impress anyone. The floorboards are old and a little scarred where furniture has been moved over the decades. The shelves are crammed more with ledgers and old maps than poetry scrolls. The only truly fine thing in the room is the desk, and even that is worn at the edges where his father's hands used to rest. He rubs that worn corner with his thumb, thinking of another hand on his arm, 3 days ago, dragging him through secret corridors while the village shook. He had seen battle from afar growing up. Reports. Survivors. Once, as a boy, he had watched Minato Namake's return from the front at Kanobi, cloak torn, blood on his sleeves, smile faint and exhausted and still somehow brilliant enough to light the hall. He had never expected the war to come here. The bunker air still clings to his lungs when he thinks about it. Stone and ink and the steady, terrifying calm of the Hokage's voice on the relay. He can still hear Tsunade. The Kyuubi's cloak is contained. Casualties are high but below worst projections. The host remains under Konoha control. We stood. Rough, hoarse, almost snapped in half by strain, and unbroken. His father would have approved of that, he thinks. If not of her drinking. On the desk before him, 3 scrolls lie open. The first is a preliminary casualty report from the Leaf. Sanitized. Numbers, not names. Enough to make any accountant wince. The second is a ledger, mission income streams, tax revenues, emergency expenditure projections now that they will need to rebuild sections of the capital and pour more money into Shinobi infrastructure. The third is a draft letter, its parchment still damp near the top where he leaned on it too long. To His Excellency, Lord of Wind. He reads the opening lines again, lips moving silently. They haven't spoken formally since before the invasion. Then, they spent most of their time dancing around the question of how much subsidy Wind expected for a village that kept undercutting Konoha's prices. Now Sans Kazekage is dead. Tsunagekyu's betrayal is a matter of record. Wind Shinobi have bled on the wrong side of Fire's wall. And yet, Fire and Wind share more than a border. They share a history of caravans, joint treaties, skirmishes against common enemies. If he lets Suna twist alone in the aftermath, he will be waking up to a decade of mercenary wars on his doorstep. He dips the brush, shakes off the excess, and writes 4 more deliberate characters. Regarding the fate of Tsunagekyu's shinobi. Tsunade had frowned when he first raised it. We just finished burying people they tried to kill, she'd said, leaning on his desk in the emergency council chamber, blood still on her gloves. You want me to offer them asylum? Yes, he had replied. With conditions. He can still picture the look she gave him, somewhere between exasperation and grudging interest. Senju or not, she understands leverage. We both know what happens if you leave an entire generation of trained killers with no village, no income, and a grudge, he'd said. They don't retire. They don't become farmers. They become missing nin. Bounty hunters. Hired blades for whoever wants to poke at our borders without signing their name. And you want me to, what? Adopt them? She'd asked. Not all, he'd answered. Not at once. But you can offer them something no one else can. He had laid it out then, the way his father taught him to when asking impossible things of proud people, plainly, with the numbers underneath. Konoha will open its gates to Suna-born shinobi who renounce allegiance to Wind's failed leadership and swear new oaths to fire. For 3 generations, refugees, their children, their grandchildren, a fixed percentage of every mission they complete will be skimmed into a reparations fund, paid out directly to the Wind treasury. Not charity. Payment. A public acknowledgement that Suna's strength was squandered by its leaders, not its rank and file. That fire recognizes the debt of blood and coin and is willing to structure it. After 3 generations, the slate wipes clean. The Suna lines become Fire Country shinobi in truth, with no further strings than any other citizen. Fire gets more shinobi. Wind gets money, and the political cover of being able to say to its own people, look, even our traitors still pay us back. And the alternative, thousands of angry, starving shinobi selling their services to the highest bidder, never takes root. Tsunade had been quiet a long time after that. Some of them will spit in your face, she'd said eventually. Some of them will take the deal and keep hating us anyway. Of course, he'd said. But they will hate with food in their bellies and contracts that tie their knives to rules. That is preferable to the other kind. She had snorted. You talk like Tobirama, she'd said. Only softer around the edges. He had taken that as the compliment it was. Now, in the quiet of his study, he adds the next part to the letter. With your consent, he writes, and with the Hokage's agreement, these terms will be made public. There will be no secret clauses. If Sans shinobi wish to choose a different future, fire will be seen to offer it in daylight, not shadows. Transparency, his father had told him once, is another kind of weapon. It turns rumor into choice. He pauses, the brush hovering over the parchment, and lets his eyes drift to the window. From here, he can see the far line of Konoha's outer forest, the faint shine where the village's highest towers catch the sun. Somewhere under that canopy, a boy with yellow hair and a demon sealed in his gut is probably complaining about hospital food or training until he collapses. Minato's son. The Crimson Nightmare's heir. That last word sits heavy. Tsunade may call herself Hokage. The village may chant Naruto's name as a hero now. Jiraiya may loom over him like some half-drunk guardian toad. But the funds that pay for their hospitals, their roads, their mission staging grounds, their ANBU masks? Those come from his coffers. From taxes on Fire Country trade, from contracts negotiated in this very room. Konoha may handle the day-to-day use of the Foxchild as a weapon. But they do not get to decide whether that weapon remains in the arsenal without considering the one who holds the armory. He sets the brush down and flexes his fingers, feeling the old calluses from sword practice he no longer has time for. They know better, he says quietly, to the empty room. Or they should. If Danzo is foolish enough to try to move against the Jinchuriki without warning him, he will find his funding cut to the bone, his root facilities suddenly reallocated, his supply chains strangled by new audits. Even Tsunade will think twice before making a unilateral decision about Naruto's fate that risks Fire's stability. The boy is a weapon, yes. But he is also Fire's weapon. They know better. Or they had better. He lets out a long breath he hadn't noticed he was holding, sets the sealed scroll for Wind aside, and pushes himself up from the desk. Old habit makes him straighten the sleeves of his robe, smooth an invisible wrinkle. Time to face the others. The walk from his private study down to the communication nexus is short and well guarded. No emergency rush this time, no ANBU dragging him by the elbow while the sky shakes. Just the measured tread of his sandals on polished wood, the bow of guards as he passes, the soft thunk of reinforced doors opening and closing behind him. The bunker feels less suffocating when he chooses to go there. The Yamanaka are already in place when he enters, the same pair from 3 days ago, pale hair tied back, hands resting lightly on the seal-etched stone table. The relay frame stands at the far end of the room, glass panel dark and waiting. Your Excellency, the lead sensor says. We have handshakes from Earth, lightning, and water. Wind is standing by on a private channel, per your request. Good, he says. First Wind. Then the rest. She nods, eyes slipping half-closed as she adjusts the chakra flow. The glass shivers, then resolves into a single image. The Wind Daimyo looks more tired than he did in the projection during the invasion. There are new lines around his eyes, and what little finery his office showed before has been stripped back. Less gold, more bare stone. Lord of Fire, he says. No courtesies about health this time. Your message was interesting. I prefer it to desperate, the Fire Lord answers, allowing himself a small, wry smile. But I will accept either if it keeps our borders from turning into a feeding ground for missing Nin. Wind's lips twitch faintly. You are certain your Hokage will comply? I have her verbal agreement, Fire says. The paper I sent you is a formality. Konoha will offer asylum to soon as Shinobi who choose it. In return, you receive a steady cut of their labor for 3 generations. After that, they are ours in truth. Wind leans back, folding his hands in his lap. It will not be popular, he says. My court will scream that I am letting traitors profit. Then tell them you are taxing traitors for the next 70 years. Fire replies. That you are making sure every mission those shinobi complete pays something back to Wind, instead of paying another daimyo to undermine you. A long pause. Then, it is better than leaving them to sell their blades to whoever offers them the most meat and coin, Wind admits. Especially now, when some of those whoever's might be wearing red clouds. Exactly. Wind's gaze sharpens. And the boy? He asks. The Kazekage's son? The Fire Lord chooses his words. He is a Jinchuriki, he says. A traumatized one, in a village that has learned the hard way what happens when you neglect such things. For now, he stays in Konoha's hospital. In Fire's territory. Under my umbrella. Wind's jaw works, anger, grief, pride all fighting for space. If I agree to this asylum arrangement, he says slowly, I will need to tell my people that I did not simply trade their Kazekage's heir for revenue. Then you frame it as what it is, Fire says. You are ensuring he is kept alive, contained, and trained somewhere that will not collapse under him. And you are making sure his existence still benefits Wind's coffers, even if his loyalty never does again. Wind grimaces. You are very good at turning shame into policy, Lord of Fire. I have had to be, Fire says. These last wars did not leave any of us clean. They sit in that for a heartbeat. Will you stand by the plan when we present it to the others? Fire asks. Lightning will rage. Earth will sulk. Water will smile and think sharp thoughts. Wind snorts softly. Accurate. He hesitates, then nods. Yes, he says. I will stand by it. Better we walk into that fire together than let the others define the terms for us. Good, Fire says. Then let's invite them in. The image flickers out as the Yamanaka resets the relay. A moment later, 4 new faces resolve on the glass: Earth, Lightning, Water, and Wind this time, each framed by their own idea of power. Lord of Fire, Earth rumbles. You called. Again. I assume this is not to reassure us that your village still stands. We've already had that pleasure. Nor is it to inform me my cousin's villa was nearly flattened by your fox. Lightning adds, smile razor thin. We saw the flare all the way to our border. Water says nothing, but his eyes are very attentive. Wind's expression has settled into something neutral and carefully controlled. Consider this a follow-up to our last conversation, Fire says. We discussed stability, assets, the risks of leaving certain pieces on the board unattended. In the days since, one particular question has sharpened. He lets the pause draw out, then says it plainly. The fate of Sunagekir's shinobi. Earth grunts. They betrayed you. They marched with sound and rain on Konoha. Their Kazekage choked on his own ambition. Why is this our problem? Because thousands of trained killers with no village, no income, and a grudge do not stay in one country. Fire says. They become everyone's problem. They sell themselves to minor lords, to missing nin, to organizations like Akatsuki. Any of you who think you can fence that off inside Wind's borders are lying to yourselves. Lightning tilts his head. So what do you propose? That we all pay to resettle them? That we take turns adopting squads? Nothing so dramatic. Fire replies. Konoha will offer asylum to Suna shinobi who renounce their old leadership and swear service to Fire. Wind's brows arch, as if hearing it for the first time. In exchange, Fire continues, for 3 generations, a fixed percentage of every mission their families undertake will be paid directly into Wind's treasury as reparations. After that, their lines become Fire Country shinobi with no exceptional status. Lightning's smile vanishes. You mean to absorb Sand's power? He says flatly. Fold their shinobi into your ranks. Keep their host on your soil. And you call this stability? You are already the richest country. Earth adds, eyes narrowing. Now you would also swell your shinobi pool with thousands of enemy-trained soldiers? And keep the Shikaka under your roof? Unacceptable. Water's fingers trace an idle pattern on the arm of his chair. It is elegant, he says, almost to himself. Messy, yes. Politically volatile. But elegant. You turn a liability into controlled strength, and bind Wind's anger with coin instead of swords. It's theft. Lightning snaps. From the rest of us. There was an understanding, however informal. The biju would be distributed. 2 for each of us, give or take. Hashirama broke his back making that happen. Fire has had only one host for years, yes, but by choice. Now suddenly you have 2 Jinchuriki inside your borders. The balance shifts. Let's be accurate, Fire says, voice cooling. The understanding has been crumbling for decades. Kumo acquired extra hosts when convenient. IWA experimented. Kiri turned its own into slaughter tools. Fire kept only one, because Hashirama believed sharing power might prevent the rest of you from tearing the world apart again. He leans forward slightly, letting some steel into his gaze. For years, we have held the Kyubi in chains inside Konoha and not used it offensively. You all profited from that restraint, whether you admit it or not. Now Sunagakure has imploded, and its host is effectively stateless. I am choosing to put him somewhere with walls strong enough to hold him and medics skilled enough to keep him alive. So you may have 2 gods on your leash? Earth demands. Fire's lips thin. 2 broken weapons, he says. A boy who only just learned to survive his own power, and another who has spent his life being turned into a monster by people who called him honored son and med shield. They are not gods. They are liabilities wrapped in potential. You speak like a general, Lightning mutters. Not like a daimyo. Someone has to. Fire snaps, then moderates his tone. You are right about one thing, the balance is shifting. But do not pretend this is a theft. This is a consequence of Wind's failed oversight and Suna's treachery. I am offering a way to keep that fallout contained. Lightning's hands drum on his desk, a staccato beat. And the Kyubi? He says. We let you keep it for decades because Konoha was restrained. Because Hiruzen was cautious and Minato was dead. Now you have Tsunade, whose temper is famous, and a boy who just showed the world he can throw foxfire at a 5-tails and win. Why should we trust that Fire will not start waving that weapon around whenever it suits you? The Fire Lord feels something old and stubborn rise in his chest. Because, he says clearly, that weapon is under my authority. Not just Tsunade's. Not just the council's. If Konoha forgets that, they will find their budgets frozen and their supply lines strangled until they remember who pays their ANBU. The room goes very quiet. Minato's son, he goes on, is a strategic asset of Fire. So is the boy from Sand, if he chooses to live under our banner. As long as they remain within my borders, any move to remove, assassinate, or destabilize them, by Akatsuki, by your Kage, or by my own advisors, will be treated as an act against fire country itself. He lets that sink in. If Danzo, he adds, voice dry, is foolish enough to try something without coming to me first, he will discover just how quickly a war hawk can starve when the granary door is closed. Wind's mouth twitches despite the tension. Water's eyes gleam with interest. Earth looks like he has bitten something sour. Lightning stews. So you plant your flag, Lightning says. 2 Jinchuriki in your camp? Sand survivors in your ranks. Reparations keeping wind from biting you while they rebuild. And what do we get, Lord of Fire? You get the same thing I get from you not launching a lightning raid on my charred capital while we rebuild, Fire says. You get time. Space. A world that is not immediately on fire in 4 directions because Sunegaker's orphans are selling themselves to the highest bidder. He spreads his hands. You are still free to court them, he adds. If Suna Shinobi would rather fight for lightning, or earth, or water, you may make your offers. My proposal does not forbid that. It simply ensures that those who do choose fire will do so under a structure that benefits wind and does not surprise the rest of you later. Water chuckles softly. He's offering to declare his theft in advance, he says. It's almost charming. Call it what you like, Fire says. I'm not interested in a semantic war. I am interested in not having Akatsuki scoop up an entire disillusioned village because we were all too busy arguing about who owned their ghosts. Wind finally speaks, voice calm. Wind will accept the reparation structure, he says. Publicly. We will announce that Suna Shinobi who cannot bear to stay may seek a future elsewhere, and that Wind will tax their success. Better that than spend the next decade fighting them on every caravan route. He looks directly at Lightning and Earth as he says it. You may call me weak for it, he continues. But I have run the numbers. I prefer income to vendetta. Earth grunts. Stone will not host them, he says. Not after Canopy. No one asked you to, Fire replies. Iwa's hospitality record speaks for itself. Lightning's mouth curls. Kumo will not court Sand's dogs, he says. But we will be watching your foxes, Lord of Fire. Closely. If you start swinging them at our walls, do not expect us to sit nicely and clap. You never have, Fire says. I see no reason to expect it now. Water folds his hands, expression thoughtful. Mizuno Kuni has no love for Jinchuriki politics after our last decade, he says. We will not invite Sand's remnants across the sea. But we will observe how your experiment unfolds. And we will remember who chose to feed or starve the orphans of this war. The Yamanaka at Fire's side shifts slightly. Relay chakra at safe limit, she murmurs. Time's up. Then we have, at least, the outline of an understanding, the Fire Daimyo says. Fire and Wind will move forward with this asylum and reparation structure. The rest of you are free to respond as you see fit. But know that if you attempt to meddle with the Kyubi or the Shikaku while they are within my borders, you will not just be crossing a village. You will be crossing me. Lightning's eyes flash, but he inclines his head the barest fraction. For now, he says. The others echo in their own ways. The images flicker then fade as the relay powers down, leaving only his reflection in the dark glass. He looks tired. Your Excellency? The Yamanaka asks softly. Shall we stand down the nexus? Yes, he says. His voice is hoarse. Stand it down. For tonight, at least. He leaves the bunker a little slower than he entered it, climbing back up through the palace toward his study. There will be more letters. More budgets. More nights like this. But for the moment, he has carved out a space in which fire can breathe. 2 Jinchuriki under his sky. 1 broken village looking for shelter. 3 other lords gritting their teeth. And a boy with his father's face, somewhere in Konoha, who has no idea that a man in a robe and a tired smile just told the world, this one is mine. Touch him, and you touch fire. Seen the serpent under the grass, hidden sound base, Orochimaru's throne hall / main lair, POV, Orochimaru. And beneath all of it, below treaties, thrones, and monuments, a snake coils tighter, waiting. Kabuto thinks I don't see the way he looks at me now. He is unsettled. 2 near deaths in 6 months will do that to a subordinate, especially one who built his identity around the idea that his master was untouchable. Twice he saw my body fail. Twice he had to stitch me back into something resembling a man instead of a mold gone wrong. It changed him. It changed me. Once, I would have dismissed the inconvenience and moved on, shed the body, complain about timing, and find a new vessel to terrorize with my brilliance. Now I am quieter. More deliberate. Risks taken with intention, not boredom. Caution sharpened by practicality instead of pride. People mistake silence for weakness. They always have. They always will. Good. I sit on my stone throne because my subordinates expect it, because fear needs symbols. The carved pillars, the bone inlays, the serpentine motifs, they calm the lesser minds. Let them. The real thinking happens behind my eyelids, where no one can see the angles. I feel Kabuto, Karen, and Kimimaro kneel before I open my eyes. 3 distinct chakra signatures, Kabuto's cold precision, Karen's nervous brightness, Kimimaro's steady, beautiful calm. You summoned us, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto says. I did, I murmur. My former associates will not appreciate today's improvisations. Pain hates surprises. So does the masked relic he serves. A ripple of unease moves through them. Good. Fear focuses. They will send hunters. I continue. Zetsu will sniff. Perhaps someone less subtle. Therefore, we relocate. Kabuto waits with that stillness he mistakes for subtlety. We will move from base to base, I tell him. Never long enough to be cornered. Data first. Specimens second. Everything else can rot. He nods. Priority files? All core research, I say. Bloodline analyses, senjutsu toxicity, curse seal progressions, pseudo-jinchuriki grafting notes. His eyebrow twitches. He didn't know I kept that here. All archived to portable seals. Redundancy. Nothing irreplaceable stays on one wall. He draws breath to ask about the dojutsu vault. My killing intent cuts him off. Even Kimimaro stiffens. Karen chokes on her chakra. I am the only one who touches the eyes, I say softly. Do not forget that. Kabuto bows. Of course, Orochimaru-sama. I merely meant peripheral diagrams, nerve mappings, chakra tolerances. Those you may handle. The eyes themselves, never. I close my eyes, savoring the weight of them inside my robe's inner pocket. One from each brother. 2 halves of a clan's tragedy. One eye born of guilt, the other of sacrifice. Not a match set like Madara dreamed of, but something stranger. Something with potential to eclipse the myth entirely. Raw power is not enough. I need a body that will not rot beneath it. A vessel prepared for both sight and will. Knowledge to bind everything together. Time to refine it. And a prototype. Enko. My first experiment in legacy rather than hunger. A child marked and molded, not consumed. Everyone believed she fled me, spat out the seal, ran home to cling to sentiment like a wounded animal. They never understood extraction. Scars remain. Threads remain. When Konoha panicked, juggling a dying Hokage, a new one, Jinchuriki screaming on rooftops, I pulled one of those threads. Very gently. Now she is mine again. Hidden even from Kabuto. Tucked away in a layered pocket base with ceiling arrays no one else here could unravel. Her chakra is a storm of old experiments and new rage. Perfect. She is the first true clue to building a vessel that will not break. Karen swallows. What about the prisoners, Orochimaru-sama? Kill anyone who has not provided useful data, I say. Move the viable experiments south. Kabuto escorts. You both stay there until I call for you. Karen nods, pale. Kimimaro remains still as bone. And me? He asks quietly. I turn my head slightly. Fetch the sound 4. Our first visitors deserve a proper welcome. They bow and withdraw. The door seals shut with a heavy thud. Only then do I let my posture relax into something more comfortable. The world outside my base thrashes with change. Ichibi lies sedated in a leaf hospital, wrapped in sealing cloth. Kyubi screamed fire across the Hokage monument before being dragged back into a boy's skull by sheer will and Uzumaki stubbornness. Gobi lies caged in Iwa's depths, snarling through Han's broken body while their medics try to scrub foxburn from his system. Every village is bracing for war. Every Kage circles their borders like predators. Akatsuki sharpens its knives. Everyone looks up, at monsters with tails, at symbols on thrones, at ghosts wearing Uchiha faces. No one looks down. At the grass. Where serpents truly thrive. I tap one finger against the arm of the throne. The rhythm steadies my thoughts. I have the eyes. Now I need a body that fits them. A matrix that blends my will, my chakra, the eyes of two brothers, and whatever else I steal, without the usual decay. Anko is only a beginning. There will be others. Uzumaki sealing lore. Senju vitality. Something to stabilize the chakra load. But all of that requires survival. Quiet, patient survival. Kabuto thinks my new compartmentalization is paranoia. It's simply strategy. If Akatsuki wants to believe I am weakened, good. If Konoha wants to chase their fox child, good. If Kuma wants to strut through deserts and Lightning wants to posture and IWA wants to brood, let them. When enough of them have bloodied each other, when their gods have eaten their fill and turned on their keepers, I will step out. Not as a supplicant. Not as a pretender. Not as a snake shedding its skin again and again. But as something built. With eyes no one accounted for. A vessel crafted by my own hand. A legacy entirely mine. I smile into the dark. Let them fight. Let them roar. Let them all imagine they are the architects of this era. I am patient. I am quiet. And I am already beneath their feet, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Quick pause, guys. If you are enjoying this story, please take 1 second to check if you are subscribed. I am trying to hit my first massive milestone of 1,000 subscribers, and every single one of you joining the community means the absolute world to me. Alright, let's see what Naruto does next. Epilogue 2, Weight of the Will of Fire. Scene, ramen, rubble, and a fox. POV, Ichiraku Tuchi. By the time the fire stopped, the smells stayed. Smoke, sure, soaked into the cloth band on my forehead, into what was left of my shirt, into the skin of my hands. But underneath it were the other layers, dust from crushed stone, the sour sting of spilled stomachs, and that thick, metallic weight you only really learn to name after a war. Blood. Lots of it. I stood in what used to be a street and tried to pretend my knees weren't shaking. The ramen stand was gone, that hit first. Our stall had always been small, but it filled space, canvas, counter, warmth, steam. Now there was just a jagged line in the rubble where the cabinets had been, a broken beam jutting at an angle like a snapped bone. Ayam would cry when she saw it. I didn't have it in me yet. Tuchi-san. A young chunin I vaguely recognized, big eyes, a scar down his jaw, paused long enough to nod, hands full of stretcher handles. You're supposed to be in the inner ward. I was, I said. My voice sounded wrong in my own ears. Thin. Somebody has to see what's left. He opened his mouth like he wanted to argue, then thought better of it. The stretcher shifted, something under the sheets sloshed. He moved on. I stepped aside and looked. Really looked. Bodies in the street. Some covered, some not. Not all of them in flak jackets. A woman I'd seen 100 times at the morning market lay half out of a doorway, eyes staring at nothing, apron stiff with dried blood. 2 boys not much older than Naruto, still in civilian clothes, their hands locked together, faces gray under the dust. An old man slumped against a wall, his cane splintered beside him. Not all of them had listened when the Hokage's orders came. Evacuate. Get underground. Do not go back for belongings. Easy to say, if the only things you owned were jutsu and a hitayate. Harder if all your history fit into one house and 3 chests. We'd had drills, of course. Konoha wasn't stupid. Everyone knew the route to the nearest shelter, the sirens, the code phrases. We just hadn't used them. Not really. Not like this. Until last night. I picked my way around a chunk of shattered roof, careful not to step on the dark stains near it. Some of the bodies wore flak vests. Some wore armor with foreign plates. It didn't matter much now. Death doesn't care whether you were shinobi or civilian, paying client or the one sending the bill. Ninja throw the dice. Civilians pay the price. That's how it goes. Konoha, Kumo, IWA, doesn't matter what symbol you carve into a forehead protector. The air shifted. Somewhere further in, a medic barked orders. Stone grated as another team levered up a collapsed beam. Someone started crying, quietly and without much air, the way you do when there's no point in screaming anymore. I should have gone back to the hospital wing. Had argued enough before I slipped out. Dad, the Hokage said stay put, Dad, your lungs. But I couldn't sit on a cot and pretend walls made us safe. Not after feeling the way they shook when the beasts roared. I'd seen one. Not the fox. Not the way the older generation whispered it, red teeth hate. Something else this time. Another village's monster. But before that. The horn. The sky over the stadium going wrong. Chakra pressure pressing down so hard it made my teeth ache. Then there, a massive shape reared up above the stadium rim, tall as a tower. A toad of all things. Stone skin, oil warts, a blade bigger than a house in one hand. And on its head, 2 specks. One of them I knew. Not from his clothes, the brat had finally upgraded from that blinding orange eyesore, but from the hair. You could spot that ridiculous blonde mop from anywhere in the village. From the way he moved, too big, too loud, like the world was something he could shoulder if he just got a good enough running start. The other presence, denser, darker, pressed against my senses like sandstorms and nightmares. The Gobi, they said later. 5 tails. Another country's disaster, summoned into our sky. But my eye kept snagging on the boy on the toad's head. Uzumaki Naruto. I'd watched that kid grow up from over the ramen pot. Watched him steal glances at families he didn't have, wolf down bowls like he was trying to fill a hole nothing could ever really touch. Watched the way people shifted when he came near, the way mothers drew their kids a little closer. The way some of the older ones stared and didn't see a boy. The fox. Demon. Monster. I'd always told him he was just Naruto. Easier to say that from behind a counter. The cloak around him that night had been wrong. Not cloth. Chakra. Red, flickering off him in waves that bent the air. Tails where no human ought to have tails. The wind screamed when he jumped. Stone cracked when he landed. Every step of that massive toad shook dust from the rafters. Somewhere, people died. I'd felt it, the pressure, like the stories old men told about the night the 4th fought the 9 tails. The night I held under the counter while the sky burned and Minato Namikaze made the whole village his battlefield. Seeing Naruto up there, wrapped in a thinner, rawer version of that same killing chakra, did something to my guts I still haven't sorted out. He was our boy. Our problem. Our weapon. He was also a child, screaming himself hoarse at a monster 3 times his size. I'd watched him soften around the edges over the last year. Less shouting, more thinking. The old rumors about him and that pink-haired girl, Haruno, that hated him had curdled into something uglier, and then broken entirely when she went red-haired and wrong. The way he moved since then, tighter, more careful, said he'd learned exactly how fast things could go to hell. And now this. He'd disappeared from the toad's head in a flash of white and steam. Then the real nightmare had begun in the south, where Iwa's beast came through. Hours later, when the roars finally stopped and the fox's chakra sank back into a deep, hateful quiet, all we were left with was this. Broken streets, broken people, broken history. My whole life sat under that rubble line. Old photos from before Kushina used to sit at my counter, laughing loud enough to make other customers flinch. I.M.'s first drawing of a bull. The ledger I'd kept since I was 15. Every thank you note from Jonin who'd slumped on those stools between missions and told me bits and pieces of things civilians weren't supposed to know. Gone. I thought I'd be furious. Furious enough to go throw something at the Hokage's tower, or at least shout at the next shinobi who walked past. You protected us so well, my life's in a ditch. But standing here, looking at a woman with a crushed skull and a kid whose chest hadn't gotten back up with the rest of him, anger felt like a luxury. What I felt, mostly, was tired. And scared in a slow, deep way. Scared of the enemies outside the walls, sure. Scared of our own, more. We'd told him he was a citizen. Called him Naruto-kun over noodles. Clapped his shoulder when he made chunin in the exams. Built this nice story about our hero and our force legacy. And underneath, the truth. When things got bad enough, we'd point him at the horizon, open the seal, and hope the boy survived his own power long enough to keep us breathing. Throw the dice. Let the kid and his fox pay. I looked down the ruined street and imagined him waking up in a hospital bed, hearing what he'd won. The villagers would send flowers, letters, thank you charms. Maybe some of the same people who'd once warned their kids not to play near him would now tell those kids stories about the day our Jinchuriki saved them. Would they tell the part where they trembled when his chakra brushed them? Where they flinched when his eyes went fox-slit, because that was the night of the Nine Tails all over again? Would I? I.M. had called him Naruto and I. Last time he stopped by, flicking broth at him when he complained about the price of extra chashu. She'd cried when the first reports of the southern fight started coming in. She'd refused to blame him for any of this. I wasn't sure I could match that purity. But I remembered the way he'd lit up when I put a free egg on his bowl. The way he'd sat there one quiet afternoon, between missions, and asked me what my wife had been like, because he didn't remember his mother's face. The way he'd listened when I told him stories that weren't about heroes, just about people who kept going. He'd gone out there and taken a monster's hits so the rest of us could maybe see another morning. He was a danger. He was also the reason my daughter was still alive. I took a long breath through my nose. Dust and blood and smoke. No ramen. Not yet. All right, brat. I muttered to the broken street, to the ruined stand, to the absence of a laughing blonde idiot. You wanted to be Hokage. This is what it looks like. Civilians bleeding in the alleys. Old men counting the cost. Standing on the dice when someone else throws them. I turned away from the rubble and started back toward the hospital. I.M. would be guarding our extra pot in the staff kitchen like it was a sacred relic. The stall was gone, but we had broth, and we had hands, and the shinobi running themselves ragged out there would need food. Naruto would need food when he woke up. The fox had taken enough from this village. We could at least give the boy a bull. Scene: Council of Fire. POV Senju Tsunade. The war room still smelled of smoke and antiseptic. We'd commandeered one of the deeper bunkers, stone walls, low ceiling, heavy tables dragged together into an improvised council bench. Maps papered the far wall, layered so thickly with notes and pins that the original ink barely showed through. A fresh crack zigzagged across the plaster over the door where the last tremor had shaken dust down. I sat at the head of the table because that's what Hokage do, hands braced on scarred wood. The Hittite on my forehead felt heavier than usual. Around me, Konoha's spine. Hamura and Koharu, stiff-backed, wrapped in their age and opinions. Danzo, still and pale, bandages tight, only his single visible eye moving. Shikaku, hunched over a notebook, hair more of a mess than usual. Kakashi and Jiraiya flanking the far side. Inoichi, Shibi, what was left of him, Choza and Asuma, Hayashi, Hana, Ibiki. Chairs stood empty where others should have been. Some empty chairs would stay that way. We'd already run through the broad strokes. Casualty estimates. Infrastructure tria. A first pass at which clans had taken the hardest hits. The kind of cold accounting I hated and couldn't afford to flinch from. Now we were down to pieces that bled more than they tallied. Report, I said. Shikaku tapped the map with the butt of his pen. As of last sensor sweep, no active hostiles inside the outer wards, he said. Iwa's main force pulled back once Han disengaged. Mercenary bands are either dead or scattered. We're treating any unidentifiable chakra signatures as hostile until proven otherwise, but the fight is over, Hokage-sama. For now, Danzo murmured. I ignored him. Civilian casualties? Inoichi's voice was tight. Numbers are still moving. We've confirmed 273 dead so far, majority from the first tunnel collapse and secondary explosions. Another 100+ missing under rubble we haven't cleared yet. Injured high hundreds, low thousand. I'll have better figures by evening. For a full-scale incursion and 2 Jinchuriki on our soil, it could have been worse, Hamura said. Tell that to the families under the tarps. Hana snapped. Her uniform was stained with soot and blood. Samsama died to keep one of those secondary explosions from chaining into the main bunker lines. She pulled 3 kids out of that tunnel and dragged one of the saboteurs down with her. That's the only reason we're not meeting in a crater. Chozo grimaced, shifting carefully. Bandages peeked under the edge of his vest. She died as an Inuzuka should, he said. It sounded like he was trying to convince himself it was enough. Hana's hands clenched on the table. Shibi adjusted the brace that held his bandaged arm upright, chakra silk humming faintly where the hive was still re-establishing. Anko? I asked. Ibiki shook his head once. Her seal went dark mid-battle. No flare, no trace. She either found something that erased her or she's, somewhere I don't want to speculate yet. Until we have a body, I'm calling her missing. Which still leaves a hole in T and in our curse seal knowledge, Jiraiya said. One problem at a time, I said. The invasion. Konoha's state. Our allies. I let my gaze slide to Danzo. Root's little contribution, I said flatly. Let's talk about that. Hamura and Kohara bristled. Danzo's visible eye did not flicker. I dispatched my remaining assets as soon as it became clear Iwa's attack was not a feint, he said. Explosives in the old tunnel network were placed years ago for precisely this contingency. They were effective. Yes, I said. Effective. And located in decommissioned route access routes you never told me about in detail. Half the relay points that went up were yours, not the ones we laid in the last decade. Shikaku didn't look up, but the corner of his mouth tightened. Had we not had those redundancies, Danzo replied, casualties would have been far higher. Emotion does not win wars, Hokage-sama. Preparedness does. Emotion doesn't, I agreed. Trust does. And you burned more of that last night. I'll put your old stockpiles on the ledger under necessary this time. Do not mistake that for a blank check. There will be no next time you make unilateral decisions that risk turning our tunnels into mass graves without running it through my office first. His mouth thinned. Are you prepared to state that on the record in the next council session? I am, I said. And for the record, half the civilians who died in those corridors had no idea they were walking on repurposed root skeletons. He narrowed his eye. You let your guilt cloud your judgment. And you let expedience justify anything. I snapped. Enough. We can argue philosophy when the dead are buried. Shikaku cleared his throat. If we're done circling that pit, he said, we have external issues. Sunigakure, Inoichi said. The words sat heavy in the room. Once that name had meant ally. Recently, knife at our back. Now? Shikaku, I said. He tapped another map, fire, wind, lightning. Battle markers along our borders, avoid where a desert village used to be. While we were busy not dying, he said, Kumo finished what they started on Suna. Their strike force didn't peel off when IWA withdrew, they pressed. Between the initial assault, internal sabotage, and Kumo's lightning squads, Sunigakure as a functioning military village is gone. Silence. The entire village? Hana whispered. Civil authority shattered. Kazekage dead. Chain of command severed. Civilians either dead or scattering into the desert, Shikaka said. Win's daimyo reached out to fires within hours. They both want stability more than they want Suna's corpse rotting on the map. They've reached a provisional arrangement. Hayashi's eyes were cool. Wind remains a great nation? On paper, Shikaka said. Fire recognizes Wind's borders. But Suna, as a shinobi settlement, no longer exists. It's a ruin held by Kumo's strike teams and sand. Baki's chakra shifted near the back wall. He stood under guard, 2 ENBU at his shoulders, wrists loosely bound for form's sake. Silent since we dragged him in. His face might as well have been carved from sandstone. In light of, I continued, letting my gaze rest on him, the fractured behavior of Suna's forces during the invasion, and the fact that Raza's death came at Orochimaru's hands rather than ours, Fire and Wind have agreed on the following. Suna's surviving shinobi, currently in our custody, are to be considered conditionally pardoned, pending cooperation and integration. Integration, Koharu repeated. Yes, I said. Any Suna ninja willing to swear fealty to Fire and accept reassignment into Konoha's forces will be given the chance. It gives them structure and US desert experience. Leaving trained operators angry and loose in the dunes helps no one. Danzo's eye gleamed. Additional assets will be vetted. I cut in. Publicly. Through my office, Shikaku's, Inoichi's. There will be no silent absorption into any private formations. And if they refuse? Baki's voice was rough, cracked from sand and too little hope. Then they're free to take Wind's coin and find a new life where they can. I said. We're not running a slave market. But they should understand Kumo won't sit quietly on its new prize. Wind's war isn't over just because the walls fell. I nodded to the ANBU. Bring him forward. Baki stepped to the table, shoulders straight despite strain. Up close, the toll showed, bandages under armor, a faint tremor in his fingers, the vacancy of a man who'd lost both orders and home. Baki of Sunagakure, I said. Start at your beginning. Your side. He inclined his head. Orochimaru approached us, he said. Not personally at first. Through intermediaries. Leverage. He knew where our coffers bled. He laid it out, stripped and ugly. Wind's daimyo cutting Suna's funding to the bone, Kiri and Kumo raiding border forts, a village slipping from great to begging. Raza's desperation hardening into ruthlessness, then madness. Orochimaru's visit. The deal, an invasion, a quick kill, toppling Konoha before Kumo could finish anything. We were told, Baki said, that Fire's complacency would make it easy. That your Jinchuriki was unstable. That with sand, sound, and certain internal factors, we could crush your will in one strike. He didn't look at Danzo. He didn't need to. And Gaara? Jiraiya asked. Baki's throat worked. Gaara was a blade turned inward too long, he said. Orochimaru wanted him unleashed. Our leadership let him. The elders beneath Raza were divided. Many doubted. But we obeyed. That is what we were trained to do. Hayashi's eyes darkened. Obedience. Doubt. Chains. Baki's voice dulled when he spoke of the invasion itself. The red-haired kunoichi leading the vanguard. The one wearing blood like perfume. He called her. The horn. The sand. The moment the plan slipped from controlled strike to slaughter. Gaara slipping. Shikaku's influence dragging claws across the field. Naruto, our Naruto, throwing himself into that madness anyway. And now, he finished. Sunagakure is ash. Our daimyo bends knee to fire to keep scraps of legitimacy. My people sit in your cells and wonder if they have any future that is not a pit. The room was very quiet. Here's the version you didn't have, I said. While you marched here under a snake, Kumo marched on your home. They finished their part. There is no Suna to go back to. No Kazakage's office, no Elder's Hall. Wind's daimyo has agreed, with Fire, That any Suna shinobi in our custody who wishes to remain a shinobi may enter our forces, under supervision, under probation, but alive. Those who refuse may walk. Those who keep playing both ends against the middle will be treated as enemies. Baki's shoulders slumped a fraction. A crack in stone. And Gaara? He asked, tight. Alive, I said. Contained. Watched. Our Jinchuriki doctrine is. I glanced at Shikaku, then Jiraiya. Under revision. The boy's been a delayed explosion since birth. We don't intend to keep him that way if we can help it. I'll be studying his seal myself, Jiraiya said. We're not interested in walking time bombs. Just in people who can live with what they carry. He will not trust you, Baki said. He barely trusted us. He trusts Naruto, I said. For now, that's enough. I straightened. You'll return to your people when we're done, I told him. You'll tell them what I've said. That wind and fire have chosen. They can choose between being scattered weapons in the sand or part of something that at least pretends to be a village. What then? He asked. You think your clans will welcome us? No, I said. But they'll accept that you bled under the same sky. And there's one more thing they'll understand. He waited. We'll be hitting back, I said. Kumo won't sit quietly on their new ruin. Neither will we. When that happens, it'll be better for everyone if the people who know Wind's Desert stand on our side of the line. Something old flickered in his eyes. Pride, maybe? Or what was left of it. I will tell them, Baki said. Good, I replied. Because whatever Orochimaru started and whatever Kumo finished, your one chance at a future with some honor is here. Under my banner. Under my rules. My gaze swept the room. That goes for all of you, I added quietly. We're not getting another night like this without answers. How we treat our Jinchuriki. How we deal with allies. How we leash our own darkness. I don't intend to bury Konoha under its own mistakes. They held my stare. One by one, they nodded, grudging or sincere. It would have to be enough. Scene, Fox, Father, and Fallout. POV, Uzumaki Naruto, hospital debrief. The ceiling is white. That's the first thing I can make stay still. White, cracked in one corner. A gray smear where smoke got in before they sealed everything. A monitor ticks next to me. There's something tight around my chest that makes each breath feel like pushing against boards. Hospital. Again. I don't move. Not yet. I count a few heartbeats, just to check they stay in rhythm. His pulse is evening out. Shikaku's voice says near my feet. We're past about to fall off a cliff. Could be worse is not my standard. Tsunade snaps from somewhere on my right. He's not dead. That's the standard. Someone gives a short cough near the door. Jiraiya. Kakashi's chakra is a familiar weight near the wall. I swallow. My throat feels like I tried to gargle sand. The monitor jumps as I force my eyes open. Don't move, Tsunade says immediately, leaning over me. Her hair's in a rough tie, sleeves shoved up, eyes shadowed. There's dried blood on one cuff that isn't mine. 2 fingers pressed to my neck. Warm. Steady. Green chakra sinks through bone and bruises, mapping what's broken and what she bullied back together. How do you feel? She asks. Like Han dropped a cliff on my ribs. I rasp. Then check twice to make sure. Her mouth twitches. You're not wrong, she mutters. Don't sit up unless you want to find out what ruptured again feels like. She reaches for a cup, slides a hand under my head, lifts just enough. The water tastes like metal and river stones. I manage a few swallows. She sets the cup aside, studies my face another heartbeat, then lets the chakra light fade. All right, she says. You're awake, your head still looks like it belongs to you, and the seal isn't thrashing. We're going to talk. If you lie, I put you under. If you start to slip, I put you under. Clear? Yes, Hokage-sama. I mumble. Good. She steps back half a pace. Jiraiya pulls a chair up backwards, folding his arms over the backrest. Kakashi takes the space by the window. Shikaku leans into the corner like he's trying to disappear into it while still seeing everything. From the outside, Tsunade says, we felt Kyuubi climb. 6 tails 7. Every shinobi near the southern quarter hit the ground whether they meant to or not. Then the pressure stopped rising. It stayed high, but it stopped trying to grind us flat. After that, the 5 tails chakra twisted. Like something spoiled the flow inside Han. Gaara entered. Sand, steam, fox scars in the streets. Then nothing. Dust clears. You and Han are both down and breathing. Gobi's gone. She crosses her arms. That's what we saw, she says. We need what you saw. Start before it went that far. I stare at the ceiling a moment, lining everything up. He forced me to make a deal, I say. My voice comes out flat. The fox. I wasn't looking to bargain. Han was breaking me. Bones, lungs, everything. I was running out of options. Kyuubi pushed. Pain for power. He said if I gave him everything it cost, he'd give me enough to keep standing. I let him. Jiraiya's chakra flares, sharp and ugly, but not at me. Kakashi doesn't move, but the air around him feels thinner. At first it felt like it was still mine. I go on. 1 tail. I could still tell where my body stopped and the cloak started. I used clones, tested his guard. He tore them apart. Every dispel slammed back through me, broken jaws, crushed ribs, all of it. Kyuubi drank it and shoved more chakra in. My fingers twitch under the blanket. I knew the rule, I say. If it hurts that much, you stop. Pain's supposed to be the leash. That's how you know where the line is. I swallow. He didn't like that, I add. So he cut the leash. Tsunade's eyes sharpen. How? After the 2nd tail came out, I say. One moment I knew exactly how many bones Han had kicked out of place. The next, it was like someone wiped it away. I still felt impact. Knew my arm was bending wrong, my back hit stone. But the pain just didn't follow. Kyuubi shut it off. Said my nerves were a toy and my body a wrapper. He needed me moving, not screaming. Kakashi's visible eye closes for a heartbeat, then opens slower. And then? He asks quietly. Then he threw me out, I say. I pull another breath. 1 second I was on the street, I say. 2 tails, Gobi in front of me, Han's chakra trying to boil mine out of my skin. The next, I'm standing in the seal corridor. Water around my ankles. Gate in front of me. Kyuubi pressed against the bars like he meant to bite through them. The memory drags like a hook. I grabbed the bars, I say. Told him to pull back. That if he kept flooding everything, he'd poison half the district and turn it into a fox rampage. He laughed. Said pain for power was always his. That my suffering was a pastime, not a warning. And once it got in the way of what he wanted, he cut it. I looked down at my bandaged fingers. He wasn't going to let me back out, I add quietly. Not until his tails were whole and the ink tore. He wanted me stuck there, watching what he did wearing my face. The room goes very still. Tsunade's jaw jumps. Jiraiya's hands are white on the chair. Shikaku has that distant look he gets when he's adding something to the list of things that keep him awake at night. That's when he came, I say. Nobody asks who. They all feel it. Properly, I mean, I add. Not just a name and a face on a mountain. I was at the gate, Kyuubi right there, and something else pushed in. Different chakra. Clean. Warm. Big. Like standing in front of the sun instead of a wildfire. A hand landed on my shoulder from behind. Human. Solid. He squeezed and said, "Need a hand, son?" I look at Kakashi first, because it's going to hit him worst. It was Minato, I say. The fourth. My father. A piece of him he sealed into the seal for when things got that bad. Kakashi's eye shines. He looks down. Jiraiya goes very still in that tired way that means Not surprised, just hurt. Tsunade's fingers tighten on the rail. There's a line of wet at the corner of her eye she pretends isn't there. He walked right past me to the gate. I say. Kyubi called him a cockroach and promised to tear his work apart again. He ignored him. Put his hands on the tag and started rewriting. Blue lines poured from his fingers into the seal mark, then spread across the bars like frost. New chains appeared, some his, some Mom's color. Wrapped around Kyubi's legs, tails, muzzle. Dragged him back from the lock. I can still hear the fox roar when they snapped shut. The cloak's still there, I add. But it sits further down now. Tighter. I can feel he shortened the leash. Whatever I did, I'm not climbing to 7 again by accident. Tsunade's shoulders loosen a fraction. What did he say to you? She asks softer. I stare at the sheet over my chest. He talked about that night. I say. The attack. The man in the mask wearing an Uchiha's face. How he ripped Kyubi out of my mother and dropped it on the village. How they dragged it back long enough to pin it. How he couldn't kill the man and knew he'd come back. My throat works. He said he chose me on purpose. I add. Not because I was just there. Because I was his and hers. Because he trusted that more than letting fate hand the fox to some random baby. Mom didn't want it. She wanted me to grow up not knowing what it meant to be a vessel. But she knew someone would have to stand between that masked bastard and everyone else. Tsunade looks like she wants to punch something very far away. He said a Hokage stands in front of the darkness. I whisper. And if a child had to be chained to it, he wanted it to be someone he trusted to fight back. I let that sit. I told him his trusted kid had just let the fox shut pain off, climb to 7 tails, and start cracking the seal. I say. He didn't argue. Just said he'd felt me fight it the whole time. That if Kyubi had really won, I wouldn't care. I'd be quiet. Or gone. I pull in another breath. He apologized, I say. For sealing the fox into me. For turning me into this. He didn't take it back. Just said he was sorry. And then he told me what he wanted me to do with it. Jiraiya leans forward. He doesn't want them throwing me at everything and hoping. I say. He wants me strong enough that they don't have to. Strong enough to stand in front of people like Han without clawing up more tails. Strong enough to learn how the seal works so when something goes wrong, we have more than one desperate answer. I glance at Tsunade. He told me to learn Fuinjutsu. I admit. Properly. Uzumaki style. Study what he put there. What Mom wrapped around it. Not to poke at it out of anger, but to understand it. So if we add more ink someday, it's because we know what we're doing. I wet my lips. He gave me messages. I say. For you. Kakashi tenses. He said he's proud of you. I tell him. Said he knows how many ghosts you dragged behind you and it still matters that you get up. Told you to dig under the floorboards where you first met. There's a sealed box. You'll know it. Kakashi's eye closes. This time it looks like a bow. Jiraiya-sensei. I say. He said thank you? For what you did for him. For the village. Asked you to keep looking after me? Said I was your student too. Jiraiya swallows, nods once, sharply. And you? Tsunade asks. What did he say just to you? He said he loved me. I say. That I don't have to forgive him. Or agree. Just, not to come see him too soon. The monitor ticks. Then he burned himself out. I finish. Poured what he had left into tightening the seal and into my coils. Pushed the cloak down. Boosted my chakra so I could stand up again. I breathe, feeling again that one perfect moment of quiet in my bones. After that it was stone and steam again. I say. Han charging something big, boil release, pack tight. If it hit, that was it. So I did what he said. Bit my thumb. Went through the signs. Threw as much chakra into the summoning as I could without snapping what he just fixed. Aimed for the chief. He fired before the summoning finished. I add. Heat, roar, then nothing. I blacked out. When I came back, there was sand between me and what was left of the street. Gaara. Half his face somewhere else. He said he'd come to help because only I had the right to snuff him out. I think that's just how he talks. But I also think he liked that I treated him like a person, not a weapon. I told him I had an idea. Asked him to cover me. He didn't argue, just moved the sand. So I tried again. Called Gamabunta. He was not happy, I say, despite myself. First thing out of his mouth was threatening to send me back down if this was another stunt. I told him my dad said I could trust him. That the chief toad always shows up when things get bad enough. Asked if he was really going to make my father a liar. Tsunade's brows rise. Jiraiya straightens. He grumbled, said he'd helped this once but I owed him. I say. So I promised I had this very rich godfather who'd cover the tab. Told him my godfather had lots of money and owed me, and that whatever he wanted, sake, snacks, toad-sized whatever, you'd pay for it. Jiraiya freezes. You what? He whispers. And then I told him if my godfather didn't pay, I was sure Tsunade-sama would keep him in line. I add quickly. He seemed to like that part. There's a noise Jiraiya makes that I've only heard once, a man realizing the cost of his own bragging. You bargain with toad chiefs exactly like your mother bargained with innkeepers. He groans. Smile, talk fast, spend my money. I'm going to need an entire mission budget just for alcohol. Tsunade's lips curve into a predatory smile. Oh, I like this, she says. We'll make room in the accounts. Somewhere. Shikaku chokes, disguising it as a cough. Kakashi's mask crinkles in a clear-eye smile. Anyway, I say. Once he finished complaining, he stayed. Said he'd take me under his wing this once. Then I asked him for water. Told him I'd give him the wind. They can picture the rest. Gaara kept distracting and blocking. I say. Sand grabbing at the gobi's legs, throwing up walls when the steam built. Bunta launched water. I laced wind into it. Every time we hit where Kyuubi's claws had already torn, it bit deeper. He didn't like that. Bunta went for a finishing cut, tried to take its head. Just as the blade should have hit, the gobi vanished. Pulled back all at once. Han dropped out of it, and the back lashed through him like a leaf. I remembered something Mom wrote in one of her scrolls. I say. Even when an enemy looks down, don't wait to see if they stay down. Go apocalyptic just in case. Her words. So I did. Threw what I had left into clones, wind, fire, tried to burn him hard enough he'd stay down. He still got up. Hurt. Looked at the mess. Ran. We let the quiet sit. You rode a chief toad into a biju and tried to roast the host when it dropped. Jiraiya mutters. You really are your parents' kid. Shikaku clears his throat. Earlier, he says, we heard pieces about something you shouted. Uzumaki. Yuzushio. I'd like your version before it turns into 3 songs. I stare at the blanket. It wasn't just him. I say. There was Sumiko. The IWA lunatic. She wouldn't shut up about Uzumaki foul blood. About Yuzushio. About my mom. Called her a whore. Said the Alliance deserved what it got. I heard enough before the fight really started. I take a breath. I wasn't letting IWA spit on her. I say. Not after everything she did and left. They had it coming. But I didn't shout it while he was breaking my face. I add. Kept my mouth shut then. It was later. When Han was already turning to run. When he started spitting on Yuzushio like everything they did was a joke. So I shouted. I admit. Told him Uzumaki weren't gone. That Konoha wasn't going to be a second Yuzushio. That we're here and we're not going anywhere, Dadaba. I bite it off. Old habit. You're allowed to be angry, Tsunade says. You're allowed to remember what happened to your clan and your mother. You're not allowed to throw your life away to prove a point. Not while I'm Hokage. Not after they went to this much trouble to put you here. I know, I say quickly. I was hurt and wound up. He pushed. I'll do better next time. Think before I bite. But I'm not pretending Yuzushio didn't happen. Or that we're gone. Good, she says. Because hiding it isn't an option anymore. She reaches under the bed and hauls something out. Green. Folded. Heavy. Drops it onto my lap. A flak jacket. My breath stutters. This isn't a prize, she says. It's a contract. Effective now, field promotion to Chunin. I'll shout at the daimyo until the paper matches what's already true. I don't. You stood in front of a Jinchuriki and a Biju and lived, she says. Made calls most grown shinobi wouldn't. Also made some very stupid choices. Congratulations. You're exactly what a Chunin is, too capable to waste, too reckless to leave unsupervised. Shikaka snorts. What she means, he says, is this rank comes with more eyes on you. More missions that require thinking. Fewer excuses. Jiraiya leans back. Training changes, he says. Once she clears you for more than breathing and swearing, your days split, rehab, wind, toad, fuinjutsu. Your parents didn't break themselves on those seals so you could treat them like decorations. Seal geek, I mutter. Great. I really am turning into my mom. You could do a lot worse, Tsunade says. Something softer flickers in her eyes. Kushina scared half the village when she got going. Kakashi steps closer, resting a hand on the rail. You're allowed to hate what happened, he says quietly. Hate that you let him push you that far. Hate that part of you like not feeling anything. That's normal. His eye softens. Just don't erase what you did anyway. You held him on our soil. Hurt him badly enough he had to run. You're still here. I don't want anyone else to see streets like that, I say. Or have their hands used like mine. I'm not okay with that's just how war is anymore. Good, Tsunade says. Use that. Don't let it rot you. I will, I answer. It feels like a promise layered over Minato's hand on my shoulder and Mom's ink on my skin. He wants me strong enough they don't have to throw me in hope. To learn the ink. Use the toads. Use my head. I'm going to. Just not by burning out at 13. He told me not to come find him too soon. I heard him. Something in her posture eases. Good, she says again, quieter. Because I am not burying another Uzumaki child. She straightens. For now your mission is simple, eat what you're given. Sleep when you can. Don't touch the seal without supervision. Jiraiya will bring notes when I say he can. Shikaku will handle the council. Kakashi will make sure you don't climb out a window to help before you can stand. Kakashi gives a lazy salute. Yes, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya squeezes my shoulder on his way out. He meant it, you know, he says. About being proud. About trusting you. My throat tightens. Yeah, I say. I know. Make it worth the trouble, he adds and slips through the door. Shikaka follows, muttering about casualty reports and Suna. Kakashi squeezes my arm lightly, then leaves too. The room quiets. Tsunade adjusts a drip, checks one more chart, then looks down at me. You did well, she says. And you were a damn idiot. Both are true. Remember that. I will, I say. Good. Sleep. That's an order. Her hand brushes my forehead, chakra warmth follows. The edges of the room blur. The monitor's tick fades. Under the bandages, under skin and ink, I feel the fox bristling against new chains and settling, still hating, still there. I rest my hand over my stomach. No more deals, I whisper. Next time, we do this my way. A low, distant growl curls at the edge of my thoughts. Not furious. Amused. Challenging. We'll see, QB rumbles. Yeah. I breathe, letting sleep drag me under. We will. Scene air in the crosshairs. POV, Hyuga Hinata. The sunset set the compound on fire. Not literally. The stone and pale wood were intact, swept and repaired by hands too tired to tremble. But the sky had gone the color of fresh blood and old sake, bleeding into the high walls and polished floors, turning every window into a low, burning coal. Even the water in the inner pond reflected it, red ripples around the koi's slow circles. Father sat on the veranda facing west, back very straight, hands resting on his knees. From the courtyard gate he looked as he always did, composed, untouchable, the perfect Hyuga lord. Up close, his shoulders were a fraction too rigid. I could see it even without the Byakugan. I knelt at the edge of the walkway and bowed. Oto-sama. His head tilted a degree in acknowledgement. Hinata. How are your injuries? I was fortunate. My voice sounded small in the echoing quiet. Tsunade, Sama's medics finished the last checks this afternoon. Niji, and San and I are cleared for light duty tomorrow. Light duty. Patrols through shattered streets and half-collapsed homes. Standing guard over walls that still smelled of smoke and poison. On paper, it sounded almost gentle. Good. Father's gaze stayed on the burning sky. Your performance at the southern perimeter was adequate. Coming from him, that was almost praise. My body remembered the spin of Kaiten, the joint drag of Niji at my side as we flared chakra together. 2 circles locking, shredding Doton shockwaves into harmless spray around screaming civilians. Shikamaru's brisk, tired. Nice timing, Hyuga! As he dragged a bleeding Kiba out of our kill zone. The way my lungs burned when the fox's chakra brushed the edge of my senses. I folded my fingers tighter so they wouldn't shake. We only followed orders. Orders are easy. Correct execution is rare. Silence settled again, heavy and brittle. Somewhere in the inner corridors, a child cried and was hushed. Further off, someone shouted for more bandages. The compound had never sounded like this before, like a hospital forced into the shape of a house. I shifted and set the tea tray down, bowing again. Oto-sama, shall I? The shoji behind us slid open with a sharp, deliberate rasp. Hayashi Dano. Elder Kozen's voice was soft enough not to carry beyond the veranda, but every syllable was weighted. I kept my spine straight and my head bowed, eyes on the grain of the floor. I was old enough to attend formal council now, but not old enough to be invited to, whatever this was. Kozen Dano, Father replied, just as cool. You come unannounced. Necessity presses, not etiquette. The elder's sandals whispered against the wood as he stepped out. His chakra felt thin and coiled, like wire pulled too tight. We have matters to discuss that cannot wait for the next formal council. Hinata is present, Father said. This veranda is not the elder's hall. My pulse jumped. I started to rise, to excuse myself, but Kozen's chakra flickered at the edge of my senses and he spoke before I could. On the contrary, he said. This concerns her most of all. I froze. Father didn't move, but the air around him tightened. Speak plainly, he said. I knew the correct thing to do, bow, retreat 3 steps, slide the shoji closed. Become background again. Instead I stayed where I was, hands folded, heart hammering under my ribs. After everything we had seen today, one more wrong choice hardly mattered. Kozen cleared his throat softly. We elders have reviewed the pattern of recent incidents, he said. Hizano-sama's death. The restructuring of branch duties. The loosening of caged bird protocol. The edge in his voice turned faintly sour at that. And now an attempted assassination within the clan during the invasion, in the midst of IWA's shinobi pouring over our walls. My fingers dug into my skirt. The rush of unfamiliar chakra through the compound corridors. The barked order to stay in the shelter. The sudden, ugly clash in the north wing, jukin on jukin, cut short far too fast. The smell of burned talismans and blood afterward. You frame it poorly, Father said. The traitor sought to exploit a crisis to strike at the clan head. He failed. Indeed. Kozen's sandals creaked as he shifted. His chakra tightened, his calm finally cracking. He failed. But he was one of ours. A branch son. A loyal traditionalist, until recently. Loyal to what? To whom? You have been pushing too hard, Hayashi Dano. The elder continued, tone still soft and venomous. You parade a branch prodigy at your side. You permit mixed training in the courtyard. You let outsiders, a faint, contemptuous emphasis, pressure us to modernize. We warned you this path would spill clan blood. It has. Father's chakra flared cold and sharp, then smoothed again. You speak as if his Ano, Sama's choices did not bloody our hands long before my reforms. There it was. The name everyone avoided at dinner, sitting like a ghost at the head of the table. Kozen exhaled. We saw what you did, Hayashi Dano. The world narrowed to the sound of 3 breaths, father's, the elder's, and my own. You forget yourself, Father said, voice like ice. The Hokage herself reviewed that night. She deemed my actions justified self-defense. The Hokage sees what you show her. Kozen's chakra drew tighter still. The Byakugan sees more. You killed your own father. You have poisoned our line with your guilt. Now you drag the clan toward disgrace, toward treason, under the guise of atonement. I bit down on the urge to flare my own eyes, to let the veins swell and see everything, the angle of father's shoulders, the precise distance between Kozen's feet, the old scars hidden under silk. To use the Byakugan here, on them, without permission. Father would be disappointed. I was not sure I could bear more of that tonight. Choose your next words carefully, Father said. We have chosen them already, Kozen replied. We lay an ultimatum before you. Step down as clan head and accept exile from the clan, or die and let a more suitable hand guide the Hyuga. It was so quiet I heard one of the pond fish break the surface in a soft plop. Father rose. Silk rustled. Bare feet brushed the wood. Kozen's chakra spiked, then scattered, as though he'd taken an involuntary step back. You threatened the head of the Hyuga clan, Father said. On the night of an invasion. After our children stood on the walls and in the streets to hold this village together. You speak of killing me like a criminal, in front of my heir, and dare call yourselves loyal? This is internal business. Kozen shot back, anger finally audible. We will not air our shame before outsiders. We will not drag Tsunade, Sama into the matter of a kinslayer's punishment. You have already dragged her in, Father said quietly. The moment you conspired with a branch fool to put my life, and by extension, our clan's stability, at risk during an invasion. The moment you considered betraying Konoha's command structure to preserve your pride. My throat closed. So it hadn't just been one man, acting alone? In war, we laid down our lives for the clan, Kozen said. You have forgotten that. You kneel before the Hokage and let her dictate our future. You mistake duty for groveling. Father's voice dropped. The Hyuga do not stand above the village. We exist because Konoha stands. Tonight, Naruto Uzumaki bled himself half to death on the southern perimeter so this compound would still be here for you to sully with your cowardice. He almost never used Naruto-kun's name in conversation. Hearing it now, edged with respect instead of distant irritation, jolted me more than the accusation itself. You speak of that boy like a model, Kozen hissed. A Jinchuriki weapon with the Kyuubi in his gut, paraded as some. The sound that cut him off was soft, cloth against cloth, a heel pivoting. Then a very quiet thud, as if someone had been slammed against a wooden pillar and stopped there. I didn't see their faces. I didn't need to. I knew the posture Father took in advanced Jukinkata, the angle of his arm when his fingers hovered a breath from a tenketsu. Understand me, Kozen, Dano. Father's tone never rose, but I felt it in my bones. If you attempt to move against my daughters or my nephew, if you attempt another strike at me during Konoha's hour of need, I will kill you myself. Hokage's warrant or not. The elder swallowed. I heard it. You would add another elder's blood to your ledger? You think it is not full enough already? Father said, unexpectedly tired. I have been burying our people since before you started calling me Dano. His Ano-sama. Hizashi. Now it's Sama and others who fell at the walls. I carry them all. His hand must have shifted. Kozen let out a small, involuntary gasp. I will not add my daughters to that list to mollify your fear of change. My eyes burned. I stared harder at the floor. When Hinata is ready. He hadn't said the words yet, but I could feel them gathering on his tongue. They had sat between us for months, in every training session, every harsh correction, every rare nod of approval. When Hinata has proven herself. When Hinata stands where I cannot. When Hinata has proven herself in service to Konoha. Father said, confirming it. When Tsunade Sama deems her ready to stand before the Hokage as clan head, I will step down. I will relinquish my authority, my titles, my life if necessary. I will answer for my sins before the elders, the Hokage, and the dead. Hayashi. But not before. He cut in. Until that day, I remain head of the Hyuga. You will act accordingly. You may train her alongside me if you wish. You will counsel. You will watch. You will plot if you must. But you will not move to depose me by blade or poison or coercion while the village rebuilds from this slaughter. That is my final offer, Kozen, Dano. It is more than you deserve. Kozen was silent for a long time. Long enough that the sunset bled away completely, and the first thin threads of moonlight reached the veranda. At last, he exhaled. Very well, he said hoarsely. We will accept these terms. For now. But understand, Hayashi, Dano, we are watching. If you falter, if you twist the girl away from the clan, we will act. And we will not be gentle. His steps retreated. The shoji slid shut. I let out a breath I didn't remember holding. Hinata. I flinched. Why, yes, Oto-sama. You heard more than you should have. I was bringing tea. The lie tasted thin. My hands were still folded, but my knuckles had gone white. Forgive me. I should have withdrawn. He was silent. His gaze sat on the back of my bowed head, heavier than any blow. No, he said at last. Stay. The word rooted me in place. The elders are correct about one thing. Father went on. My time is limited. War is coming. Old debts are circling. The clan will require a leader who can walk that line between Hyuga and Konoha without falling. He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was quieter. I intend that leader to be you. My throat closed around the simple response. I had chosen this once already, standing under the training yard lanterns while he laid out my options: marry Naruto and accept the seal, or remain heiress and support his Hokage path from above. Love or duty, laid out like mission parameters. I'd chosen the heir's path. Chosen to carry my feelings like a buried vow instead of a future. It had seemed almost noble then. Clean. Now it sounded like a date carved into my father's back. I will not ask your opinion on this, Father said. You gave it when you chose the heir's path. Instead, I will give you mine. Cloth whispered. I felt the faint shift of air as he knelt closer. You will train. You will stand beside Niji and the rookies and prove yourself on missions, in council, on the battlefield. You will protect this village and this clan with everything you have. And when Tsunade Sama calls you Hyuga, Dano instead of Hinata, Kuin, he finished, I will keep my promise. The image sliced through me, Tsunade, Sama's hand heavy on my shoulder, the Hokage's necklace gleaming at her throat, Father kneeling before the elder's shrine, eyes closed, his Byakugan dimming. My forehead touched the cool wood. The sunset glow was gone. Only moonlight brushed the veranda now, pale and thin. Yes, Oto-sama, I whispered. I understand. Good. His hand hovered above my hair for a heartbeat, close enough that I felt the warmth, not close enough to touch. Then it withdrew. Go rest. We begin again at dawn. I rose on unsteady legs, gathered the untouched tea tray with numb fingers, and walked back into the house. The corridors felt narrower than I remembered. Every wall smelled of antiseptic and incense, of burned paper talismans and drying blood. Faces turned as I passed, branch cousins bandaged and exhausted, mane, house ants with red, rimmed eyes, children clutching blankets that still smelled of smoke from the bunkers. By the time I reached my room, my heart felt like a caged bird beating itself against bone. I lay down on the futon and stared at the ceiling. Naruto-kun, bleeding himself half to death at the southern perimeter so men like Kozen still had walls to posture inside. Niji, and I, San, standing in the rubble beside me, shoulders set, accepting his place as living branch prodigy instead of doomed sacrifice. Father, promising his life away in measured, polite words. The clan, the village, Naruto's dream, they were all braided together now, knotted in the center of my chest. I closed my eyes. I did not sleep. Scene under the floorboards. POV, Hatake Kakashi, late night, post, invasion. The Hatake compound never creaks. Not from disrepair, the wood is good. Old, pale, sandalwood and winter pine. My father built most of it himself before I was born, hands steady even when his heart wasn't. The quiet here is deeper than neglect. It's the quiet of a house that learned to hold its breath. Tonight, even the wind seems nervous crossing the threshold. I shut the gate behind me and stand for a moment in the narrow path, waiting for my legs to decide whether they remember how to move in this place. The sky has that thin, brittle quality it gets after too much chakra has been burned in the air, like a scab over the village's wounds. Even here, far from the hospital, I can feel the pulsing thread of ANBU wards humming faintly through the dirt. Minato's chakra, when it touched me earlier, felt nothing like this. Warm. Human. Final. My fingers twitch in my pockets. Late. I mutter, because it's easier than thinking the other words. He said under the floorboards. Which is specific. And rude. The porch steps still bow under my weight at the exact same angle they did when I was 8. My father used to complain about that. Said he'd fix it when he stopped coming home exhausted. He never fixed it. Inside, the house smells faintly of dust and something older. Memory, maybe. I toe off my sandals automatically, turn left, and walk down the hall toward the training room I haven't used in years. I almost turned back twice. The last time I came here was after the Shinobi mission. The room felt smaller then. It feels smaller now for a different reason, like the walls know something's waiting for me. The floorboard Minato mentioned is in the corner, just left of the old chest where my father used to store his mission journals. I kneel slowly, bones suddenly older than they should be, and slide my fingers along the grain. There, a thin notch. Barely visible. I hook a fingertip under the edge and lift. A sting lights across my skin, sharp, precise. A sealing thorn, designed to prick, draw a drop of blood, and confirm identity. My hand jerks back on instinct. A bead of red wells up and falls onto the wood. The groove pulses once, soft gold, then the board shifts, releasing with a muted sigh. Inside the cavity lies a long, narrow cylinder wrapped in indigo cloth. A sealing canister. Elegant, engineered, annoyingly Minato. Under it, pressed against the inner wall, something glints faintly. I reach in and pull out the first item, a scroll, sealed and tagged with complex formulae I recognize immediately. Narration notes. Detailed. Personal. The kind you don't leave lying around for anyone who isn't family. My stomach drops. The second item is thinner, a folded letter, paper yellowed at the edges, ink still dark. My breath sticks when I see the handwriting on the front. Kakashi. Just my name. Written like they thought they'd see me again in a few days. Written like time was something they still had. I break the seal with a thumb that suddenly doesn't feel steady. Minato's handwriting carries first, neat strokes, just a bit too careful, like he'd been trying not to wake someone. Kakashi. If you're reading this, something went very wrong. Kushina and I argued about whether to write it. She said it was bad luck. I said you deserve truth if we don't make it home. So blame me, not her. I know what you think about Shinobi. I know what you carry. I should have said this earlier, and more than once. It wasn't your fault. I was your sensei. It was my job to keep you three alive. I should have been there faster. I should have read the terrain better. I should have protected you. Obito made a choice. You honored it. That is all. The paper blurs. I blink hard. Minato goes on. You were my student, then my partner, then, though I know you'll deny it, the little brother I trusted with everything. I was always proud of you. Always. Even when you pretended you didn't care if you lived through the week. When the time comes, Naruto will need someone patient, someone clever, someone who understands how to carry pain without letting it swallow the world. You're the only person I trust with that. My throat locks completely on little brother. I can almost hear him saying it. Soft. Half, laughing. Ridiculously sincere. The next handwriting is rounder, sharper at the edges, somehow warm even on old paper. Kushina. Kakashi. Don't you dare roll your eye at Minato's mushy stuff. He means it. And so do I. Your family. Got it? Family. My silly, quiet, too smart for his own good little brother. I'm putting that in writing so you can't argue. A tear slips before I can stop it. Kushina goes on. Mito, Bachan told me this once. Fill your heart with love. It's the only thing strong enough to stand against sorrow and ugliness and loss. Minato lives by that. I try my best. You should too. Don't fold in on yourself, that's an Uchiha move. And you're a Hatake. I like Hatake better. Smile. Even a little. For us. And if we're gone, keep our little Maelstrom safe. Yes, I said Maelstrom. Minato, stop fixing my spelling. He'll be trouble. But good trouble. The best kind. And you're the best person we could ever trust with him. We love you, Kakashi. Kushina. The letter ends there. My hands shake around the paper as I fold it back along its worn lines. For a long moment I don't trust my voice, so I don't try to speak. I just sit, breathing in a house that hasn't been alive for years. Listening to the echo of people who will never walk through its doors again. Eventually, I slip the letter inside my vest, where it settles against my heartbeat like a second pulse. The Hiratian scroll is heavier, the weight of genius and legacy in one. Minato's personal notes on space, time theory, tag construction, chakra modulation, Uzumaki binding schematics. He'd prepared it all. He'd known someone might need it someday. Someone like me. Someone like Naruto. My eye burns again. Sensei. I whisper. You really never stopped planning ahead, did you? I wipe my face with the back of my hand and stand. My legs feel steadier now, though I'm not sure how. I'll do it, I say into the empty house. I'll take care of him. I'll learn this stupid technique you never shut up about. I'll try the smiling thing, maybe. A breath leaves me, part laugh, part something else. Then I glance at the clock on the far wall and wince. I'm late. Tsunade is going to pulverize me. Even that thought feels lighter now, a worry I can hold beside everything Minato and Kushina left me with. As I step out into the night, I touch the letter through my vest. Obito, I murmur, looking up at the bruised moon. I won't visit as often. But you're still here. I'll carry you. And I'll keep him safe. I promise. The wind stirs. The house creaks, just once, like a benediction. And I head back toward the village, toward duty, toward the future Minato trusted me to raise. Scene, relief and grief. POV, Uzumaki Naruto. The ceiling hums. Not just with machines, those beep and sigh in little bursts, but with chakra. A slow, steady thrum in the plaster and pipes, like Konoha itself is holding its breath. I can feel ANBU on the other side of the wall, in the rafters, behind the vent. Too neat to be anyone else. Too quiet. They don't bother pretending they're not there. I don't bother pretending I can't feel them. The sheets smell like antiseptic and burned chakra. So do I. Every breath tastes like smoke that's been scrubbed and scrubbed but never really leaves. Tsunade said I wasn't allowed to move. Or poke the seal. Or talk about certain things. S rank, under penalty of her personal wrath and necessary countermeasures. She said I should rest. So obviously my brain won't shut up. The door latch clicks. I don't move at first. Just listen. Footsteps, too light to be Jiraiya, too quick to be Kakashi. A rustle of paper. Someone muttering under their breath. You know? I rasp. She freezes mid-curtain pull. Figures, she mutters. You can barely breathe, but you still sniff people like a stray mutt. Fox, I croak. Get it right. She huffs, and that's how I know she's glad I'm not dead. The curtain swishes closed. Ino steps into view with her arms full of junk, a lopsided bouquet, a stack of folded well cards, a plastic bag that smells like bad tea and worse crackers. She looks awful. Not in a bad hair day way. Her hair's clean and pulled back, but there are shadows carved under her eyes and a faint mottling along her jaw where healing chakra didn't quite finish smoothing the bruises. Her chakra feels thin, frayed like paper that's been folded too many times. You look like crap, I say. She snorts. You're one to talk, brat. Brat. She hasn't called me that since before the exams. It lands different now. Smaller. Familiar. She dumps the flowers on the cabinet, drops the bag and cards on the rolling table, then drags the chair up next to the bed and just sits. For a second she does nothing but stare, like she's counting what parts of me are still attached. Hey, she says finally. You're awake. Most of me, I say. The rest is arguing. Her gaze flicks, briefly, toward my stomach and away again. We both know what I mean. We don't say it. How bad? She asks. On Tsunade's official scale? I say. Somewhere between hit by a landslide and used as a training dummy to demonstrate internal bleeding. One corner of her mouth twitches. So, normal day. Pretty much. For a while, that's all we do. Trade old jokes like they still fit. Up close, I can smell dust in her hair, ash and sweat on her clothes, copper and disinfectant on her hands. The whole corridor outside smells like that. The whole building does. You shouldn't be here, I say eventually. You look like you fell down an IWA mineshaft. Twice. Wow, she deadpans. Such gratitude. I try to shrug. Pain rockets through my chest. It comes out as a wheeze. Kurenai, sensei will kill me if you fall over on me. Kurenai, sensei is asleep, Ino says. Finally. Shikamaru bullied her into it using charts. Of course he did. She tilts her head back against the wall and closes her eyes for a second. Besides, if I went home, my dad would either smother me or ask me what this is going to do to funeral flower orders. I'm not ready to think about chrysanthemums as a supply problem. I flinch. The monitors keep beeping like nothing changed. Sorry, she says quickly. That came out. No, I say. It's real. We sit in that word for a bit. Funeral. How bad is it? I ask quietly. Her eyes stay on the curtain. They're still tallying, she says. A lot of people are missing under rubble. Some of those will come back as pulled out in time. Some won't. Her fingers twist in her skirt. They ran out of clipboards. Started using chalkboards in the main hall. It's a lot. My stomach twists. Our year? Asuma, sensei's alive, she says quickly. Beat to hell, burns, broken ribs, but alive. If he tries to pull his 4 out again, the medics are going to restrain him, and I kind of want to watch. That sounds right, I mutter. Shikamaru's fine, she goes on. Cranky, exhausted, running on 3 brain cells and spite. They finally made him lie down. Choji's stable. Kiba's. She glances at me. We both know Kiba's a whole other story. Alive. Akamaru too. Lots of broken. Not gone. I breathe out slowly. Sakura? Sasuke? The others? Sakura's been in the med teams since they let her stand, she says. She keeps trying to work through chakra crashes. Shizen's threatening to tie her to a bed. Sasuke's. She hesitates. That one's a longer story. But breathing. Everyone on the rookie roster is still on the board for now. For now. I lie there and let that settle. Alive doesn't mean okay. But it's more than some people got. I stretch my senses as far as they'll go. The building is a blur of heartbeats and chakra pulses, hundreds of signatures smearing together. Medics. Patients. Umbu. Jiraiya's oily, toad-laced smell, faint down the hall. Kakashi, gone now but lingering like smoke. No chalk dust. No cheap instant ramen. No warm, ordinary teacher smell. Hey, Ino? I say. MH? Where's Ichiraku-sensei? She goes very, very still. He should have been here already. I say, forcing my voice to stay light. He always is. First in line to yell at me for getting hospitalized. Brings disgusting oranges. Tries to guilt me about hospital bills. I haven't heard him once. Haven't smelled him. Not in the hall. Not anywhere. Naruto, she says. He wouldn't just not come. I push. Even if he was busy. He'd shout through the window. Send Konohamaru. Something. So either he's in a coma, which someone would have mentioned, or… Naruto, she says again, and this time her voice is wrong. I look at her. Her eyes are too bright. Her chakra has gone thin and sharp. Tell me, I say. She opens her mouth. Closes it. Looks at the curtain like there's a different answer out there. Tsunade kept talking around things, I say. Jiraiya squeezed my shoulder and left. Kakashi, sensei wouldn't meet my eyes. You know. I can tell you know. Just tell me. She looks like she'd rather take another kunai to the gut. But she nods. He was in the southern sector, she says, voice flat, like she memorized the report and is forcing it out. Evac duty. Academy kids, Genin hopefuls' parents. The ones without clan bunkers. He got them into the tunnels nearest the school. Then the Doton collapses forced a reroute deeper. There was a bottleneck near one of the old entrances. I see it. Ichiraku, barking orders. Smiling at scared kids. Lying badly about. Just a drill. And? I whisper. There was a surge, she says. Fox and 5 tails together. The Nin say it felt like the world snapping. One of the clashes hit near that tunnel mouth. The ceiling came down. The chakra backlash burned everything it touched. My chest feels too small. They pulled him out a few hours later, she whispers. He had 3 kids under him. All 4 were already gone. But the line behind them made it through. They say if he hadn't thrown himself there, they would have lost the whole section. The room tilts sideways. My fingers curl in the sheet. No, I say. It doesn't sound like much of anything. Ino's hand is suddenly on my forearm, firm and warm and shaking. Naruto. I wasn't there. I rasp. He died and I wasn't there. You were on a different battlefield, she says. You were. Don't say that. I choke. Don't you dare say that. If I'd never been born, the fox wouldn't be here, they would have had to find someone else, the 4th wouldn't have. The title slips out before I can catch it. I bite my tongue hard enough to taste blood, like I can chew the rest of the secret back down where it belongs. Tsunade's warning rings in my head as, rank brat. You leak it, I have to assume someone squeezed you. And then I lock you down so hard you'll wish it was just paperwork. Ino freezes. I can see the shapes spinning behind her eyes. Rumors about me in the 4th, whispers about the attack 12 years ago, but she doesn't reach for them. She's a Yamanaka. She knows what a classified wall feels like. She backs away from it. Naruto, she says, gentler now. Stop. You are not a natural disaster. You're a person. A really annoying one who eats other people's dango and screams on rooftops, but a person. Ichiraku, sensei knew exactly what you are. He believed in you. Right up to the end. Tears burn hot. I blink hard. They spill anyway, sliding sideways into my hair. I didn't even get to say anything. I whisper. He was just gone. He knew, she says fiercely. He watched you go from that loud little brat everyone avoided to the idiot who stood on a railing and promised to protect the whole village. He saw you dragging Konohamaru around like a duckling. He saw you come back from Wave with eyes that weren't a kid's anymore. He knew. It hurts thinking that. Hurts worse than thinking he didn't. I was there, I say, voice raw. When it all went wrong. When the fox climbed. I begged him to stop. I felt it when he cut the pain, when he snapped the leash. I knew people were going to get hurt and I couldn't. I shut my mouth. The walls have ears. The ceiling does too. Imbu chakra hums in the vents. I can't say more. Not about the gate. Not about the man behind the monument stepping out of my seal and saving all of us. Ino doesn't push. She just grips my arm harder. You, she says. I'm sure you tried to stop it. Hell, if you hadn't, there wouldn't be a Konoha left for you to complain about hurting. Her fingers tighten. You didn't stand there and choose to burn Ichiraku, sensei. You stood between this village and a monster, and you didn't break. That doesn't erase what we lost. But it's the truth. I want to believe her. I almost do. I remember being in the street, bones screaming, wind chakra tearing my muscles. I remember feeling Han's power boiling the air and thinking, if I don't hold, everything south of here is gone. But under that is the sharper memory. Being yanked into the seal corridor like trash. Water around my ankles. Kyubi pressed against the bars, laughing. Tails stacking higher as he shoved more chakra through my body while I pounded useless fists on the metal. And then, a hand on my shoulder. Warm. Human. The fourth. Minato. Not a story, not a face on a mountain. A man. My father. Standing between me and the fox, pouring blue chakra into the seal until new chains snapped tight. He's the one who pulled the power back from 8-9. Nothing left. He's the one who kept the southern quarter from becoming a crater. If he hadn't been there, tucked into that seal since the day I was born, Konoha would be gone. Ino is wrong about that part, and I can't tell her. So I swallow the truth and let her think I was enough. I was going to show him. I whisper instead. Ichiraku sensei. The flak jacket. Ask if I looked like a real chunin yet. Let him yell about paperwork. Ino lets out a soggy laugh. He would've, she says. Then he would've gone to the staff room and cried where no one could see him. Then he would've bought more instant ramen because our problem child has a bigger appetite now. My mouth twitches. He always did that. Yeah, she says quietly. He did. The monitor ticks. Someone down the hall coughs. Somewhere lower in the building, a child sobs and a medic murmurs. I miss him, I say. I know, she replies. Me too. We sit like that for a while. Her hand on my arm. My ribs hurting with every breath. The space where Ichiraku should be louder than anything else in the room. What are you going to do? She asks finally, voice small but steady. The question feels too big. I stare at the crack in the ceiling. I don't know, I say. Right now it all just feels too much. Fox. Gobi. Suna. IWA. Root. Danzo. Tsunade's doctrine stuff. The way everyone looks at me like I'm something they have to plan around. Shikamaru calls you a hinge, she says. Says the whole board tilts around you whether you like it or not. She shrugs. He also says if you don't decide what to do with that, someone worse will. So. I close my eyes. I can almost hear Ichiraku's voice. You can do better, Naruto. I know you can. I'm counting on it. I'm going to get stronger, I say. The words start shaky and firm up as I push them out. Not just hit harder, stronger. Smarter. Seal, stronger. So next time the fox tries to use me like a bomb, it doesn't get a vote. Ino's shoulders relax a little. Good, she murmurs. I'm going to study. I go on. The scrolls Jiraiya brought. My mom's notes. Wind. Water. Toad stuff. All of it. I'm going to learn exactly what's written on my stomach and how to add to it. I'm not letting anyone flip my pain off like a switch again. Databeo. It comes out smaller than it used to. Less of a shout, more of a vow. And I'm going to make him proud. I whisper. Iraka. Wherever he is. I'm going to become the man he said I could be. Even if I have to do it without him here to yell at me. You're not doing it alone, Ino says immediately. You've got a whole village of annoying, traumatized idiots backing you up. Me included. Lucky me, I mutter. She snorts softly. Yeah. Lucky you? She squeezes my arm once and then stands. I should let you sleep. If Tsunade-sama catches me here this long, she'll put me on organ, jar duty for a month. Don't antagonize the med corps, I say. You'll need them later. No promises. She hesitates, then leans down and presses her forehead to mine for a heartbeat. It's clumsy and warm and hurts my ribs in a way I don't mind. We'll be okay, she says. Not the same. Never the same. But okay. Somehow. Yeah, I say. Somehow. She slips out. The curtain falls back into place. Her chakra fades down the hall. The room feels bigger without her. Colder. I stare at the ceiling until the crack blurs. The hum in the walls gets louder. Then something else stirs under my ribs, and the hospital falls away. Water rises around my ankles. The air smells like damp stone and old anger. The gate looms in front of me, seal tagged bright and fresh where blue lines recently sank in. Back already? QB's voice rolls out of the darkness, amused and cruel. The little jailer just cannot stay away. He steps into view behind the bars, eyes like twin suns in a sea of red. New chains, Minato's blue, my mother's deeper hue, wrap his legs and muzzle, pulled tight. Iraka is dead, I say. He snorts. Wind from it rattles the bars. Out of all the ants you scurry around with, your shocked one got stepped on. He was in the tunnels, I say. Protecting kids. When that power went wild. When you begged for more. QB cuts in, chakra cracking against the seal. Do not rewrite this for your comfort, boy. You wanted to stand against the 5 tails. You asked? I answered. You broke. The world around you paid. That is how it works. My hands curl around the bars. They're cold and wet and solid. You shut the pain off. I snarl. You cut the leash. You tried to throw me out of my own body. And? His lips peel back from his teeth. You expected mercy? We are not partners. You are the latch on my cage. You are nothing to me but an obstacle I will eventually devour. My grip tightens. You killed him. My chakra did what it always does, QB says. Burn. Crush. Destroy. Your precious teacher just happened to be standing where it landed. He chose his ground. That is not my concern. He mattered to me, I say. The words shake. I don't care. And that is why you are weak. His eyes narrow. You cling to names and faces and little human ephemera. You think that will save you when real monsters come. You are playing in oceans older than your species, pup. Then why are you still in a cage? I spit. If I'm so pathetic. If humans are so small. Why are you behind bars in my gut instead of out there finishing the job? Something ugly flickers through his gaze. Because a yellow-haired fool nailed me here, he growls. Because a red-haired storm wrapped me in ink. Because you, their leftover, sit on the other side of the seal. Chains creak as he strains against them. Do not mistake their work for your strength. The words hit, hard and true. I taste blood again. You still killed him, I whisper. Maybe not on purpose. Maybe not with claws. But your power did. If I hadn't let you climb, if I'd held the line at one tail, if I'd. So many ifs. He purrs. Here is the only truth that matters. You opened the door wider. You could not pay the price. The world did. Crying at my gate will not change that. Rage flares hot and sharp. I'm going to make sure you never hurt anyone I love again. I say. My voice comes out hoarse but steady. I don't know how yet. But I will. I'll learn every seal there is. I'll talk to every toad in that stupid mountain. I'll tie so many knots into this cage you won't be able to twitch without my say, so? Big promises, QB rumbles. From a child who could barely keep his own ribs intact. Watch me. I snap. You said it yourself? The bars are theirs. I'm going to make them mine. I'm going to turn you into a weapon that only fires where I aim it. And I'll do it without your help. For a heartbeat, something like interest flickers behind his eyes. Then he laughs. We'll see, he says. Run along, little hinge. Go grieve. Go study your ink and your pitiful jutsu. The tide comes whether you flail or not. The corridor shudders. The water pulls at my ankles. The gate recedes like someone yanking a curtain. I gasp awake in my bed, heart hammering, ribs screaming. The monitor shrills, then settles. The A&BU signatures spike, then smooth back into the walls. The crack in the ceiling is still there. My hand drifts down to rest over the bandages on my stomach, over the ink beneath. Ichiraku's face rises behind my eyes, his smile, his scowl, the way he'd plant himself between me and a world I didn't understand yet. I'll do it, I whisper to the empty room. I'll get strong enough you can't touch them again. I'll make you a weapon on my terms. I'll become someone Ichiraku, Sensei would be proud of. The machines hum. The village groans and heals around me. It's too much. It's nowhere near enough. But I am still here. And I am not done. Scene, Nami no Kuni. POV, Haruno Sakura. Nami no Kuni smells different than I remember. Less rot. Less old fish and cheap alcohol. More salt and wet wood and a thin metallic tang of new nails and new boards. The air off the water is still cold enough to bite through my cloak, but there's laughter somewhere down the street instead of just coughing. They rebuilt. Of course they did. I keep my hood low and my eyes moving as I walk, sandals whispering over packed dirt gone half, mud from the mist. The streets are busier than the last time I was here, merchants shouting, kids running, men hauling crates stamped with foreign seals. A ship's bell rings faintly from the docks. Somewhere a hammer hits a nail, again and again, steady as a heartbeat. 2 days since I walked out of fire country. 2 days since I slipped away from the chaos and screaming and chakra storms and just kept going. My pack rides heavy on my shoulders. The straps dig into bruises Minato's demon and Iwa's Jinchuriki didn't quite finish. The weight isn't from supplies. Those are light enough, military rations, a spare shirt, sealing ink, money pouches tucked where they won't jingle. The real weight is the scroll tube nestled against my spine, bound in 2 different sets of chakra, sensitive seals. Danzo's stolen secrets. Kabuto's little errand. My ticket. My leash. Our best chance, a voice purrs in the back of my skull. Assuming you don't trip and drop it in a ditch like the idiot you used to be. I tighten my jaw. I don't answer her. Giving the thoughts shape makes them too loud. Wave wasn't supposed to be more than a stopover. Just long enough to sleep somewhere that isn't a tree, resupply, maybe call in an old favor. Then east, into the mists where even Konoha treads carefully. Mizu no Kuni. Land of water. Land of. We will drown you and send your fingers back in a jar if you come here uninvited. Which is exactly why I'm going. Konoha doesn't leave debts alone. I know that now. They'll bury their dead, sweep their streets, burn their prayers. Then they'll convene. They'll put on their nice robes and sit around that big table and talk about stability, and security, and messages. They'll remember I walked away in the middle of a battle. That I broke formation when the rookies were holding the line. Danzo will want his property back. Tsunade will want her liability contained. Kabuto will want his asset alive and in place when he snaps his fingers. I have no intention of being anywhere near Fire Country when they start sharpening blades for retribution. I pass a stall with cheap trinkets laid out on cloth. The merchant's radio hisses, static and faint voices. Reports confirm Sunegakure's collapse. Konoha officially repels the invasion. Fire's Chunin Corps expanded in field promotion. I walk faster. Every scrap of news since Sumiko ripped herself apart in the arena has had his name woven through it. Naruto. Jinchuriki. Gobi. Fox. Son of the fourth Hokage. That part still makes my skin crawl. Everyone else heard. Hero's legacy. Tied it up in a neat little story about sacrifice and destiny. Of course he's Minato's. It all makes sense now. Tears and smiles and prayers at that stupid stone face. I heard something different. A Hokage looked at his newborn child and a monster he couldn't kill and chose the monster. They say it was to save the village. To protect everyone. To prevent worse. I've heard those words so many times they might as well be one of the Academy's calligraphy drills. No one ever says out loud what it really is, proof that in Konoha, even your own children are resources to be slotted into seals and shoved into cages if it keeps the machine running. If that's what they do to their precious Yandame's son, what were the rest of us ever going to be? Tools. Always tools. My boots splash through a shallow puddle. The water reflects a girl in a worn cloak, hood shadowing a face too pale from bad sleep. Hair dark red instead of pink now, scraped back. Eyes sharper than the last time this street saw me. I bare my teeth at the reflection and keep walking. The house looks the same. Tuzuna's place sits where it always has, just off the main road, close enough to the harbor to smell the tide, far enough the spray doesn't hit the walls. The steps are new. The railing is new. The roof tiles no longer sag. Someone painted the door a clean blue that doesn't remember blood. I do. Sasuke's broken body carried through this threshold. Kakashi's slumped shoulder against the frame. The first night I realized my team wasn't invincible. The night the darkness started whispering louder. I stand at the foot of the steps for a long breath, listening. Pots clinking. A child's voice, deeper than I remember, muttering something about nets. No chakra that screams. Missing Neen tracker. From inside. I climb the steps and knock anyway. There's a pause. Slippers on wood. The door slides back. Tsunami blinks up at me, one hand still on the frame. For a heartbeat, there's nothing. My hair's different. My clothes are wrong. I look older than I did the last time she saw me. Then her eyes widen. Sakura-chan? She asks. Oh my, it is you. Her smile is so open it makes something in my chest twist. How have you been? We heard about trouble in Fire, but the details are all muddled. Please come in, you must be freezing. She steps aside without hesitation. I pull the hood back and step into the entryway, toes curling against the familiar wood. It smells like miso and sea salt and laundry drying by the hearth. Sorry to drop in, I say, stripping my damp sandals off. My voice comes out lighter than I feel. You're right about the trouble. Konoha got hit hard. I'm on assignment and the supply lines are a mess, so I thought. I let the sentence trail off. It's not quite a lie. Just missing everything important. You thought you'd say hello? Tsunami nods like this is the most natural thing in the world. And maybe eat something that isn't ration bars. She adds, eyes twinkling. Come, sit. Inari. We have a guest. I follow her into the main room. It's warmer than outside, the air thick with steam from a pot over the fire. There are photographs on the wall that weren't there before, Inari older, grinning, a half-finished bridge behind him. The bridge named after Naruto. Of course. Your headband, Tsunami says as she stirs, glancing at my bare forehead. You three were always so insistent before. A ninja must never be seen without their symbol, wasn't it? Her tone is fond, but there's a thread of curiosity in it. I flex my fingers, feel the phantom weight of scratched metal on my brow. Traveling this far with a shiny plate on my face seemed like asking for trouble. I say lightly. Bandits, you know. Besides, it's cold. I don't feel like getting frostbite there of all places. Her eyes search my face for a moment. Something in them says she's not as naive as she pretends. Then she smiles and lets it go. Of course, she says. Sit. I'll put on more rice. We don't have much, but you're always welcome here. She believes you, the voice in my head sounds amused. Or she's pretending to. People lie to themselves all the time. It makes them easier to live with. I sit where I sat what feels like a lifetime ago, hands folded in my lap to keep them from shaking. The fatigue from the last 2 days of hard travel sits behind my eyes like grit. If I let myself lean back, I might not get up again. How is everyone? She asks over her shoulder. Naruto-kun and what was the boy with the black hair? Sasuke-kun? And your sensei? Kakashi-san. Her saying his name feels like someone dragging a rusted kunai along my teeth. Sasuke's body lay under this roof once. She knows that. I know that. We both pretend for a heartbeat that we don't. Naruto's hard to kill, I say instead. Kakashi too. I wrap my fingers tighter around the bowl. As for Sasuke, you remember how that ended, Tsunami-san? Something tightens around her eyes. She looks down at the pot. Yes, she says quietly. I remember. She ladles soup into a bowl and sets it in front of me. The smell makes my stomach twist with hunger. She is silent for a few moments, perhaps trying to find something less grim to talk with me about. Oh, and Naruto-kun, she adds, sitting across from me. We've heard all sorts of stories. They say he fought some terrible monster from another land. That he saved Konoha from being destroyed. Inari was absolutely insufferable after that report. You'd think he'd done it himself. Her laughter is warm. It makes my fingers clench around my chopsticks. Naruto, I repeat, trying the name in my mouth like it belongs to someone I haven't known since childhood. Yes. We expect great things from him. Son of the Yellow Flash, the voice in my head murmurs. Jinchuriki with a pedigree. They'll carve him into their stories until people forget he's a person at all. Just like they did to Sasuke. Just like they did to you, before you stopped playing along. Tsunami hums. You always did, she says. You all believed in him back then. It was very sweet. I force a smile that feels like it might crack my face. Things change, I say. People grow. Or rot. Or both. The door bangs open before she can answer. Ma, did you see the size of that catch? Old man Yori's never. Inari stops dead when he sees me. He's taller now, the roundness gone from his face, a fishing cap crooked on his head. His eyes flick from my cloak to my foreign, looking Hittite-less brow to my hair. There's a flash of something in them, recognition then wariness. Maybe he's been listening to more than fish stories on that radio. Tsunami, another voice says, deeper, rougher. Tazuna steps in behind his grandson, wiping his hands on a rag. The new bridge has added muscle to his shoulders, but his eyes are the same. They land on me and widen for a fraction of a second before they flatten out. Hirano, he says. It's not a question. Tazuna-san. I incline my head. He doesn't move closer. Just stands there, the breeze from the open door tugging at his beard. Passing through? He asks. Or did Konoha send you to check if we're paying our tolls? His tone is almost joking. Almost. I'm on assignment, I say. Traveling light. Lines are stretched. I needed a place to rest, somewhere I wouldn't be in the way. I thought of here. And the fact that this is the first place they'll check if they notice you're gone, the voice in my head drawls. Come now. You can admit it. We're among liars. Tazuna's gaze slides to my bare forehead, lingers for a heartbeat, then flicks away. He knows. Or he suspects enough. He grunts. Food's on the stove, he says finally. We owe you kids. Him especially. His eyes cut to the wall, to the photo of the bridge. But him or not, a shinobi from Konoha doesn't drop by without reasons. I told you my reason, I say evenly. And I won't be long. I need a small boat, some dry rations, and directions to whoever still runs between here and the outer edge of Mizu's shipping lanes. At that, all three of them go still. Mizu? Inari blurts. Why in hell would you go there? They don't ask questions the way fire does, I say. Or if they do, they're not Konoha's questions. Tsunami's face pinches. Sakura-chan, you can't just… I can't just go home. I cut in, sharper than I mean to. The word home tastes like bile. Not after everything. Not with the way things are there now. Not with Danzo counting assets like weapons on a rack. Not with Tsunade trying to turn me back into a good little soldier. Not with Kabuto's leash coiled around my throat. They stare. I shouldn't say more. I owe them nothing. They owe me nothing. But the soup is hot in my hands and my shoulders hurt, and for a moment I am very, very tired of only talking to the voice in my own head. Konoha is going to come, I say quietly. Not here. Not yet. But out of its borders. For anyone who walked away. For anyone who knows too much. They'll call it justice. Or security. Or tie up loose ends. I plan on not being there when they start looking. Tsunami presses a hand to her mouth. Inari looks sick. Tazuna just looks old. They'd hunt their own? Inari says like he hasn't met Shinobi before. They already did once. I say. You just didn't see it. And they'll do it again, Inner murmurs sweetly. Unless we get better at running. Or better at killing. We can learn both. Silence stretches and stretches. Finally, Tazuna sighs, the sound scraping out of his chest. I'm too old for politics, he mutters. And too sober. Sit. Eat your food before it goes cold. I know a man with a boat who owes me a favor. He can put you near the fog line. After that, you're on your own. Tazuna. Tsunami starts. He cuts her off with a look. We owe them, he says. All of them. Even if we don't like what some of them have turned into. He doesn't say Naruto's name. He doesn't have to. I bow my head. Thank you, I say. The words scrape past something in my throat. They let me sleep in the same small room as last time. The ceiling's been patched, but the knot in the corner beam is familiar. I lie on the futon with my cloak folded beside me and my pack against the wall, within arm's reach. I don't sleep. Freedom is a hole in my chest the size of the village I left behind. It's cold air and too, wide sky and the knowledge that if I scream now, no one will come because I chose not to be where anyone could hear. It's also lightness. No more missions assigned by people who see me as a line on a ledger. No more team formations that never quite fit right. No more pretending that I believe in something I don't. Just me, and the road, and the scroll digging into my spine, full of the kind of secrets grown men kill each other over. We did it, inner whispers in the dark. We cut the leash. No more being the spare part on someone else's team. No more watching them hand all the power and all the pity to the boy with the fox in his gut, while they smile and call it necessary. I think of Naruto standing in Crimson Cloak, of how the fox's chakra felt like poison even from a distance. Of the way the pressure on my lungs changed when a different chakra slid over the battlefield, sharp and clean and terrifyingly familiar from stone faces and history books. They all looked at that and called it noble. Heroic. He sacrificed everything. I look at that and see a man who chose the village over his own blood, then wrapped the choice in pretty words and let the next generation sing songs about it. I don't buy it. Not anymore. You're right not to, inner croons. If that's what heroes look like, we're better off being something else. Dawn comes as a gray smear through the paper screen. I dress, shoulder my pack, and slide the door open. Tazuna is already up, tying a scarf. Inari leans against the frame, arms folded, eyes red, rimmed like he didn't sleep much either. I talked to Daichi, Tazuna says. He'll take you as far as he dares. After that, it's on you and whatever gods watch over idiots. Those are the only ones who ever bothered, I say. Tsunami appears with a small wrapped bundle. Rice balls, she says. And dried fish. It's not much, but… Thank you, I say again. I don't know what else to say. She hesitates. Sakura-chan, she says. If things ever change. If you ever need somewhere to stand still for a little while, you can come back. Even if it's just to sleep and leave again. Something hot stings behind my eyes. I blink it away. I don't know if I'll be able to, I say. But I'll remember. We walk to the small side dock in silence. Daichi is there, a weathered man with a boat that's seen better days. He looks me up and down, spits into the water, and jerks his chin toward the hull. Get in, he says. Fog's better cover than daylight, but not by much. I step in, settle on the plank, keep my center low as he pushes off. The village slides away behind us, houses shrinking, bridge rising in the distance. The great Naruto bridge catches the early light and throws it back at the sky. I refuse to look at it for as long as I can. Eventually, my eyes drag over anyway, like prodding a bruise. Symbol of hope, they called it last time. Proof that even small places can change the world with the right help. Now it's just another reminder that everywhere I go, he's already been there first, leaving his name like a brand. One day, I think, watching the mist close around stone and water, I'll stand somewhere that isn't already his shadow. Somewhere that isn't Konoha's story, or Minato's, or Tsunade's, or Kabuto's. Somewhere that's mine, even if I have to carve it out of other people's bones. That's the spirit, inner hums pleased. We'll get strong. We'll get smart. We'll use their secrets against them. And when they finally come knocking? Then we'll see who the village made into a monster. The last sliver of wave vanishes into fog. Ahead, the water stretches gray and endless. I wrap my cloak tighter, one hand resting on the scroll at my back, and face Mizu no Kuni with nothing holding me up but anger and momentum. It's not much. It's more than I had in Konoha. Scene: stone heads and paper bonds. POV: Uzumaki Naruto. The stone up here doesn't feel like it belongs to me. From the top of the Hokage monument, Konoha looks smaller. Not in a bad way. Just more fragile. The southern quarter is a patchwork of tarps and temporary bridges where streets used to be. Smoke still curls out of one or two places, thin and white now instead of black. Lanterns swing from new scaffolding. Someone's already painted. We're still here. On a water tower in big messy kanji. 3 days ago, the sky in that direction was red and boiling with monsters. I rest my hand on the carved edge of the force hair and make myself look. You're supposed to look, if you help break something. You don't get to turn away just because the fixing is ugly. Down in my other hand, the seal on the storage scroll pulses faintly, chakra soft. The ink lines are steady. At least I didn't mess that up. Footsteps echo up the carved stair, a shuffle of boots and breath. More than one set. Some heavy, some light, one uneven, accompanied by the click of metal on stone. I lift my head. Almost there. Someone says below. Choji. One more turn. Whoever planned this staircase hates people. Shikamaru complains. And clouds. Watch your step, Kiba-kun. Hinata murmurs, voice low but carrying in the still air. Right. Kiba. I'd told him he should rest. Hinata and Ino had looked at me like I'd kicked a puppy. Apparently I'd forgotten we're all Chunin now and my idea of too injured to climb isn't the only one that matters. I push that guilt down and move toward the edge. They come up in a clump, spilling onto the flat stone with the awkward air of people who haven't quite decided if they're allowed to be here. Shikamaru first, because he's probably hurting the rest with sheer irritation. The new flak jacket looks wrong on him, like it belongs to some older version of his dad that someone copied onto the wrong person. He rubs the back of his neck and squints at the view. Choji lumbers up behind, carrying a small wooden crate strapped to his back, just in case I lied about. I've got food. His cheeks are a bit hollow, but there's more color in them than there was when I saw him in the shelters. Hinata and Ino come next, side by side. Hinata's hair is pulled back into a simple tail, her clan coat traded for a flak jacket with the spiral clear on the shoulder. Ino's hitaide is tied at her bicep, hair perfect because of course it is, but there are faint bruises shadowing one cheek, the kind you only get from missed blocks, not missed sleep. Team Guy is a knot of mismatched energy. Lee bounces the last few steps even though I can see the brace under his pants on his right leg. Tenten has an armful of blankets, and a paper bag clinking with dishes. Niji's white eyes sweep the plateau and the village in one long, measuring look, shoulders not quite as rigid as they used to be. Kiba's in the middle of them, one arm slung over Choji's shoulder, the other on a crutch. Akamero Lopez just ahead, bandages neat along one flank. Kiba's got a new scar slashing from his jaw into his hair, and a tiredness in his eyes that doesn't match the normal sharp grin. Shino comes last, as always, like a quiet shadow wrapping the group. Coat buttoned collar high, sunglasses in place. His chakra feels threaded. Less smooth than it used to be. Like his hive is still reorganizing. I raise a hand. Welcome to my stupid idea, I say. Please enjoy the fine view, the stellar company, and my questionable ceiling. That gets a few snorts. Good. Lee straightens. Naruto-kun, he says. It is an honor to gather in such a place with so many comrades of youth. Indoor voice, Lee, Tenten murmurs, bumping him with her elbow. You'll echo off the third's nose. He flushes and reins it in. Ah. Yes. Of course. I gesture to the flat area near the edge where I laid the scrolls out. Okay. Before anyone faints from climbing or because Shikamaru didn't have a snack on the way up, food. Kiba snorts. You say that like we didn't see the extra bags. I like redundancy, I say. And I had a lot of favorite chips to cash in. I crouch, bite my thumb, smear a neat stroke of blood across the first seal, and push chakra into it. The ink flares. A soft puff of smoke. The smell hits first, steam and broth and grilled meat, chasing out the faint hospital starch scent stuck in my nose for days. Ramen bowls from Ichiraku, lidded but still warm, skewers of yakitori and tsukun from a stall near the market, boxes of carriage, onigiri packed in layers. Second scroll, a couple of sukiyaki pots from a family place in the residential district, eggs in little lidded cups, oden from a shop that owed me for pulling their kid out of a collapse, side dishes in a kimchi clan containers, simmered pork, vegetables, sweet potatoes. Third scroll, taiyaki, dorayaki, cut fruit. The spread isn't ridiculous, it's just enough to look like a real meal instead of leftovers. Choji lets out a soft, reverent noise. Kind of showing off, Naruto, Ino says, but her eyes are bright. I had help, I say. Tucci, Asen insisted. Hana shoved a bag at me and told me to feed Kiba or she'd bite me. Akimichi Kitchens took it personally when I hinted we needed something that makes rookies forget rubble for 5 minutes. That tracks, Shikamaru mutters. I pull a blanket from Tenten's pile and shake it out. Sit wherever. No sensei, no official anything. Just us. Eat if you want. Don't if you don't. There's a moment where everyone hesitates. The last time we were all around a big table, the Jonin had dragged us to hot pot and poured bitter sake for tradition and washing away the dead. Nobody wanted to be the first to move. So I sit, cross-legged on the stone, back to the fourth's carved hair, bowl in hand. That breaks it. They arrange themselves without talking about it. Shikamaru and Choji near me, out of habit. Hinata and Ino across from us, backs to the view so they have to look at something alive. Shino anchors one side of them. Team Guy forms a triangle, Niji's flanked toward the drop, Lee in the middle of us all, Tenten wedged with the food so she can reach everything. Kiba lowers himself stiffly beside Hinata, Akamaru half on his foot, half on the blanket. For a good minute, the only sounds are clink of chopsticks and rustle of paper lids. It's not comfortable, exactly. But it's not the suffocating silence from the bunker either. More like a room where everyone's waiting to see who talks first. Apparently that's me. I set my bowl down, rub my palms on my pants, and clear my throat. So, I say, there's something I wanted to say to all of you. 9 pairs of eyes flick toward me. Even Akamaru looks up. Sorry, I blurt. For being a jerk. Plural, Shikamaru mutters. Troublesome. Starting with Lee, I say, pushing through. Lee startles, nearly dropping his bowl. Me? Naruto-kun. I was rough on you, I say. About genjutsu. I kept hammering on it. Calling it a fatal weakness. Making jokes about how you'd be a sitting duck the moment someone rang a bell in front of you. I pick at a loose thread on my pants. I told myself I was just being honest. Really, I was scared. Watching you throw yourself into the field with that big a gap and no real safety net. I didn't know how to say I don't want to see you die because some bastard snaps his fingers. So I just shoved. The wind tugs at his hair. For once, he doesn't know where to put his hands. You were worried, he says slowly. And you translated that into criticism. Yeah. I scratch the back of my head. Not my best communication work. Silence. Then, absurdly, he laughs, hoarse but real. That, he says, is the most honest apology I have heard in many months. Tenten snorts into her Odin. Niji's mouth twitches. I apologize as well, EliadS, sobering. I thought your warnings came only from frustration. I did not understand that you were afraid for me. For my continued survival in real battle. I was, I say. Still am. Which is why, there's something else. He tilts his head. You know how genjutsu keeps giving you trouble. I go on. Tsunade chewed me out for nearly dying with 6 different underdeveloped contingencies, so she's got Jiraiya and me digging into sealing work properly. My mom left notes. About anchors. Counters. Baselines. I tap the bracer on my wrist, where Kushina's script runs under the leather. We're using this as a template to prototype something. I say. An anti-genjutsu seal. Not full immunity, there's no such thing. But an extra anchor. A way for your chakra to have something solid to snap back to if your senses get scrambled. I've been kind of yelling about the problem for months. Figured it was time I actually did something about it. Lee stares at me like I just handed him an extra heart. For me? He whispers. For you first, I correct. You've got the biggest gap and the most stubborn death wish. If it works and you don't explode, we can see if it helps other people with similar holes. If they want it. Tenten leans in. You're turning you'll die to Bell, trick genjutsu into homework, she says. That's very you. Under supervision, I say quickly. Very grumpy supervision. But yeah? Niji's eyes sharpen, Byakugan almost wanting to flare. A seal that assists with genjutsu recovery, he says. That could change a lot. Only if I don't screw it up, I say. But I wanted you to know I'm trying, Lee. About that, not just yelling. In case. My words trip. In case I'm not around. I finish, blunt. Lee swallows. Then he bows from where he's sitting, spine straight even on the blanket. Thank you, he says. I will do everything I can to be worthy of that effort. You already are, I say, before I can stop myself. His face goes red. Naruto-kun! Eat your sukiyaki before it congeals, Tenten says. But she's smiling. I blow out a breath and let my attention slide around the circle. Shino sits with his hands folded over his knees, untouched food in front of him. His hive is quieter than it should be, the hum subdued. You did a lot, I say to him. Out there. I saw swarms in places nobody else could have reached. He adjusts his sunglasses a fraction. My hive did what was required, he says. We are adaptable. You also dragged 3 civilians out of a collapsed corridor, Ino says, no warning, and stayed linked into the T relay during the worst of the infiltration spikes. That's not just bugs. A faint line draws between his brows. I simply... Shino, I say. You don't know me details. But you owe yourself credit. He goes quiet. Then, I misjudged you, he says. Previously. I categorize you as a volatile asset, not as a comrade. I believed that maintaining emotional distance from you was safer. For the village. For my hive. He lifts his head, and even through the glasses I can feel his gaze. You have been carrying burden and consequence longer than any of us, he says. That is, not what a mere asset does. I apologize. I don't know what to do with that, so I settle for the truth. I am still dangerous, I say. You weren't wrong about that. Yes, he says calmly. But danger that chooses where to point itself is different than danger that is pointed by others. You have made the correct choice. Repeatedly. That matters. Something in my chest that's been clenched since the first horn blew eases a fraction. Thanks, I say. I'll try not to melt your bugs. They would appreciate that, he replies. Across from him, Hinata has been listening, fingers wrapped around her bowl, thumb tracing the rim. When I meet her eyes, she doesn't look away. Naruto-kun, she says softly. You invite us up here to apologize. To offer help. It's good. It's very like you. But you're allowed to also just be with us. Without feeling responsible for every wrong thing. Feels like half the wrong things trace back to me lately. I mutter. Her gaze sharpens. Hyuga, there beneath the softness. The invasion traces back to IWA, Kumo, Suna's desperation, the Daimyo's policies, Root's games, Orochimaru's madness. She says. You were one boy in front of a monster. You did not build the board. You stepped onto it anyway. That is more than enough. Tell that to the fox, I say quietly. Her mouth tightens. I would, she says. If I could hit him. Kyubi stirs at that, offended. Presumptuous girl, he snarls faintly. As if these ants could. I push him down without answering. He hates that more than arguing. Hinata watches my face, reads more than I say, and lets it be. On my other side, Kiba has been quiet, fingers buried in Akamaru's fur. The dog's eye is half closed, but his tail thumps when I glance over. I should have visited more, I say. Hospital, I mean. Tsunade kept keeping me under, and there were meetings and seals and... I stop, shake my head. I still should have come more. Kiba's throat works. Hinata and Shino told me you found out about Iraka, sensei late. He says, not looking at me. That sucks. Yeah, I say. You knew? He nods once, curt. Hana was in the tunnels, he says. She helped pull bodies. She recognized him. Told me before they moved him. I swallow. I'm sorry, I say. It feels useless, but I say it anyway. I know. I wasn't the only one he taught. Kiba laughs, short and bitter. Yeah. He used to yell at me for napping on my desk and letting Akamaru drool on the worksheets. His fingers tighten in fur. Then he'd stay late and help me with kanji because Mom was on mission. We sit in that for a moment. And your mom? I start. He tenses. For a second I think he's going to snap at me. He doesn't. The words come out flat instead. She went out like herself, he says. Found the worst possible place. Bit it in the face. Dragged some brats clear. Blew the tunnel so everyone else could live. His mouth twists. Then left me to deal with all these idiots. Akamaru whines softly and noses harder at his hand. I'm glad you're alive, I say quietly. Both of you. He huffs, then shrugs one shoulder. Yeah, he says. Me too. Don't tell anyone I said that. I roll my eyes. Whatever you say, pack mutt. His lips twitch. A tiny bit. From across the blankets, Shikamaru gives me a look that says good, keep going. So I move. Not literal laps. That would make Tsunade materialize out of thin air, but small shifts. A lean toward one cluster, a turn toward another. At some point, conversation loops back to the big, ugly rumor that's not actually a rumor anymore. Word in the command tent, Shikamaru says, idly turning his empty tea saucer, is that Sumiko screaming in the stadium has turned half the gossip into fact. I grimace. Yeah. That. Ino leans forward, eyes sharp. So, she says, are we going to talk about the giant fox, the giant IWA monster, and the giant toad, or about the part where Iwa's favorite maniac announced our loudmouth's parentage to the entire village? Not the fox, I say immediately. Not in detail. Tsunade was very clear on that. But the other part, we might as well. 10 pairs of eyes. Even Kiba's, serious under messy hair. I take a breath. Yeah, I say. I'm Minato's kid. Saying it out loud feels like stepping off a roof and trusting there's something under you. Late 4th. Yellow flash. Guy on that rock. I jerk my chin over my shoulder. He was my father. Kushina Uzumaki was my mother. I didn't know for a long time. Found out, recently. I'm still figuring out what to do with it. Silence. Then Kiba snorts. Figures, he says. Nobody else would combine that hair and that tendency to attract explosions. That's your first reaction? I demand. You wanted us to bow? He shoots back. Forget it. You're still the brat who used to trip on my mom's dogs. Ino is biting her lip, trying not to grin. Honestly, she says, I'm just relieved. The way Sumiko screamed it, I thought we were going to lose you to full Uchiha complex within a week. What? I say, scandalized. You know. She puts the back of her hand to her forehead in mock drama. Glaring from rooftops. Speaking in tragic half-sentences. Brooding in the rain. No one understands my burden. Hey, I protest. I don't brood. I just think. Sure, Shikamaru says. That's what we're calling it. Mom used to say the same thing. I grumble. Don't turn into some stuck-up Uchiha emo, Naruto. Uzumaki carry their mess and then we laugh loud enough it doesn't eat us. Hinata's shoulders shake with a barely, their laugh. Niji's eyebrow climbs at the word emo, but he wisely says nothing. I don't want special treatment. I add, more serious. Because of Minato. Or Kushina. I'm grateful for what they did. And angry. And a lot of other things. But I don't want to suddenly be some symbol everyone bows to. I'm just. Chunin. Shikamaru cuts in. Like the rest of us. Lee stiffens slightly. Well, most of us. Pending, I say quickly, pointing my chopsticks at him. Tsunade already said she's not letting lack of genjutsu defense be the reason you stay behind. Hence seals. You're in the same boat, even if your flak jacket is on backorder. He brightens. Backorder of youth. Please don't say that in front of the quartermaster. Tenten groans. We'll never get uniforms again. Anyway, Choji says carefully around a mouthful of meat. You're Minato's son. Okay. That explains some things. But it doesn't change who you've been to us. He shrugs, cheeks coloring. You took point on missions when we were barely out of the academy, and the bandits were bigger than any of us. You kept dragging Shikamaru out of his naps and making him actually use that brain of his. You kept poking at Ino until the vain princess act cracked and the real her bit back. You sat with Shino in silence when nobody knew what to say. You shared food with Kiba when he pretended he wasn't hungry. You believed in Hinata when she didn't know how to believe in herself yet. He pokes at his rice. You were Naruto before Sumiko screamed anything in an arena. That's still true. I have to look away for a second. The wind suddenly feels too sharp. Thanks, I say. It comes out rough. Really? Ino shifts then, using the excuse of reaching past me for the pickles to end up closer than she was a moment ago. Her shoulder brushes mine, just enough that I can feel the tremor in it. You hear him, right? She says under the general noise, voice pitched for me alone. Choji. The others. That's not nothing. I shrug, staring very hard at my empty bowl. I just did what I could. That's what leaders always say. She murmurs. There's no teasing in it. You're not Hokage. Not yet. You're still an idiot. But you're also the one who keeps hauling us back into the same room and making us remember we're us. She nudges my arm with hers. You're allowed to be a little proud of that, you know. If I start acting proud, I'll turn into some Uchiha knockoff. I mutter. Mom would haunt me. Ino huffs a quiet laugh. Yeah, well. Try quietly satisfied you didn't screw up everything instead. Baby steps, future Hokage. Choji and Kiba start a low argument about who stole the last carriage. Lee and Tenten get into it over the correct way to eat Odin eggs. For a little while, the circle breaks into smaller pockets. Ino doesn't move away. Her voice is soft when she speaks again. We're still missing one more, you know. She doesn't have to say the name. Pink hair. Red hair. Blood on both sides of the line. Yeah, I say. The word feels like chalk. She didn't just drift. Ino goes on, eyes on the village, not me. Not by the end. She walked. Out of the circle. Out of the fight. We can make excuses for the kid she was, but what she did during the invasion, that was a choice. My hands knot in the blanket. There's a part of me that still remembers team formations, awkward smiles over bento, the way she used to light up when Sasuke walked into a room. Another part sees her with blood up to her elbows and Sumiko's laughter warping her chakra. One day, I say. My voice sounds older than I feel. We're going to have to deal with that. With her. Yeah, Ino agrees. One day. She flicks a glance at me. Not today. Today we eat. We breathe. We remember this. So when that day comes, we're not making that call alone. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Deal, I say. Below us, someone shouts for more lumber. Above us, the stone faces watch a village that's starting to rebuild itself, piece by jagged piece. A little later, Shikamaru tips his cup of tea back and stares out over the rooftops. We're not done, he says quietly. With any of it. Kumo. IWA. Suna's mess. Roots ghosts. The Jinchuriki doctrine thing. His gaze flicks to me in a way. But we're here. That counts for something. Counts for a lot, Kiba says rough. Dead guys don't get to complain. No one's allowed to die without filing forms, Ino adds. I'll make sure of it. Lee clenches his fists, more controlled than before. We will become stronger, he says. All of us. Not just in power. In being able to stand in these places and not lose ourselves. Niji looks at him, then at all of us. That, he says, is a fate I can live with. We sit there until the sun slides low, turning the broken parts of Konoha a softer color. The wind runs cold fingers through our hair, tugs at the new cloth of our vests. Down below, someone starts singing, off-key, but determined. A hammer falls, again and again, building something that didn't exist before. Kyubi lies coiled behind the bars now, humiliated and bound tighter than he's been since the night of the attack, but his presence still burns at the edges of my consciousness. They will leave, he says eventually, disdain curling in every word. They always do. Humans die. Flee. Change sides. You are alone in the end, boy. You and your cage. Maybe I think back. But right now I'm not. He snorts. Claws scrape against steelwork. The new chains hold. Minato's work. Kushina's. Mine one day, if I live long enough to earn the ink. I look around at my friends, my comrades. Shikamaru's tired scowl, Choji's quiet chewing, Ino's sharp eyes, Shino's steady presence, Hinata's small, determined smile, Kiba's hand buried in Akamaru's fur, Lee's straight back, Tenten's easy competence, Niji's watchful calm. Not kids anymore. Not really. Chunin. Survivors. I'm glad you're here, I say, to all of them this time. They look at me. One by one, they nod, or smile, or just breathe. Yeah, Shikamaru says. Me too. We're not okay. But we're alive. Together. On a stone head overlooking a village that refused to die. For tonight, that's enough. Scene, Root Base Omega, deep beneath Konoha. POV Danzo. Tsunade had not raised her voice. That, more than anything, told me she was learning. Sarutobi shouted when cornered. He wrapped his fear in anger and grandfatherly disappointment. The girl, no, the woman now wearing the hat, let her rage sit behind her teeth and used numbers instead. Casualties. She had tapped the board with a knuckle, the sound sharp in the quiet office. Civilian, Shinobi infrastructure. Then we talk about Jinchuriki doctrine. Not before. Hamura and Koharu had nodded, brittle and approving. Jiraiya had yawned ostentatiously and taken another sip from a cup that did not smell like tea. I had watched them all and updated my maps. Naruto's name came after the dead were counted. It still came early. In summary, Shikaka had said, voice dry. Naruto held Han and the Gobi on our soil, kept the fight from spreading deeper into the residential sectors, and survived. Gaara joined late. Gamabunta entered the field. The fox climbed to a level we have not seen since the night of the attack, and then stopped. The seal changed. We don't know how yet. Jiraiya, Sama and I are working on that. They had all looked at Naruto's file then. As if ink on paper could tell them whether to be grateful or afraid. Jinchuriki doctrine, Tsunade had said, folding her hands. The old line was use them as last resorts, don't talk about them, and if they break, kill them fast and clean. That clearly isn't sufficient anymore. I had smiled inwardly. Sufficient, yes. Politically palatable when the daimyo's clerk sat in the corner, no. Old doctrine recognized reality. I had said. A weapon that can erase a village must be treated as a weapon first. Sentiment is a luxury. If the Kyuubi breaks its host, we cannot afford deliberation. Her eyes had come to me then, dark and tired and very awake. He didn't break, she said. He walked right up to the cliff, and then he climbed back. Without you. Without Root. Without some silent fail, safe you forgot to mention in any of your reports. She had enjoyed that last part more than she should have. Hamura had cleared his throat. What Danzo is saying is that contingency planning remains necessary, he had said. We can adjust the doctrine to acknowledge Uzumaki's performance. And the fact that the fox is less trusted in IWA and Kumo than he is here, Koharu had added. They will plan for him. We must too. Jiraiya had slouched deeper in his chair. He's a kid, he had said. An overachieving, traumatized kid with too much chakra and too many expectations. You want to revise doctrine? Start there. Stop pretending he's a scroll with legs. Treat him like someone you want alive in 10 years. You recommended him for this burden, I had reminded him. You brought the boy back from Jiraiya's wandering and dropped him on Sarutobi's desk with a neat bow on his head. He had not flinched. I respected that. I recommended not wasting what Minato already did, he said. That's different. We're here because somebody else cracked his seal while Han was trying to cave his chest in. That somebody didn't put him on a leash and walk him over to your vault. Tsunade had cut across the brewing argument with a look. The daimyo wants a deterrent, she said. He wants to be able to say Naruto Uzumaki stood up to a foreign Jinchuriki and won in his little speeches. He also doesn't want to read reports about us losing control of the fox and having to level our own village to stop it. So here is the new line, in plain language. She ticked items off on her fingers. Publicly, protector first, weapon second. The village's defender. The Force legacy. We build a narrative of trust, not fear. That buys us time and loyalty. Hamura had nodded, calculating political angles. Koharu had only pursed her lips, unhappy. Privately, Tsunade went on, we build structure around him. SEAL training. Fuinjutsu education. Dedicated support teams. Medics who know what his chakra does. Inbu who understand that their job is not to hunt him, but to contain the battlefield if the fox climbs too far again. And yes, Danzo, we work out contingencies. But I am not giving you a personal kill, switch! Her gaze had not left mine. The daimyo has already made it clear, she said. Funding for your underground projects now runs through my office and his clerks. If you move against Naruto without my assent, you don't just lose your toys. You lose root. All of it. Do you understand me? That had been the moment the true board revealed itself. Not in the words, but in the numbers behind them. Budgets. Access corridors. Seal arrays. The little marks the Fire Lord's accountants had added to line items I thought were invisible. Sarutobi had indulged me. Tsunade would not. The daimyo had tied a thread through the root of my tree and wrapped the other end around his wrist. You propose to stake Konoha's safety on the stability of a boy, I had said. That is, optimistic. I intend to stake Konoha's safety on a man we train properly, she had replied. Naruto is on that path whether you like it or not. And I am done letting men like you pretend that necessary evil means unaccountable. She had looked at Jiraiya then. You'll oversee his SEAL education, she had ordered. Uzumaki, style, properly, not half, remembered. Shikaku, you'll integrate him into response doctrine as a dedicated asset, not a wild card. We're not throwing him at every crisis anymore and hoping. And root? Koharu had asked. You cannot cut them out entirely. Danzo has infrastructure you can't replace overnight. Tsunade had considered that, jaw tight. Root will not approach Uzumaki without my signature on a scroll, she had said finally. No private training. No independent oversight. You want to serve this village, Danzo? Good. You will have plenty of work. But you will do it where I can see it. I had inclined my head. The correct answer for now. Of course, Hokage-sama, I had said. That had been yesterday. Now, in the quiet of my own corridors, her words echoed differently. The underground air was still and cool, the stones smooth under my sandals. Root's halls had no windows, no view of the broken southern quarter, no smell of smoke. Only the familiar faint tang of ink and steel and old blood. Once, that had meant security. I passed masked operatives at intervals, kneeling in doorways, checking seals, sorting reports. They did not look at me. Their chakra signatures brushed my senses and moved on. Every one of them trained from childhood to obey, to endure, to be whatever the village required. I had believed that would be enough. We reached the inner vault. My escort, two Inbu loyal to Root's older lines, not Tsunade's new plantings, took up station by the door. I stepped forward alone, lifted my hand, and shaped the familiar sequence. Chakra flowed into the stone. The seal array flickered to life, lines crawling like roots through rock. Green, then blue, then steady white as it tasted my chakra and matched it against the pattern burned in years ago. The locks clicked open one by one. The doors swung inward. The shelves were already empty. They had been empty for 32 hours. I stepped inside anyway. Habit. Metal racks lined the walls. Brackets and clamps for scrolls, cases for weapons, reinforced boxes for things that should not be touched by bare flesh. Dust lay in a thin film where certain boxes had once sat. Men more sentimental than me would have called it accusatory. 3 slots on the left wall were what mattered. Once, they had held a tube coded to a particular bloodline, Uchiha, harvested from the dead before burning. Sasuke's spare, taken when the boy left and Sarutobi's control slipped. Across from it, a similar housing for Shursui's other eye, companion to the one I had integrated. Red spirals inside red spirals, power in glass and stolen nerve. Insurance. Obstacles, removed from play and stored where they could be useful later. Now, both housings were empty. No broken seals. No scorched marks. The ink arrays on the stone only recorded that they had been opened with proper chakra keys. Not mine. Not any of the 3 men I allowed in here. Not Orochimaru's. I would have recognized his stain even scrubbed. You are certain of the readings? My voice sounded flat in the small space. The censor knelt by the door did not look up. Yes, Danzo-sama, she said. We checked with 3 arrays. Whatever entered here copied your signature and the others. Perfectly. No residual. Perfectly. Someone with enough finesse to fool Root's oldest seals. Enough knowledge to know exactly which vault to raid, which housings to touch, which to leave. Enough caution to erase every stray thread of their chakra. Time window? I asked. During the height of the invasion, she replied. Between the second tunnel collapse and the first report of the Gobi entering the southern quarter. Our attention was divided. Of course it was. Dismissed, I said. She vanished with the practiced silence I had drilled into her. I stood alone with the emptiness where my contingencies had once sat. Shusoi's eye had been a tool I intended to keep in reserve. Sasuke's a spare piece in a game where Uchiha blood kept rewriting rules. Both were now in unknown hands. There was a certain elegance to that. Somewhere in the village, or outside it, someone had taken a blade out of my fingers without cutting themselves on it. Annoying. Impressive. Dangerous. My first suspicion had been Orochimaru. It fit his profile. His obsession with eyes. His taste for forbidden things. But the pattern was wrong. The snake Sannin liked to leave scars, to make his presence a message. He wanted you to know he had been there when you finally caught up. This was something else. Slippery, as the boy put it. Professional, not theatrical. Whoever they were, they shifted the balance. Those eyes had been more than curiosities. They were leverage. Tools for controlling other tools. Checks on Shusoi's legacy, on Uchiha remnants, on Naruto, if necessary. A man with reflexes like Minato's and the fox riding his spine was a problem that Genjutsu could solve elegantly, once. Without them, my options narrowed. Tsunade's new doctrine came back to me. No personal kill, switch. The Fire Lord's note on my budget. No off the books facilities. The way Jiraiya had watched me like a hawk, lazy posture or not, as we discussed containment. Naruto had walked out of that southern district alive. He had done what no Jinchuriki is designed to do, climbed up the tails and then down again without snapping. That made him a symbol, a deterrent, and a potential rally point. For now, the village aligned in his favor. Our enemies saw a boy who had stared down a different monster and lived. Fire's daimyo saw a story he could sell. Tsunade saw a child she refused to let me break. Root had once been the shadow under the Hokage's will. Now, with 2 eyes gone and 1 boy rising, it risked becoming an inconvenience. Unacceptable. I traced the inner curve of the empty housing with 1 finger, feeling for any taste of foreign chakra. Nothing. Just old stone and old ink. Naruto's file existed in 3 versions. The official one, stamped and circulated to those with clearance, Chunin, Jinchuriki, last line of defense. The working one, on Shikauka's desk, how fast he moved, how hard he hit, which assets complemented him best. And the real one, in my head, an unstable fusion of loyalty, pain, inherited power, and the village's bad habit of turning children into symbols. I had planned around him breaking. Around having the means to end him cleanly if the fox tore loose, or to match him with an equally enhanced asset if he became inconvenient in other ways. Those plans would have to change. Utility did not care about pride. Efficiency did not care about being thwarted. The board had shifted, the pieces remained. I let my hand fall. Naruto was more valuable alive than dead. That much had not changed. So long as he pointed outward, toward Kumo's raids, toward Iwa's grudges, toward whatever rose from Suna's ashes, he served fire well. So long as Tsunade believed in her new doctrine, she would guard him fiercely. The daimyo would support her as long as the boy's existence kept other lords awake at night. Root's role, then, was not to yank the leash, but to map the chain. Surveillance, not sabotage. Information, not overt control. Quiet checks on who trained him, who influenced him, who whispered in his ear when he doubted himself. Identifying the points at which sentiment could be turned to duty, and duty to sacrifice. If he followed Minato's path, he would one day stand in front of a choice: the village or himself. The village or someone he loved. Hokage or human being. I knew which way I would push if given the chance. Elsewhere in the tunnels, a runner's footsteps approached, then halted at the threshold. Danzo-sama, a voice said behind the door. Report from our contact in Mizu. Movement along the ports. Rumors of a leaf defector headed into the mists. Harino. The girl with red hair where pink had been. One of the many pieces I had once thought to use and then discarded when she cut herself loose. Interesting. Another variable. Send it to my office, I said. Flag it for correlation with Orochimaru's known routes. Yes, sir. The footsteps receded. I closed the vault and sealed it again. Not because it would keep a skilled thief out, someone had already proven it would not, but because rituals mattered. They reminded men who they were pretending to be. Tsunade would keep revising her doctrine. Jiraiya would keep wrapping guilt in jokes. Hamura and Koharu would keep wringing their hands and then voting for whatever preserved their legacy. I would keep doing what I had always done: count pieces, weigh risks, and cut where the village bled least. The eyes were gone. Naruto lived. Root endured. The grid would be redrawn. Scene: silence in the stone. POV: Sabaka no Gara. The first thing he noticed was the silence. Not the cave. Stone always had a sound if you listened. Water somewhere deeper, dripping in slow, patient beats. The faint rasp of his own breath. The whisper of cloth when he shifted the little he was allowed. No. The other silence. Shikaku was quiet. No sand grinding at the back of his skull. No constant hiss of kill them, kill them, kill them, or they will leave you. No claws scraping behind his eyes when he blinked. For the first time since he was old enough to understand words, there was only his own voice in his head. It hadn't been long since he'd learned the truth, that the thing in his belly had never been his mother, no matter what Raza and Yashimara and the lies in his nightmares had told him. Knowing it with his mind hadn't stopped his body from flinching the way a child did, waiting for mother to whisper. Losing that presence felt wrong. It felt clean. He lay on his back in the center of the seal circle, arms and legs stretched just enough that his muscles ached, not enough to tear. Thin chains held his wrists and ankles, more for symbolism than necessity. The real bindings were less visible. Lines of ink crawled out from under his body in spirals and jagged strokes. Some of them hummed faintly against his skin, chakra suppression, he thought. Others didn't hum at all, they just were, like the feeling of a closed door. He had tried to reach for chakra once, when he first woke. The reflex was automatic. All shinobi moved that way when they were in danger: pull chakra, shape it, respond. Nothing answered. He could feel the shape of his coils, the usual burn along the edges where sand and beast rubbed them raw. But when he tried to move anything, it was like pushing against glass. His will slid, caught nothing, went nowhere. Shikaku had not roared, or laughed, or howled. Shikaku had not said anything at all. It was like lying in the desert after a storm and hearing no wind. The cave itself was inside the mountain, he knew that much. The rock felt different than Suna's, cooler, denser, with the weight of growing things above instead of empty sky. Sand wasn't supposed to be here. He wasn't supposed to be here. Yet he was. Footsteps scraped against stone outside the inner seal. Slow, deliberate. Not the soft flutter of ANBU he'd half heard before. Someone heavier. Someone not trying to be silent. The barrier flared once, a thin blue line crawling along the edge of his vision. A door he couldn't see opened and closed with a chunk of stone on stone. Gaara turned his head just enough to look. The man who stepped into the light was tall, broad-shouldered, with white hair pulled back and lines at the corners of his eyes that spoke of too much laughter and not enough sleep. The simplest word Gaara had ever heard used for him was Toad Sage. The more accurate ones whispered in Suna's darker corners had been Spymaster Sannin, the Hokage's shadow. Jiraiya of the Sannin looked tired. He wore a warm cloak over his usual red and green. The cave air didn't reach him much. When his gaze moved to the ceiling matrix, his shoulders straightened. Ground-level Uzumaki work, he muttered, mostly to himself. Tsunade wasn't kidding. He stepped to the edge of the circle. The ink nearest his sandals quivered. Gaara watched his eyes track the lines, rings within rings, old characters cut by newer ones. Some of the strokes were familiar from Suna's own diagrams. Many weren't. Jiraiya whistled low. Stars above, he said. Whoever stacked all this together should be banned from touching a brush. Gaara blinked. You dislike it, he said. His voice came out rough and used. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. That obvious, huh? He crouched just outside the primary ring, hands on his knees, and looked Gaara over. Not like Raza had, searching for cracks in a weapon. Not like the elders, weighing him like an unstable resource. Like a man checking whether another man was still in there. How's the silence? Jiraiya asked. Gaara stared at him. You know, he said slowly. About Shikaku's voice. Kid, the tanuki has been screaming at anyone with a sensor net since you were in short pants, Jiraiya said dryly. The fact that he hasn't so much as twitched in 3 days? That's the loudest thing in this whole mountain. 3 days. Gaara filed that away. Time had blurred without Sand's constant itch. It is. He had to reach for the word. Strange. He let his gaze slide to the ceiling, to the faint marks of older seals carved directly into the stone. I did not think I knew how to be alone, he added, quieter. Jiraiya's eyes softened. Just a little. Yeah, he said. That tracks. He shifted his weight, then tapped a finger against one of the outer spirals. Chakra flickered blue, then red, then a muddy, unpleasant brown. Look at this mess, he said, more to the ink than to Gaara. Bits of Mito's suppression script, some bastardized Suna binding patterns, and he leaned closer. Is that an old spirit grafting ring? What idiot decided that belonged on a living boy? Gaara frowned, the expression tiny but real. Spirit grafting? Yeah. Jiraiya traced one of the jagged lines that branched off the main spiral. This part's not a seal, not really. It's more like a ritual diagram for forcing a soul into a container. Puppet cores. Dead vessels. Stuff you use on things that don't complain when you sand the edges off. He shot Gaara a flat look. Last I checked, you're not a corpse. No, Gaara agreed. Not yet. The answer hung there between them. Your father, Jiraiya said slowly, liked to improvise, didn't he? Gaara's throat closed for a moment. Raza-sama, he said, because the title was habit. Liked results. Jiraiya huffed. That's one way to put it. He pushed himself back to his feet and started pacing the edge of the circle, eyes tracking ink. Base Suna seal was already ugly, he muttered. Finished Shikaku binding slapped on a newborn with more chakra than sense and a village's desperation. Then someone, and I am guessing Orochimaru's fine hand here, comes along and decides to improve it. Add in spirit meld work, tweak the interfaces, tie your emotions directly into the beast's access ladder, because why not turn a screaming infant into a walking curse puppet? His voice sharpened with each example. Gaara watched his hands. They flexed like he wanted to punch the stone. Does it matter? Gaara asked quietly. Who drew which line? Jiraiya stopped. His gaze met Gaara's. The boy's eyes were clear now, pale green, ringed with tired shadow, but not wild. Not the way they had been in the forest, or the arena. It matters for fixing it, Jiraiya said. For understanding what they tried to make you into. And it matters because somebody ought to be angry on your behalf. Anger. Gaara considered the foreignness of that. Anger is inefficient, he said. Father said it wasted focus. Shikaku only liked it when it killed someone. Yeah, well, Jiraiya said. Your father was an idiot and Shikaku's a bastard. A small, sharp sound left Gaara before he could stop it. He realized a moment later that it was a laugh. Cracked. Rusted. But real. He stared at Jiraiya, startled more by his own reaction than by the insult. You are not wrong, he admitted. Jiraiya's shoulders eased. He completed the circle and came back to his starting point, rubbing the back of his neck. Here's the problem, he said. This isn't a seal you can just adjust. It's not like Naruto's, where Minato laid down clean Uzumaki arrays and we can trace each function. This, he gestured at the matrix, is a knot. Spirit ritual wrapped around beast binding wrapped around kid's soul. He sighed, long and low. If I pull too hard on the wrong line, I don't just loosen Shikaku. I strip pieces off you. Gaara swallowed. Is that your intention? He asked. To take me apart? Jiraiya's head snapped around. No, he said sharp. My intention is to keep you alive and sane. Preferably in that order. Tsunade's explicit on that. So am I. So's Naruto. Naruto. The name landed in Gaara's chest like a stone in a still pool. He had seen the boy in red cloak, once as an enemy and once as something else. A mirror, perhaps. Someone who also housed a monster, and refused to let it be the only thing in his face. You have spoken with him, Gaara said. Lots, Jiraiya said. He doesn't shut up. Gaara's hands twitched against the chains. He lives, he said. It was not a question, but it came out like one. He lives, Jiraiya confirmed. Bruised, taped back together, complaining. Standard Naruto. The knot inside Gaara loosened a fraction. He hadn't realized it was there. He stared up at the rough stone ceiling. You came, he said, to speak about Shikaku. Yes, Jiraiya said. And about you. And about Suna. The name of his village felt distant. Like a word from a book. Gaara turned his head back toward the Sannin. What about Suna? He asked. Jiraiya hesitated. Your father is dead, he said finally. Raza. Killed by Orochimaru before the invasion even started. Part of the same little coup that put you on the path here. Gaara's fingers curled, the chains clinking softly. He had not loved Raza. Love had never been offered. Fear, reverence, the desperate hunger for approval, that had been his world. But some part of him had always assumed the man at the center of it would simply continue. Like the sun over the desert. To imagine the world without the Kazekage's shadow felt like trying to imagine sand without heat. How? He asked. Jiraiya shrugged one shoulder. Snake tricks, he said. And bad bargains. Raza thought he could use Orochimaru to fix Suna's problems. Orochimaru thought he could use Raza to break Konoha. In the end, the snake decided he didn't need a gold, playing puppet on his flank and cut his strings. Gaara processed that. And Sunagakure? He asked. The village. The people. Jiraiya exhaled. Kumo hit you while your forces were here, he said. They didn't stop when we repelled the invasion. Between internal sabotage, Orochimaru's games, and Lightning's main force. Suna as you knew it is gone. The word settled like dust. Gone. Gaara tried to picture the streets without the wind, the training grounds without Tamari's laughter, Kankuro's grumbling, the sand that had always risen in response to his fear. The tower without Raza's presence. The way the dawn had looked over the walls. He imagined it broken. Then buried. Then empty. Nothing moved inside him. No rage. No grief. Just a hollow space where something should have been. Fire and wind made a deal. Jiraiya went on, when Gaara didn't speak. Wind keeps its border and its lordship. Admits its leadership failed. Fire offers asylum to Suna Shinobi who renounced the old regime. They join Konoha's forces, under supervision, under probation. Their kids and their kids' kids pay a slice of mission money back into Wind as reparations. After that, they're just ours. Ours, Gaara repeated. Konoha's, Jiraiya said. Fire's. Their own, if we do this right. He scratched his cheek. You're a special case, he added. 2 countries having a host of Shikaku is a more complicated problem. Gaara closed his eyes for a moment. The sand was gone. The desert was gone. Raza was dead. Shikaku was silent. The only thing left, it seemed, was the fact that he was a container. A weapon, he said. Still. A person with an explosive tag sealed to his ribs, Jiraiya said. Different thing. Gaara opened his eyes. Is it? Yeah. Jiraiya's voice was firm. Explosive tags don't lie awake wondering if they could have chosen not to crush someone in an arena. Memory flickered, Ino's pale hair, sand around her, his own hand twitching as he let the coffin relax instead of close. Naruto's face across the field, relief and something like approval there. Raza wanted a weapon, Gaara said. Suna wanted a symbol. Shikaku wanted a corpse to wear. He trailed off. What do you want? Jiraiya asked. Gaara stared at him. The question felt indecent. Like being asked to name the wind. I do not know, he said finally. No one has ever asked? Well, Jiraiya said. I'm asking now. Gaara thought. He thought of Temari's hand on his shoulder when she thought he slept. He thought of Kankuro complaining about splinters and puppet parts and offering, grudgingly, to fix a crack in his gourd. He thought of Naruto standing in front of him and saying, with absurd conviction, that he would protect people who had never looked at him as anything but a monster. I was born, Gaara said slowly, as Sabaku no Gaara, son of the Kazekage, Jinchuriki of Shikaku. Before I could walk, they were writing missions in blood for me. Before I could read, they were teaching me kill orders. He flexed his fingers, felt the drag of iron. I know how to read reports, he went on. How to track supply columns. How to break a man with sand and not spill too much blood on the floor. I know how much Wind's daimyo reduced our funding by, the year I turned 6. I know the weight of coins in a mission stipend. I know the names of the clans that would have starved without mercenary work. He tilted his head back, looking at the carvings on the ceiling. I do not know how to be anything that is not Shinobi, he said. I do not know the shape of a life that is not defined by missions and orders and fear. He paused. And I do not think, he added quietly, that anyone will allow me to find out. Jiraiya's mouth tightened. Because of Shikaku, he said. Because of who I am, Gaara said. Because of what I have done. I am the son of a Kage and the corpse, puppet of a god of sand. Wherever I stand, someone will point and say, weapon. They may smile. They may pretend. But they will not forget. His voice had no self-pity in it. It was simply an assessment. But, he added, if I must be one, I would prefer to be one where Uzumaki Naruto is. Jiraiya blinked. Because he beat you? He asked, half teasing. Because he spared my sister, Gaara said. Because he stood in front of another host and a beast and chose not to disappear into them. Because he told me I could be something else, once, and then proved it in front of an entire stadium. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. I am curious, he admitted. The word felt fragile, like glass. About how he thinks. How he chooses. How he lives. I would like to learn more. There it was. Want. He had said it out loud. Jiraiya looked at him for a long moment. That, he said finally, is Hokage, level business. He straightened, joints cracking. Tsunade will need convincing, he went on. The elders will have fits. The daimyo's clerks will write very long, boring memos about the risks of letting two hosts train together in the same village. He scratched his beard. But, he added, I'll see what I can do. Something small and sharp lit in Gaara's chest. Not quite hope, but near it. Before any of that, though, Jiraiya said, nodding at the seal, we need to make sure your soul doesn't fall out if you sneeze. This matrix is a stopgap. We can't keep you trussed up in a cave forever. Gaara's mouth quirked, the closest he'd come to a smile in memory. I do not recommend sneezing, he said. The chains rattle. Jiraiya barked a laugh. Brat, he said, almost fond. You and Naruto really are going to get along. He clapped his hands together once, sharp. All right. Here's the plan, he said. I'm going to yell at these seals for a few days, talk to Tsunade, talk to the toads, and see how much Uzumaki theory we can haul out of storage without giving the council a collective heart attack. Once we've got this mess stabilized so it's actually a seal and not a half-finished curse, then. He gave Gaara a considering look. Then, he said, we'll see about getting you out of this circle and onto a training ground. Maybe one with a loud blonde nuisance on it. Gaara closed his eyes. Silence pressed in again, stone and ink and the deep, faint echo where Shikaku should have been. For the first time, it didn't feel like a void. It felt like a pause. I will wait, he said. Good, Jiraiya replied. Try not to go anywhere. The Sannin turned and strode back toward the door. The barrier flared once more as he passed through. Then Gaara was alone again, in the hush of the mountain, with only the seals under his skin and the memory of a boy who shouted at monsters for company. It was strange. It was frightening. It was, in a way he had no words for yet, liberating. Scene, Uzumaki Mask Temple, deep beneath Konoha. POV, Uzumaki Naruto. The masks don't look like much, at first. They hang in rows along the stone walls, pale in the torchlight, some painted, some plain, some carved with lines that make my eyes want to slide off them if I stare too long. Human faces. Animal faces. A few that are either. The air down here tastes old and dry, like ink that's been sealed away for so long it forgot what paper feels like. This is it, Tsunade says quietly. The Uzumaki Mask Temple. What's left of it, anyway? Her voice doesn't echo. The room drinks sound like water. We came in through a passage I didn't know existed, a hidden seam behind a blank stretch of wall in one of the older admin wings. Down stair after stair, deeper than most bunkers, past 3 separate seal layers I could feel even without trying. The kind of place you only find if someone who already knows decides you're allowed. Jiraiya walks at my right shoulder, unusually quiet, hands tucked into his sleeves. Kakashi's on my left, mask down, Hitai, 8 pushed up, visible eye tracking everything like he expects the stone itself to try something. Tsunade leads. Of course she does. It's her village, her clan's work, her ghosts. When the last of us steps through, she reaches back and slides the door shut with a solid, heavy clack. Chakra flickers under my feet a heartbeat later, thin and precise, like fresh ink lines waking up. The pattern crawls out along the floor, up the walls, across the ceiling. Spirals and bars and characters I half recognize flare, then sink away. The sense of close settles over my skin, not heavy, just absolute. Barrier? I ask, because someone should say something. Confidentiality seal, Tsunade says. Mito's work, modified. Nothing we say in here leaves without my say, so. Not through walls, not through mind, link, not through clever eavesdropping seals in someone's teeth. The masks are keyed into it. I look up again. The masks stare back. Or don't. It's hard to tell. Creepy, I mutter. Jiraiya huffs a faint laugh. That's Uzumaki work for you, he says. Always 2 steps past practical into why is it humming at me. I think of the seal corridor in my gut, of Kyubi pressed up against the bars, of Minato's chakra flowing like frost, of my mom's ink biting into skin. Yeah, I say. Checks out. We move deeper. Tsunade's hand brushes one plain wooden mask as she passes. It shivers under her fingers once and goes still. My grandmother Mito built this place with the first, she says. Back when Konoha was new and the other villages hadn't decided whether to trade with us or wipe us off the map. Senju Stone. Uzumaki Seals. No one outside those two clans knew it existed, aside from a Hokage or two. Why masks? I ask. For sealing, I mean. Wouldn't scrolls be easier? Scrolls get burned, she says. Or lost. Masks are harder to destroy without someone noticing, and harder to casually read. Grandmother liked them because they're easier to remember as people. Forces. Stories. Each one's keyed to a different pattern: Reaper contracts, containment rituals, binding layers, emergency releases. She knew which was which. So did my mother. Kushina. Tsunade's jaw tightens. She learned some of them. Not all. And you? I ask. She snorts. I know enough not to put one on, she says. And enough to read the outer rings. But the deep coding? That's pure Uzumaki script. Gran tried to teach me in Iwaki when we were kids. It never stuck. I was better at breaking things than binding them. Still am, Jiraiya mutters. She ignores him. We stop near the far wall, where a cluster of masks hangs closer together. One's shaped like a fox, sharp teeth, red markings like fresh blood. Another is blank except for a spiral carved into the forehead. A third looks like a woman's face, eyes closed, lips curved in a faint smile. My stomach does a slow, strange flip. That one, I say, nodding at the spiral. Clan symbol. Original form of it, yeah, Tsunade says. This whole place is Uzumaki stubbornness made stone. If you're going to kill us, they said, you don't get to keep what we made. So they hid things. Shipments. Techniques. Children. She looks at me when she says that last one. Mom, I say. She nods. Kushina was maybe 6 when they smuggled her out. Mito told me the story so many times I can hear her voice now. Yuzushio was already coughing blood, too many enemies, not enough real allies. They loaded a ship at night with a few crates of scrolls and one terrified little girl wrapped in blankets, and sailed for fire. I can see it too easily. A kid crouched behind barrels, clutching rough cloth, watching her home burn on the horizon. Fire's daimyo thought he was getting a bargaining chip. Tsunade continues. An Uzumaki heir and some of their toys. The Senju thought they were getting reinforcements. Mito knew better. She was getting a successor. Someone who could hold the fox when she couldn't anymore. She reaches up and touches the fox mask. It vibrates, a faint, discordant hum. Gran was already old, she says. I was younger than you. Kushina showed up with her hair like a bonfire, yelling at everyone in a language half the village didn't know, and within a week she'd robbed 3 merchants blind and moved into my room uninvited. There's a softness in her eyes I don't see often. She was my little sister long before she was anything else, Tsunade says. Before Container. Before future Hokage's wife. Before all the rest of it. She'd crawl into my bed when she had nightmares and kick me in the kidneys. She used to steal my hair ties and then get furious when her own hair wouldn't behave. She called Jiraiya Ero, Aji by the time she was 9. That was slander, Jiraiya says automatically. Slander. You earned every syllable, Tsunade says. She idolized Mito. Followed her around the compound, watched her paint seals, listened to her talk about the ocean and how Yuzushio used to glow at night. She was the one who dragged me down here the first time. Nei-chan, you have to see this. This is where we keep the interesting ghosts. I can almost hear that too. Her voice, not just the fragments I got from Minato and the seal. Loud, fast, tripping over itself because her head was 3 sentences ahead. Kakashi shifts beside me, like he wants to check I'm still upright and hasn't figured out how to ask. How much did she know about all this? I ask. The masks? The Reaper? The rest? More than she ever wrote down, Jiraiya says quietly. Uzumaki kept the last pieces in their heads. Less chance of theft. That's why a lot of this is half-decoded. She learned enough to reinforce Mito's work on your seal. Enough to build those bracers. Enough to leave notes that scared the council when they realized what she'd been thinking about. And the rest? I ask. What she didn't write. His mouth twists. On Mount Myaboku, he admits. Most of her clan's main scrolls. Defensive arrays. Long-term containment theory. Old contracts. Mito smuggled copies out when she came. Kushina added to them. After that night, I moved the whole cache. I didn't trust anyone here not to lock them up and forget why they existed. So I stashed them someplace nobody can get to without a towed contract. Figured if anyone wanted them badly enough, they could nag me into a summoning. I stare at him. You had my mom's entire seal library sitting on a mountain with talking frogs and you didn't think to mention it before now? He has the grace to look embarrassed. In my defense, you were busy not dying, he says. Ben Tsunade was busy yelling at me. Then an IWA Jinchuriki tried to pulp you. It's been a week. Tsunade snorts. We're telling you now, she says. That's the point. This temple, the scrolls, Mito, Kushina, it's all one chain. You need to know what you're inheriting if you're going to do more than drown in it. Kyubi stirs at the edge of my mind, a low, disgruntled vibration. Ah, he rumbles. The clan of ink and sacrifice. I wondered when they'd drag you to their graveyard. You knew about this place, I think. I know the taste of their work, he replies. Mito. Kushina. The old ones before them. They wrapped me in their paper and prayers and called it salvation. At least your mother swore at the gods while she did it. I dragged my attention back to Tsunade. How much of this is for me? I ask. Because I'm their kid. And how much is for Konoha? For your precious Jinchuriki doctrine. The word feels like biting down on metal. Tsunade doesn't flinch. Both, she says. I won't lie to you, Naruto. Your fire's best deterrent right now. Kumo knows it. IWE knows it. Winds Daimyo knows it. That makes you a political piece whether we all like it or not. Teaching you to use what's in your veins and what your parents left is the only way I see for you to survive that without being ground down. Jiraiya nods. Minato did what he did because he saw no other way out. He says. He gambled. On you, on this village, on the people he trusted to watch your back if he couldn't. I'm not interested in letting that gamble rot because we were too squeamish to pick up the tools he left. Kakashi exhales, slow. And I'm not interested in watching you walk into another Han fight with nothing but half-trained instincts and someone else's chakra. He says. You told me you're not okay with that's just how war is anymore. Neither am I. I look up at the masks. At the fox's grin. At the spiral. At the closed eyes. Mom's voice is stitched together in my head from Minato's memory, Jiraiya's stories, the whisper in the seal. Fill your heart with love. That's what lets you stand against the ugly parts, Databane. Against loss, against fear. Ink and fists alone won't save you if you hollow yourself out with them. My throat's tight. So what's the plan? I ask. Besides dumping centuries of Uzumaki homework on my head and seeing if I float. Tsunade's mouth twitches. Structured drowning, she says. We're not idiots. You'll have a framework. She gestures around. Mito built 3 pillars for handling the fox, she says. Seal integrity. Host resilience. External safeguards. We're going to do the same, just better. She counts them off on her fingers. First, Fuinjutsu, she says. Properly. No more poking at the seal because you're bored or furious. You're going to study your own array. Mito's notes. Kushina's modifications. Minato's additions. Jiraiya will start bringing pieces of the Myaboku cache down. You rebuild parts of it on paper until you can tell me what each stroke does in your sleep. Jiraiya nods. We'll start with anchor seals and flow regulators. he says. Then into more complex containment and interface work. Eventually, maybe the Reaper, adjacent stuff. Slowly. Carefully. No, let's sign this in blood and see what happens experiments. Clear? Clear, I mutter. Second, Tsunade continues. Your body. You can't hold what you can't survive. That means supervised conditioning, not just push until something gives. Chakra control. Vascular reinforcement. Controlled exposure to your own cloak with safes in place. Her gaze flicks to my bracer. Kushina built those as training wheels. We're going to refine them into a proper interface instead of an emergency handbrake. QB bristles. I am not something to be interfaced, he snaps. Too late, I think back. You picked my gut for a home. Third? I ask. Third is everything around you, Tsunade says. Support teams who actually understand what your presence does to a battlefield. Sensors trained to tell Naruto's pushing himself from Naruto's losing ground to the fox. NBU whose job is to stabilize an area, not shadow you with a knife just in case. Political groundwork so the daimyo, the elders, the clans all see you as a protector first, last resort second. The more invested they are in you as a person, the harder it is for anyone, me, Danzo, the Fire Lord, to reduce you to an expendable. Her eyes pin me. That includes your peers, she adds. You're already doing it without thinking. Keep doing it on purpose. You're building a web. Try not to break it for the sake of a dramatic solo charge. I think of the monument. Of Choji's quiet words. Of Ino's shoulder against mine. Of Hinata's steady gaze. Kiba's hand in Akamaru's fur. Shikamaru's muttered "We're here." Lee's stubborn spine, Tenten's dry comments, Niji's reluctant acceptance. Okay, I say. My voice shakes and holds. That's a lot. But okay. Jiraiya claps a hand on my shoulder, almost gentle. Welcome to being in Uzumaki the way they meant it, he says. Loud, overworked, mildly terrified, and too stubborn to quit. Kakashi rests his hand briefly on my other shoulder. You're not doing it alone, he says. Not anymore. Tsunade moves closer to the woman, Mask, the one with the faint smile and the tiny spiral along the jaw. For the first time, I realize it's not just some random carving. It looks a little like the old portraits I've seen of Mido. Or maybe like every Uzumaki woman at once. Grandmother used to stand here and lecture us, she says. About legacy. About love. About how power without either curdles. Kushina would roll her eyes and pretend not to listen, then go write every word down in the margins of her notes. She rests her palm on the stone. She made me promise, Tsunade says quietly. Not in the delivery room. A week before. She sent me a toad, one of Minato's, while I was wandering between field posts and pretending I wasn't avoiding this place. The parchment was creased and damp in spots. Her mouth twists. Tear marks. Kushina begged me, pleaded, to tell you 3 things if anything went wrong. If Minato's plan did what he said it would. If the village forgot what you were besides a cage. She wanted you to hear them only when you were old enough to understand. The room suddenly feels too small. My throat's dry. What are they? I ask. Tsunade looks at me. Really looks. Not as Hokage, not as medic, but as someone who lost a brother and found a red-headed hurricane in his place. First, she says, that she loved you before she ever saw your face. That you were wanted. Chosen. Not an accident. Not a convenient vessel. Carrying the fox thinned her body. She knew pregnancy and childbirth might tear more out of her than they gave back. She wrote that she understood she might die in labor, from the strain, from the seal, from all of it, and she still would not trade your life for hers. No matter the risk. There was never a version of the world she wanted where you didn't exist. Something in my chest gives. I swallow hard. Second, she says, she wanted to talk to you about anger. I'll give you her words first. Tsunade closes her eyes, searching. Anger is poison if you let it sit, but it's fuel if you learn where to pour it, databane. Don't let them tell you you're supposed to be calm and grateful all the time. You're allowed to hate what the fox did or does, what this stupid world keeps doing to our clan and family. Just don't drink it. Don't let it hollow you out. Put it where it belongs. She opens her eyes again, softer and sharper at once. She wrote like she knew exactly what was coming. Tsunade goes on. War. Men like the one in the mask. Councils who'd rather chain a child than admit their system is broken. She knew they'd try to use your anger, either to break you, or to point you like a weapon and call it duty. She didn't want that for you. She wanted you to understand you can hate what's been done to you, to her, to your clan, and still love who you fight for. Tsunade says. A Jinchuriki who gives himself over to fury stops choosing, then it's just the beast and the people who built the cage, fighting over the ruins. Real strength, she said, was knowing when to stop. When to step back from the edge and let your head and your heart stand together instead of tearing each other apart. She wanted you to carry your anger. She finishes. Not drown in it. Yeah. That sounds like her. And third? My voice cracks. Tsunade's eyes soften further. Third, she says, that you weren't meant to do this alone. Uzumaki are hoarders. We keep seals, grudges, and people. She wanted you to have all of it. Her scrolls. Minato's notes. Mito's masks. And us. She nods at Kakashi, at Jiraiya, then at herself. She trusted us with you. We failed that for years. We're done failing. Jiraiya clears his throat. She also said, he adds gruffly, if that brat grows up and tries to shoulder everything like some tragic hero, you drag him down by his ear and remind him he's my son, not an Uchiha. Her words. Direct quote. Despite everything, a laugh jerks out of me, sharp and wet. Yeah. I manage. That tracks. Kakashi's eye crinkles. She really did have your number before you were born. He murmurs. I look up at the masks again. At fox teeth, at spirals, at that faint smile. I don't know if I can live up to all of that. I admit. Minato, Kushina, Mito, proper doctrine, everything. I don't know if I can be what you need and still be me. Tsunade steps in and ruffles my hair, gentler than she did in the hospital. You won't, she says. Not perfectly. None of us did. My grandfather got played. My uncle died. My sensei failed you. Your parents made choices you have every right to question. You'll make your own mistakes. The point isn't perfection, brat. It's direction. She taps 2 fingers over my heart. Feel this, she says quietly, echoing my mom so closely my eyes sting. With love, with stubbornness, with whatever keeps you getting up. Then learn enough ink and steel that when it counts, your choices are yours, not the fox's, not the daimyo's, not mine. That's what Kushina wanted. I put my hand over hers. Over my chest. Over ink and chains and something softer. Okay, I say. This time it feels like a promise. I'll learn. I'll train. I'll try to be someone she'd be proud of. Someone Irika, sensei would be proud of. Someone you don't need a kill switch for. Jiraiya squeezes my shoulder. Kakashi's hand tightens for a moment, then lets go. Tsunade turns back to the masks. Then let's begin, she says. We'll start with the ones that won't eat your soul if you breathe on them wrong. That's comforting, I mutter. Jiraiya laughs. Welcome to Advanced Uzumaki Studies, kid. We stand there a heartbeat longer, 4 figures in a hidden room full of old faces and older seals, while a dead clan's work hums quietly around us. Above, Konoha is rebuilding. My friends are training, grieving, laughing in little bursts between missions. Enemies are sharpening their knives in the dark, drawing new maps because the old ones burned. Down here, under stone and ink and ghosts, I take the first step towards something I don't know the name for yet. Not just weapon. Not just Jinchuriki. Not just the fourth son. Uzumaki Naruto. Future Hokage. Mom's words, carried through Tsunade's voice, settle like fresh ink in my bones. Anger's fuel if you put it where it belongs. Fill your heart with love. Don't let them hollow you out. I look up at the masks one last time. Yeah. I whisper to them, to the seal, to the fox and the people at my back. Databeo. Let's do this. And that concludes the final part of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed the point of Divergence Uzumaki resonance principle, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to EliadS, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.